Chapter 257. Yin Ruyu, dressed in white, stood at the peak of the mountain. She was as beautiful as a moon fairy, and seemed like she could fly to the moon at any time. At that moment, her right palm was crystal clear. The power of the extreme path spread out, oppressing everyone present and making them feel fear. It was an unparalleled pressure, as if the ancient heaven had descended. There was no way to resist it, making everyone feel despair. It was like a tiny ant trying to shake a mountain, but it would never succeed. Everyone present was trembling, and could not help but want to kneel. Gotcha. A few demon cultivators could not stand it anymore, and cracked the ground under their feet. With a plop, they knelt on the ground and trembled. It was a fear that came from their souls. At the same time, Qingyi, Tu Fei, and the little Peng King were also gritting their teeth to resist the urge to kneel. This was the power of the extreme path, a sacred weapon forged by the great demon emperor. The pressure alone was unbearable, and they could not help but kneel. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if their souls were trapped by the 9 serenities of death. Life and death were all under the cover of the extreme path's sacred weapon. The power of the great demon emperor was unfathomable. Do you dare to fight the sacred body of the ancients at the same level? Yin Ruyu asked. Who am I? I am the undefeatable sky rock of my generation. Why would I listen to anyone else's arrangement? I will kill if I want to, and I will fight if I want to. Even if you are the descendant of the great demon emperor, you cannot control me. The little Peng King let out a long roar, and a golden divine bird appeared behind him, the rock. Like a god, it flapped its wings and broke through the suppression of the extreme path. He turned into a golden glow and soared into the sky. The little Peng King stood high in the sky with his golden hair dancing in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as knives, and his tall body seemed to be cast in gold. He looked like a demon king looking down on everyone. The other demons were very shocked. They did not expect the little Peng King to break through the extreme path and stand high in the sky. This kind of terror and transcendence sent chills down their spines. On the other side, Yi Fan stood straight like a pine tree. His body was special, so he did not have the urge to kowtow. However, he was also shocked. His body did not seem to belong to him, and it was difficult for him to move. He wasn't intimidated into submission, but his realm was too low. He couldn't break out like the little Peng King, so he could only stand on the field. The extreme weapon lives up to its reputation. The great emperor's saint weapon is so terrifying. If it were to be used, who in the world would be able to withstand it? The little Peng King's eyes were as sharp as a sword. Yin Ruyu's palm flashed with brilliance, and she put away her holy weapon. The pressure was like a tide, quickly disappearing. A complete extreme path weapon can be so intimidating. Tu Fei was astounded. His grandfather had half a holy weapon, but it couldn't be compared to this perfect emperor weapon. The little Peng King stood in the sky. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, covering half of his sharp face. His expression became even more determined as he said, "The source root of myriad chi is mine. I must take out my saint weapon." You're afraid to fight the sacred body of the ancients, aren't you? Tu Fei shouted. Killing him is as easy as cutting grass, but why should I listen to your arrangements? The little Peng King remained unmoved. He clasped his hands behind his back. He was extremely conceited. Don't hide it. That's because you're afraid and don't dare to fight. Everyone knows that the sacred body of the ancients is hard to resist. You birdman, you're just afraid. Tu Fei said. When I, Sky Peng, do things, I don't need you to say anything. I will take his life right now and obtain the mysterious yellow origin root. The golden-winged little Peng King was extremely cold. He dove down murderously towards Yi Fan. Clang, clang, clang. Yin Ryu flicked her fingers, and petals danced in the sky. Each petal was like a blade, blocking the little Peng King's path and slashing at his body. Buzz. The little Peng King waved his golden fist, shaking the void. All the petals shattered and disappeared in the sky. His demonic power was unparalleled. With me here, can you kill him? Yin Ryu stood quietly on the mountain peak. Your Highness, I can't do anything to you since you have the extreme weapon. But if I want to kill someone, I don't think you can stop me. The little Peng King was arrogant. Yi Fan stood on the mountain peak and glanced at him. He sneered. You think you're the best in the world, huh? If that's the case, go kill the sacred leader of Cloaked, and show us your demonic power. I will do it in the future. The little Pung King stared at him with endless killing intent. I can say the same thing. In the future, I can kill 2 of you with 1 hand. Yi Fan sneered. You seem to be very unconvinced. The little Pung King's eyes were cold. I'm telling the truth. If we were in the same plane, I could kill you with 1 hand. Yi Fan continued to mock him. If you say now, then I can also say that in the eyes of the sacred leader of Cloaked, you are less than an ant. You don't have the right to dominate the world. How dare a primordial trash talk to me like that? The little Pung King's expression was cold. I've only cultivated for a little more than 4 years. I'm a few planes lower than you, so I'm indeed no match for you. You can indeed pretend to be a master in front of me after cultivating for so many years, but please don't think you're invincible. There's really nothing special about you. Everyone was shocked. It was indeed shocking that Yi Fan could achieve what he had after cultivating for only 4 years. If he had been born in the primordial era, his future would have been limitless. Aren't you saying all this because you want to fight me at the same level? The little Pung King sneered. I've always been tempted. Killing a sacred body of the ancients at the same level gives me a sense of accomplishment. I just don't want to be set up by others. To me, there's no sense of accomplishment. I can predict the result. I can crush you with a flip of my hand. Yi Fan shook his head. These words were infuriating. The little Pung King sneered and said, I'm really tempted. Little Pung King, there's no need to lower yourself to the same level as a trash. There's no need to do this. Among the little Pung King's followers, a demonic cultivator said, if he's not convinced, I'll take his life as a level 2 of the Holy Ji Palace. People like you won't do. I can kill 10 of you by myself. Yi Fan shook his head. He only wanted to provoke the little Pung King into attacking. The demonic cultivator was also a powerful cultivator of the younger generation. He was quite conceited, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. He then turned to Yen Ryu and said, Your Highness, please use an extreme weapon to suppress my cultivation. I want to fight him. Yen Ryu did not refuse and attacked right away. Her palm shone brilliantly, and the might of the extreme path flashed and disappeared, suppressing the demonic cultivator's cultivation. I don't need to do anything to deal with you. I can just close the door and let the dog out. Black Emperor, bite him. Damn it. The big black dog was furious. He growled and turned around to bite Yi Fan. Everyone was speechless. Stupid dog, if you don't kill him, you can forget about getting the ancient scriptures and the black tortoise for the rest of your life. Yi Fan threatened through voice transmission. Human trash, what are you doing? The demonic cultivator sneered. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Yi Fan rushed over and slapped out with the giant palm of the void. The black hand covered the sky, and dark clouds rolled down with lightning. Bang! The demonic cultivator hit the sky with both hands and hit the black hand. However, he was sent flying by the black hand amid a muffled sound, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked. This person was at the level 5 Holy Ji Palace realm. Although his cultivation was suppressed to the level 2, he still had his experience and combat awareness. Yet he was severely injured in a single exchange. Everyone gasped and lamented that the sacred body of the ancients was indeed invincible among those at the same level. Boom! Yi Fan rushed over in an instant. The black hand fell like a towering ancient tree, covering the sky and making the void tremble. Smack! This time, the giant palm of the void swept across and sent the demonic cultivator flying. He fell to the top of the mountain and lay there, spitting out blood. People like you talk big and say that your body is useless. Now that you've been defeated by me, aren't you even more useless? Yi Fan sneered and landed on the ground. The demonic cultivator let out a low growl and swallowed several pills. His bones crackled, and his demonic power surged, causing the top of the mountain to tremble. He rushed over again and said, I can kill you myself. Black Emperor, bite him. Although Yi Fan said this, he kept threatening the demonic cultivator through voice transmission. This dog's temper was too bad, and it was difficult to tame him. Damn it, brat, just you wait. The black dog was furious. His bald tail was about to reach the sky, and he pounced on the demonic cultivator. I say, little Yi, you really sent a dog to bite people. Is this stupid dog reliable? Tu Fei asked. The surrounding people were even more dumbfounded. Using a black dog that hadn't transformed to fight a demonic cultivator? Wasn't that just asking for death? Pung. The demonic cultivator slapped the black dog. He thought it would be enough to turn it into minced meat, but unexpectedly, his own arm was almost broken. Boom. He threw a punch toward the large black dog's head. The Black Emperor was not someone who liked to be beaten up, and he moved as fast as a bolt of black lightning. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed this massive fist. Kacha. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Ayo. The demonic cultivator screamed in pain. He almost fainted because of the intense pain. A cold wind blew, and he felt a chill on his wrist. Looking closely, he found that his fist was gone, and his wrist was bare and bloody. His palm had been bitten off. Ah! The pain was unbearable. He screamed at the top of his lungs, and his head was covered with sweat. He quickly retreated. Pei. The black dog spat out blood, and his broken hand fell to the ground. He was actually retching. He quickly ran to a mountain spring, rinsed his mouth, and cursed. Damn it, I hate eating fox meat the most in my life. Everyone was speechless. Everyone was dumbfounded. This listless black dog was actually so powerful. It was obvious that he wasn't a kind person. Sure enough, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Looking at its listless appearance, it looked harmless from beginning to end. After all, it turned out to be a ruthless character. What bad luck! The large black dog cursed. Everyone present was speechless. This bald dog really deserved a beating. That was what everyone thought. By the way, my favorite food is roasted birds. The black dog raised his neck, stared at the little Pung King, and licked his lips. Louder, Tu Fei said. Boom. The little Pung King landed on the peak of the mountain. He stared at Yi Fan coldly and said, I really can't help but fight. The sacred body of the ancients is tempting. He suddenly turned around and faced Yen Ruyu. I don't want to listen to other people's arrangements. This is my own will. Your Highness, please put away your ultimate weapon. I will seal my power myself. Are you sure you want to fight with the sacred body of the ancients at the same level? Tu Fei asked. How many great emperors have existed since ancient times? All of them are peerless. If I want to walk this path, I must suppress the sacred body of the ancients. The little Pung King said in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed. He felt the blood in his body flow faster, and he couldn't wait to throw a punch. Chapter 258. Verdant mountain peaks, ancient pine trees, strange rocks, and a waterfall that was 3,000 feet long. Killing sacred bodies of the ancients of the same level to forge my path to the great emperor. This is the will of the heavens. The source chi of all things shall belong to me. The golden-winged little Pung King was tall, and his golden hair was like a waterfall. His eyes were sparkling, and he had a demonic air about him. As he stood on the peak of the mountain, there was a daunting pressure. I have never killed a sky Pung before. Today, I will dye my hands with Pung blood. Yi Fan opposed with equal harshness. Your physique has fallen. Even the world has abandoned you. You should have been buried in the soil a long time ago. Today, I will completely destroy the sacred body of the ancients. The little Pung King's murderous intent soared into the sky. This was an extremely dangerous person who would kill at every turn. He was determined to obtain Yi Fan's cauldron, so it was impossible for him to spare Yi Fan's life. I, Tian Peng, am destined to become a great emperor. Your mysterious yellow origin root was prepared for me. It is a treasure given to me by the heavens. The little Pung King's hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, I will use your primordial sacred blood to cleanse the origin of the myriad chi and forge my sacred weapon. He's a motherf asterisk cur. Tu Fei muttered. Cyan Yi sighed and said, he indeed has the strength of a great emperor. He heard that Yao Guang Saint Sun has been determined to be a great emperor since he was young, so he rushed to the north region to kill Yao Guang Saint Sun with his own hands. Tu Fei was a little worried and asked, could he really suppress the sacred body of the ancients? It's hard to say. The great emperor doesn't necessarily have the sacred body of the ancients. If he really has the potential to become the great emperor, Then Yi Fan is in real danger. Qing Yi shook his head and said, "The Rock Clan is blessed by the heavens. Their physical bodies are the best in the world, just like the Jiao Dragon Clan. They are no weaker than the human sacred body of the ancients. Kill the saint physique. Sacrifice the mysterious yellow blood," the little Peng King shouted. The mountain peak trembled. It was restricted by a formless demonic force, as if it was going to collapse. Hua! Suddenly, the silver waterfall stopped flowing and froze in the air. It was as if time had frozen. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, and a sense of horror flashed through them. They didn't understand what had happened. Rumble! The silver waterfall fell and continued to flow. Everything returned to normal. "I've already sealed myself and suppressed my cultivation to the second firmament of the Doctrine Palace." Little Peng's words were sonorous, like metal colliding with stone. The longevity pine was tall and straight, and the ancient vines were bold and vigorous. The mountain peak was completely silent. The great battle was about to begin. Buzz! The golden-winged little Peng King made his move. The heavenly Peng's extreme speed was unparalleled in this world. It transformed into a beam of light and rushed over. Its golden fist caused the space to collapse, emitting violent vibrations. Pa! Yi Fan struck out with the void palm imprint. A huge black palm covered the sky, and a dark mass of people collided heavily with the Prung fist. Boom! Like a thunderclap, it struck the mountain peak and caused it to tremble. Gold and black energy violently surged out in all directions like a tide. Pitter-patter! Like the wind sweeping away the clouds, like a great wave washing the sand. On the mountain peak, all of the longevity pine trees were uprooted and shattered in midair. All of the wondrous rocks turned into fine powder. That waterfall was even more so, swept up into the sky, flowing in reverse. The first collision was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Nothing was left on the mountain peak. The pavilions and other buildings were all destroyed and razed to the ground. The spectators were alarmed. When the gold and black energy swept towards them, they all soared into the sky and dodged. It was hard to imagine that this was the attack of a powerhouse at the second firmament of the Dao Palace. Buzz! The golden-winged little Peng King's eyes blazed with light as he charged forward. His golden fist was like a burning ball of divine fire. It was a pulsating divine brilliance. It was extremely dazzling, making it hard for people to open their eyes. It was hard to imagine just how great the power of this punch was. Pa! Yi Fan still used the void palm imprint. The black palm seemed to cleave down from the universe beyond. It was black and terrifying, causing the sky to tremble. Rumble! In their second clash, the two of them struck out with a yin-yang storm. Gold and black energy surged into the sky, sweeping out in all directions like a tsunami. Ka! The mountain peak could not withstand it. A corner of it cracked, emitting a deafening sound. At the same time, rubble shot through the sky, crashing into the shore. Huge rocks shot out in all directions. Yi Fan and the golden-winged little Peng King were like two gods colliding. How can this birdman be so monstrous? His physical body can really be compared to the sacred body of the ancients. Tu Fei was shocked. Their race is blessed by the heavens. Not only are they unparalleled in speed, but their physical bodies can also rival real dragons. This is their unparalleled talent. Xian Yi's expression was solemn. No wonder this birdman is so crazy. His physical body is so terrifying. It's like another sacred body of the ancients, Tu Fei exclaimed. Boom! Yi Fan, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, naturally noticed the situation. The celestial rock's physical body, tempered by the 4-level secret realms, was no weaker than his own. It was indestructible. Pa! Yi Fan continued to attack. The black palm and the golden fist collided, causing the mountain to collapse and the waterfall to flow backward. However, his physical body did not have the upper hand. The golden-winged little Peng King was very brave, and took all of the attacks head-on. The celestial rock's physical body that could kill real dragons was even harder than Daluo silver essence. It shone brilliantly and resisted the sacred body of the ancients. Boom! The two separated. Yi Fan held the seal of mountains and rivers in his hand, and a huge mountain appeared above his head. On it, there were ancient trees and forests, birds and beasts, and even a silver waterfall. Yi Fan performed the Great Void technique, and suddenly appeared in front of the golden-winged little Peng King. He held the seal of mountains and rivers and slammed it down. What kind of seal is this? Everyone was shocked. The momentum was too great. The mountain towered high in the sky, majestic and majestic. Birds and beasts flew, and the river surged. It was so real, as if a real mountain had been moved. Boom! The sky and earth were turned upside down. The seal of mountains and rivers slammed down, and the golden-winged little Peng King blocked it. Boom! The mountain was so huge that it was earth-shattering. It buried the little Peng King under it. Everyone in the sky changed their expressions. The seal was too terrifying. Many people thought that they could not withstand it with their physical bodies. Even cultivators in the 4-level secret realms would be turned into minced meat immediately. Boom! The golden-winged little Peng King roared. His golden hair stood on end, and he waved a huge golden Peng claw. It was a divine technique that could kill real dragons. The claw split the sky. The Peng's roar shook the sky, surging for dozens of miles. Many people in the sky felt their ears prickling, and they almost fell from the sky. The golden-winged little Peng King split the sky with his bare hands. The huge Peng claw tore the mountain apart and collapsed it in the void. Boom! The mountain collapsed, and a violent explosion soared into the sky. The mountain under their feet was silently annihilated more than 10 meters high, and it became much shorter. This was the terrifying Rock Clan. They were favored by the heavens, and their physical bodies were not at a disadvantage when competing with the sacred body of the ancients. Yi Fan's expression did not change. So what if their physical strength was similar? He activated the Battle Saint technique, and the seal of mountains and rivers appeared again. The towering mountain seemed to tear through time and space, rushing over from ancient times, and came crashing down. Boom! The golden-winged little Peng King fought back. The Peng claw tore through the sky, and once again, the mountain was destroyed. Boom! However, Yi Fan's divine power was inexhaustible. He kept forming hand seals, and 13 seals of mountains and rivers came crashing down. In the distant sky, many demon cultivators were dumbfounded. Tu Fei's eyes were wide open and he murmured, "Damn it, I can't fight with him. What a freak." Even someone as powerful as the golden-winged little Peng King felt a little overwhelmed. The 13 mountains came crashing down one after another, forcing him to reveal the true form of the rock. Golden light shot into the sky, and it was dazzling. A huge rock appeared and spread its wings. It was a giant bird that was dozens of meters long. Its entire body was dazzling, as if it was cast in gold. It was filled with the sense of power bestowed upon it by the heavens, and it contained explosive divine power. The rock's rock roar. Its wings swept across the sky, directly shattering 6 mountains. Its divine power surged like a sacred flame, and its entire body shone brightly. Smack! The divine wings struck the sky, and all the clouds in the surroundings were shaken away. It was unstoppable and indestructible, and everything in its path turned into ashes. The seals of mountains and rivers were all shattered. This was the divine bird, the rock. Its divine power was overwhelming, and it could suppress all other races. But how could Yi Fan stop here? This was just the beginning. He used the Great Void technique, traversing through the void and arriving on the rock's back. He held the moon with both hands, and a black demon mountain appeared in his hands. Embracing Mountain Seal. He hugged a huge mountain and fiercely smashed it towards Tianpeng's back. This kind of power was enough to make people tremble in fear. Bang! The embracing mountain seal shot out, and the mountain came crashing down. Rumble! The black demon mountain struck the rock's true form, and sent the little Peng King flying. However, the black mountain also crumbled. It was hard to imagine how strong the rock's body was. Swoosh! A blazing golden light flashed, and the little Peng King transformed into his human form, disappearing into the void. Not good. Yi Fan was alarmed. He used the Great Void technique to leave through space, but he was still one step too late. The rock's divine wings slashed down. The little Peng King's right hand turned into a 30-meter-long golden blade. It flashed with cold light as it slashed forward. Clang! Yi Fan passively met the attack. His golden fist slammed into the sky, creating a piercing sound that shook dozens of miles. Bang! Although he dodged this attack, he was still hit in the back by another rock claw, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. This was the rock's extreme speed. The little Pung King was unbelievably fast. He turned into thousands of phantoms, and they attacked unceasingly, attacking Yifan's body. I will naturally soar above the world. The little Pung King shouted. His body turned into thousands of phantoms, and they were everywhere, all attacking Yifan. In the end, all the phantoms merged into one, forming an eternal, undying body. Golden light shone over the world. The great killing technique was like thousands of waves, attacking Yifan unceasingly. The rock slash. The rock's divine wings tore the sky, and it slashed continuously. In just a short moment, he used the rock's extreme speed to attack more than 10,000 times. Every strike caused the space around them to collapse. In the end, they actually pierced through the space and sent Yifan flying many miles away. Can this birdman really become a great emperor? Even the sacred body of the ancients can't suppress him. Tu Fei was shocked. This was the first time in Yifan's life that he was evenly matched with an enemy. This was a terrifying rock that had the potential to become a great emperor. Don't try to use your soul consciousness to kill me. It's useless even if you use your cauldron. I will let your blood dye the sky red. The little Pung King's eyes were filled with crazier murderous intent. I'm afraid he does have the potential to become a great emperor. Sayandi looked serious. Are you saying that he might be able to kill the Alcade Saint? Tu Fei was shocked. The physique of a great emperor isn't necessarily a divine physique or a sacred physique. He might really have such potential. Yin Ryu also said. The other demon cultivators were all shocked. Was the little Pung King really that powerful? Roar. The little Pung King's roar shook the mountains and rivers. Under the rock's extreme speed, no one knew how many times he had attacked. Is this all you've got? Suddenly, Yifan's cold voice was heard. He's not injured. Is the sacred body of the ancients almost immortal? Everyone was shocked. At that moment, Yifan increased his speed. He was actually able to compete with the little Pung King's extreme speed, and was not at a disadvantage. How is this possible? The rock's extreme speed is unparalleled and unparalleled. How can he catch up? The demon cultivators were shocked. Legend has it that only the crazy old man's footwork is comparable to the rock's extreme speed. He might even surpass it, Sayani said in a low voice. He has cultivated the crazy old man's footwork. Yin Ryu nodded. Yifan went berserk. His divine power was monstrous, and his spiritual essence was surging. His large hand covered the sky and scattered the clouds in the sky. Bang! The large hand that covered the sky sent the little Pung King flying. Boom! Yifan formed a seal with both hands, and it was as if he was holding up the sky. A huge black sun suddenly filled the sky, exuding a vigorous aura. It was as boundless as the ocean, as endless as the abyss, and as majestic as an ancient mountain. Its might was monstrous, and it made people want to kneel down and worship it. Great Sun Seal. Yifan raised the great sun that covered the sky and pressed it down. Wang. The little Pung King let out a long cry and went up against the sky, wanting to shatter the black sun. Boom. Black flames burned the sky and covered the sky, instantly drowning the little Pung King. The flames were monstrous, and the little Pung King rushed up in a sorry state. Even the clothes on his body were burning. Roasted birds are my favorite, the big black dog shouted from below. The little Pung King was shocked and angry. He rushed up into the sky, and the golden light around his body was dazzling. He put out the flames and shouted, I want the sacred blood of the ancients to flow out. He rushed forward and used his divine wings to strike the sky. Yifan was not afraid. He held the great sun seal in his hand, and another vigorous sun slowly rose. It was incomparably huge, and it covered the sky. The black brilliance burned everything. Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. Flames swept the sky as the two of them fought fiercely. The intense collision caused the sky to boil. Then, Yifan used the old crazy old's footwork and crazily rushed over with a demon mountain in his arms. Bang! The little Pung King was smashed and was sent flying. He had no choice but to show the true form of the Sky Pung again. The sacred body of the ancients was the sacred body of the ancients, after all. The strength of his physical body was slightly higher than the true form of the Sky Peng. Yi Fan was almost berserk. The Black Demon Mountain kept pressing down, attacking the little Peng King. Moreover, the Black Sun also filled the sky from time to time. He formed various seals, causing the world to boil. Fire Phoenix Seal, Sun and Moon Seal, Mountain River Seal, Mountain Embracing Seal. The Battle Saint technique was ever-changing and had no fixed form. One moment, Yi Fan threw more than a dozen demon mountains, and the next moment, he threw more than a dozen suns, completely drowning the little Peng King. The two of them fought to the death, each using their most extreme means. Boom! Yi Fan held a demon mountain and hit the true form of the Sky Peng, causing the little Peng King to stagger and almost fall from the sky. Yi Fan landed on the true form of the Sky Peng at an extreme speed, and the great seal of mountains and rivers blasted. The little Peng King let out a long roar and turned into a human, trying to get rid of the entanglement. However, he did not succeed this time. When he turned into a human, Yi Fan was still on his back. He swung his golden fist and smashed it down. He's riding the little Peng King. The demon cultivators were shocked. The situation began to change. The sacred body of the ancients had the upper hand, and Yi Fan gradually suppressed the little Peng King. Boom! Yi Fan's powerful divine sense rushed out and slashed at the little Peng King. Boom! The sky was filled with golden feathers. The little Peng King rushed out and left a feather coat in Yi Fan's hand. The golden feathers were crushed by the divine sense. Skin the bird and keep it up, the big black dog shouted. The little Peng King's golden hair stood on end, and his eyes were like knives. He let out a long roar and pounced over again. He shouted, "Extreme speed divine change." Oh no, this is the divine change field that the Sky Peng evolved at extreme speed. It's almost impossible to survive if you're sealed in it. Cyan E exclaimed. The blood of the sacred body of the ancients can flow out now. The little Peng King said mercilessly. He punched forward with endless killing intent. Bang! However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Fan was not sealed. He attacked later, but arrived first. His fist landed on the little Peng King's face, and a string of blood spurted out from his mouth. The little Peng King was shocked. He never thought that Yi Fan would not be restricted. He decisively retreated. However, Yi Fan launched a series of attacks. The golden hand swept across the sky and directly slashed down, covering the little Peng King's head. Bang! This was a very heavy blow. The little Peng King's body shook violently, and his head buzzed. This was only him. If it were someone else, they would have been killed. The little Peng King's hair was disheveled, and his body swayed. He almost fell from the sky. Pa! Yi Fan's golden hand slapped over and landed heavily on the little Peng King's body. It was like slapping a scarecrow, and he was sent flying. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. The little Peng King made a wrong judgment just now, and now he was being suppressed by Yi Fan. Bang! The golden hand covered the sky, and Yi Fan slashed on the little Peng King's back. A large string of blood spurted out from his mouth. Below, everyone was shocked. Yi Fan actually heavily injured the insufferably arrogant little Peng King. Chapter 259. Wang. Yi Fan's golden fist smashed over. It was as if the hardest divine metal of a deity was vibrating too quickly, releasing an ear-piercing vibrating sound. This was a wave of berserk divine force. The golden splendor dyed the sky a dazzling expanse, as if a scorching sun had shattered in the sky. Peng. This ferocious and heavy golden fist heavily smashed into the little Peng King's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood that carried traces of gold. Roar! The little Peng King released a long roar. His messy hair flew about, and every strand of hair stood on end. His robust body possessed a demonic nature as it released a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation. He wanted to reverse the situation. The divine Peng spread its wings. He didn't turn around and swept behind him. His right arm was as heavy as a mountain, and even space itself collapsed from the pressure. It was hard to imagine what kind of crazy power this was. Dang! Yi Fan's golden fist smashed out, landing on the Peng arm that was sweeping over. It was as if he was striking iron, releasing a sky-shaking sonorous sound. Their flesh was comparable to a mountain, and their toughness had reached an inconceivable level. When they brandished their arms, they could distort space. They possessed extreme power. Ooh! Astral winds surged. The instant the little Peng King turned around, Yifan's large golden hand slapped out. It was as if a large millstone was smashing down. This strike was extremely terrifying. The millstone-like large hand seemed to be cast from gold, and it was filled with a destructive feeling. It pressed down on the space until it rumbled, and its power was terrifying. Pa! There was no way to evade at all. This large hand locked down the heavens and hacked down, landing solidly on the little Peng King's body. Half of his body was struck. The little Peng King was immediately sent flying. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't endure this kind of heavy strike. Blood sprayed out from his mouth, and his golden hair scattered about. He almost fell down in the void. Yifan had the upper hand, so he naturally didn't want to let him turn the situation around. He didn't give him any chance at all, and he continuously used his great offensive techniques. Pung! The large golden hand covered the sky, cutting off the path ahead and slapping downwards. With one step in the lead, he took the initiative step by step. This kind of offensive was continuous and unending, and it was as if he had locked down the other party and suppressed him. Clang! The heavenly Peng spread its wings, wanting to break the golden hand. The attack was ferocious. Even the void became dim. This type of terrifying hack completely sucked away the surrounding heaven and earth essence energy. The golden-winged little Peng King was full of unruliness. His eyes revealed killing intent as he retaliated almost crazily. His body ignited with raging divine flames to break free from this disadvantage. Dang dang dang. However, Yifan's sacred body of the ancients was even more ferocious. He fought force with force and overpowered force with force. His golden fist seemed to be able to pierce through the sky with unparalleled power. The intense collision was like the descent of the ancient heaven, suppressing the blue dome of heaven. It was also like the Milky Way, crashing into the vast earth. Yifan's golden fist seemed to have fused with heaven and earth. Every time he punched out, the sky would tremble and the spectators in the distance would be horrified. It was hard to estimate how powerful it was. Pung! Dang! Such an intense battle was almost unseen among the younger generation. One was a sacred body of the ancients, while the other was a descendant of the divine Pung that could kill a true dragon. Both of their physical bodies represented extreme strength. It was like a needle against an awl. Their battle was soul-stirring, causing the entire sky to tremble. Yifan's divine power was inexhaustible and tireless. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Even the insufferably arrogant golden-winged little Peng King was shocked. The pair of golden fists were like mountains crashing against each other, forcing him to retreat. At this moment, the celestial Peng King's wings could not hurt him at all. The golden fist smashed through the space. Every heavy blow made his arm go numb, and the terrifying force made him want to spit blood. Yifan did not want to give him a chance to turn the tables. He never underestimated his opponents, let alone the celestial Peng that could sweep through the younger generation. His attacks were endless. Peng! He attacked like a storm, hitting the little Peng King until he could not withstand it. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the glow on his arms became much dimmer. Pa! Yifan's golden fists finally penetrated through. They rushed past the Peng King's wings and smashed into his chest. This kind of heavy blow was too much for the little Peng King to endure, and he felt intense pain. He flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. His messy hair was stained with blood, and his majestic body was trembling slightly. Yifan chased after him. The two of them seemed to be connected by an invisible rope, and they could not break away from each other. Whoosh! Yifan used the Great Void technique and suddenly appeared. A huge black hand covered the sky and slammed down. The little Peng King could not dodge at all. Pung! This was a terrifying heavy blow. It directly slammed into the little Peng King's head, causing him to spin around and lose his balance. The tyrannical little Peng King was actually beaten into such a sorry state. Blood dyed his clothes red, and everyone in the distant sky gasped. One had to know that the little Peng King's divine might had spread far and wide. There was almost no one in the younger generation of the demon race who did not know of him. He wanted to walk the great emperor's path. This was a great opportunity. Yi Fan caught up in just 8 steps. Taking advantage of the little Peng King's dazed state, he carried a demonic mountain and pressed down. Embracing mountain seal. Boom. The majestic and unstoppable mountain pressed down on the little Peng King's body, as if it had the power to turn the world upside down. In the distant sky, everyone felt the destructive aura and couldn't help but be alarmed. However, the little Peng King's body was not broken. The black mountain smashed him flying away, and his body cracked open with bloody lines, but he still did not fall down. Buzz. Yi Fan chased after him. His left hand formed the sun seal, and his right hand formed the moon seal. A heavenly sun and a bright moon floated in the sky, each emitting a resplendent radiance and emitting heart-palpitating fluctuations. They were both the size of small mountains, and they were pushed forward by him. Bang! The sun seal covered the sky, emitting boundless radiance. Yi Fan's left hand heavily slammed down, causing the little Peng King to tumble backwards. A large patch of his messy golden hair was dyed red by the fresh blood he spat out. Pa! The moon seal was in the sky, gentle and dazzling. Yi Fan's right hand slammed down, striking the little Peng King's body. Light surged violently like raging waves beating against the shore. This heavenly Peng King's body was covered in bloody scars, and his joints creaked with gabbing sounds. Its strength was astonishing. I don't believe I can't beat him. Yi Fan shouted loudly. His body shone like a divine body that had been refined 100 times. Enough! Suddenly the little Peng King roared. He was a bit dazed after being struck in the head, but the intense pain woke him up completely. He let out a beast-like roar. As the descendant of the heavenly Peng King, he possessed an astonishing vitality. His eyes were close to madness as tens of thousands of golden feathers rushed out and pierced through the sky like golden spears. It was a killing method that sent chills down one's spine. The countless golden feathers all turned into blazing spears, each of which carried golden flames. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The sound of the air being pierced was incessant, and all of them stabbed at Yi Fan. It was a killing method that made one feel fear and despair. Dang, dang, dang. Yi Fan slapped with his golden hand, blocking the golden spears. If it were anyone else, they would have been pierced through and died from blood loss. However, Yi Fan had the sacred body of the ancients, which was even stronger than the heavenly Peng King's body. He forcefully carved out a path among the waves of spears. Moreover, he was not retreating. He was advancing toward the little Peng King, intending to crush him to death. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Fan struck out all kinds of seals and great killing methods, shattering the spears one after another and pressing toward the little Peng King. Boom. The little Peng King waved his arms, and millions of golden feathers gathered together, forming a golden canopy that pressed down on Yi Fan. It was a giant canopy formed by sharp spears. It was an ultimate killing method, and it instantly pressed down, drowning Yi Fan. In the distant sky, the crowd gasped. This birdman is too scary. At the critical moment, all his golden feathers are lethal weapons that can't be guarded against. Only the sacred body of the ancients can block it. If it were someone else, they would have become a porcupine. Tu Fei was frightened. I'm afraid this is just the prelude, Cyan Yi said in a low voice. Boom. Yi Fan displayed all kinds of attacking methods, and all the seals were executed at the same time. He instantly pierced through the golden canopy and shattered it. All of the divine spears shattered, turning into broken feathers that fluttered about as they drifted down. Pieces of broken gold filled the sky. Countless rock feathers danced in the air and fell to the ground. The golden-winged little Peng King's figure became indistinct and disappeared from everyone's sight. Yi Fan stood in the sky and glanced around to guard against the opponent's thunderous attack. The others were also searching, sizing up the surroundings. That birdman spat out so much blood. He must be hurt badly. Did he run away in defeat? Tu Fei mumbled to himself. The others were bewildered as well. All of them had witnessed Yi Fan's attack just now, and if they were to go up and face it with their bodies, they would have been turned into ashes a long time ago. Little Peng King, did you run away because you couldn't defeat him? Yi Fan asked. A heavy snort came from the sky. A golden shadow appeared. The little Peng King sat cross-legged in the sky. Golden light shone from his body, and cracking sounds echoed. His bones were shaking. Boom. The monstrous aura shot up to the sky and surged around him like an ocean. He stood up, his eyes filled with wild light. He said coldly, "I ran away in defeat? What a joke. It's just the beginning." Everyone was shocked. The little Pung King's aura grew stronger, as if he wasn't hurt at all. Monstrous aura rolled behind him. That Birdman was suppressed by the sacred body of the ancients, but he wasn't hurt at all. He recovered in such a short time. It's so scary. Tu Fei was shocked. Indeed, the little Pung King has the potential to become an emperor. He can compete with the sacred body of the ancients at the same level. A monster expert was shocked. Qingyi looked surprised and said, "Can he really walk the path of an emperor?" Yan Ruyu also whispered, "Perhaps he has some hope." The little Pung King descended and stood opposite of Yi Fan. At this moment, his monstrous aura shot up to the sky, and his murderous aura spread everywhere. 108,000 swords. His voice could pierce through metal and crack rocks, shaking the sky and hurting many people's eardrums. At this moment, the murderous aura between heaven and earth was shocking. Beams of sword light shot up to the sky like an endless volcano erupting. The sky was filled with a forest of divine swords. Each of them was dozens of feet long, and their edges were cold. They stood upright in the sky, shining with dazzling light and murderous aura. 108,000 swords. Each of them was refined from the feathers of a divine rock, and they were all breathing out dazzling sword chi. They were sharp, dazzling, and intimidating. As far as the eye could see, there were divine swords everywhere. They were burning fiercely, and the murderous aura was frightening. I don't know if the great emperor of the ancients had killed the sacred body of the ancients when he was young. Perhaps I will create a magnificent feat, and pave my path to the emperor with the sacred blood. The little Pung King had a muscular body. His golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his eyes were filled with a wild and murderous aura. Yi Fan was in the forest of swords. Facing the endless sword light and feeling the bone-chilling murderous aura, he was not afraid and took out the divine fire cauldron. "I could suppress you in physical combat, and I can still step on you now." Yi Fan looked calm, but he was full of confidence. He held the inch-tall crystal cauldron in his palm. Chapter 260. There were sharp golden divine swords everywhere in the sky. Each of them was spitting out sword light that shot into the sky. This was a frightening sea of swords that stretched as far as the eye could see. Its murderous intent was shocking. 108,000 swords. In the distant sky, many people were shocked. Anyone who was trapped in this sword forest would be terrified. This Birdman is too terrifying. How did he forge so many swords? Tu Fei felt that something was wrong. Qingyi's expression changed as well. Looks like the little Rock King can't maintain his transcendent state. In a physical battle, he is at a disadvantage, so he has to use the prung feather swords that he cultivates with his life. These aren't golden feathers that can be shot out casually. They are refined from the feathers of a divine rock. It's one of the strongest killing techniques of the Tianpeng race. The prung feather swords have the mark of the race's inheritance. He is the descendant of the old Pung King. It's hard to estimate how powerful he is. Many demonic race cultivators were discussing in low voices. They felt that Yi Fan was in a dangerous situation. What's the big deal? Roast a bird and burn it all. Let's see how arrogant he is then. The large black dog muttered. This crazy Birdman is too terrifying. I feel that he is even more uneasy than the wavering light Saint Sun. Tu Fei said to himself. Luckily, his cultivation level is suppressed to the second sky of the Dao Palace. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yan Ruyu's expression was calm as she said. Once the prung feather swords are completed, 108,000 divine rock feathers will shoot out at the same time. They can shake the world. He can use his prung feather swords at such a young age. It's really surprising. In the sky, the little Rock King stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were very sharp, like heavenly swords being unsheathed. The light that shot out was frightening. 1,000 feather swords slash! He shouted, and the 1,000 golden swords in the sky slashed towards the same target. The 1,000 swords attacked, slashing through the sky and drowning Yi Fan underneath. This was an attack that made people shudder. The 1,000 swords shot out at the same time, slashing through the sky. Swish, swish, swish. The dazzling light was as thick as a water bucket and extremely sharp. They rushed over like flood dragons, unstoppable as if they could pierce through the sky. Dang, dang, dang. Yi Fan's every move was the battle saint art, shattering the sword rays one after another. The leaf fire divine cauldron hovered above his head as he lunged at the little Pung King. This was an extremely hair-raising scene. 1,000 feathers and 1,000 swords hacked through heaven and earth, their power astonishing. In the distant sky, the spectators felt a chill run down their spines. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the terrifying killing intent. The sword beams were as thick as buckets, and the killing intent was boundless, causing them to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was already like this outside the battlefield, let alone inside the forest of swords. It was hard to imagine how much killing intent Yi Fan had to endure. 108,000 swords flew through the air, and every single golden sword exuded a terrifying killing intent. When they gathered together, they formed a terrifying destructive aura. Dang dang. Yi Fan was like a god of war. His entire body was bathed in divine light, causing the sky to tremble. He fought his way through, and although there were thousands of swords slashing at him, they could not stop him at all. The sword auras all over the sky were shattered by him. This was the supreme power of the sacred body of the ancients, which was even stronger than divine weapons. Anything it hit would be destroyed. The little Pung King stood still in the forest of swords. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent as he shouted, 3,000 swords, chaos the void. Clang, clang, clang. The divine swords chimed together, and 3,000 golden swords shot out at the same time. The sword beams intertwined, forming a terrifying inescapable net that was dense and eerie. Even with his sacred body of the ancients, Yi Fan felt as if his body was being torn apart by such a powerful attack. The 3,000 swords struck at the same time, splitting the sky. The sword aura soared into the sky and sent him flying. Chi chi chi. The sword beams pierced through the sky like rainbows, one after another. They were endless, and the sky was dazzling. Boom. Yi Fan struggled to shatter the thousands of sword auras, then began to activate the divine cauldron of Li fire. The cauldron quickly enlarged above his head, and the colorful lid flew into the sky with a loud clang. A large amount of black flames rushed out of the cauldron's mouth. Clang, clang, clang. The thousands of swords slashed at him, and were instantly covered by the black flames. The scorching temperature was terrifying, and it melted all 1,300 golden swords on the spot. Golden light flickered in the sky, and the golden color slowly dimmed in the black flames. Over 1,000 feathery Pung swords were destroyed and burned to ashes. The little Pung King's golden hair stood on end and danced wildly. His eyes were cold. The destruction of over 1,000 swords made him feel very pained, and he could not help but let out a long roar. What kind of fire is that? How could it be so terrifying? The feathery Pung swords are sharp and unstoppable, yet he burned over 1,000 swords with a single fire. How surprising! Could it be the same kind of fire that burned the supreme elder of the Ji family to death? No, it's not the colorful kind. There wasn't a single spectator whose expression didn't change. The temperature of this kind of fire was so high that it made people's hearts palpitate, even though they were so far away. If they were engulfed by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. The leaf flame divine cauldron was sparkling and translucent. It blossomed with prismatic light as it suspended above Yi Fan's head. Raging flames surged and burned fiercely. The black flames even warped the void. His body flickered as he was surrounded by this kind of flame. His battle intent was high as he took steps in the void and pressed forward. The little Peng's expression was cold as he shouted, "Pung feather regeneration." His entire body was like gold as divine radiance rushed out one after another. The golden swords were completely replenished, and became 108,000 swords again. The powerful killing intent condensed together, and formed a forest of swords that made people despair. Every single one of the swords clanged and shook the sky. He actually comprehended the Sky Pung race's great killing technique to such a level, reaching the Pung feather regeneration, and the undying sword intent. 108,000 swords. As long as the sword intent is not extinguished, the divine swords will not be extinguished unless all of the swords are destroyed in one go. In the distance, There wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. This kind of undying divine sword would give any opponent a headache. They would grow and multiply endlessly, and in the end, they would definitely be destroyed. 10,000 swords move at the same time. The little Pung King shouted. Tens of thousands of swords vibrated. The sword energy was dazzling, piercing through the void and creating a formidable sword net in this area. Yi Fan urged the Li Fire Divine Furnace, making it more than 100 meters tall and hovering in the sky like a towering mountain. At this moment, he didn't need to hold back anymore. The endless black flame shot out everywhere. It was the black flame he had taken from the fallen sun ridge in the absolute beginning Forbidden Land. Although it was just the surface, it still had a terrifying temperature. Boom. The great fire reached the sky. The black divine flame swept everywhere. Tens of thousands of swords were swallowed and burned down slowly. Clang, clang, clang. The little Pung King bloomed with light. Tens of thousands of swords flew out, replenishing the forest of swords. This abnormal monster. Tu Fei was frightened. If it continues like this, the black flame will be exhausted sooner or later. However, his Pung feather swords aren't extinguished. Yi Fan can't imagine the consequences, said Qing Yi. That's not necessarily the case. He's paying a price to regenerate his Pung feathers. If this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid he won't be able to endure it, said Yen Ryu. 108,000 swords moved at the same time, cutting through the sky and drowning Yi Fan. He used the Li Fire Divine Furnace to open the way and attacked the little Pung King. Boom. The black flame was monstrous and raged in all directions, rushing toward the swords. 108,000 swords vibrated at the same time. Endless murderous intent rushed out and gathered into a giant divine sword that towered over the clouds. This was the murderous intent of 108,000 swords. Slash. The 1,000-meter-long sword slashed down. The terrifying murderous intent sent chills down Yi Fan's spine. 108,000 swords merged into one, and the murderous intent was boundless. Bang! Yi Fan was sent flying in an instant. Such a killing technique was a terrifying blow to his sacred body of the ancients. What a monster! Is this really a duel between cultivators at the second heaven of the Doctrine Palace? The killing technique of the rock race is frightening. If it weren't for the sacred body of the ancients, I'm afraid that person would have been killed in both body and soul. In the distant sky, the crowd found it difficult to remain calm. Boom! Yi Fan activated the Li Fire Divine Furnace. Flames burned in all directions, sweeping toward the 108,000 swords. Clang, clang, clang. The golden sword shot out like rainbows and appeared behind the little Pung King, avoiding the flames that filled the sky. Although he had reached the level of rock feather regeneration, he could not withstand such terrifying flames. He did not want to be hurt. The two of them confronted each other. The little Pung King did not expect his talent to be restrained by his opponent. The black flames in his opponent's furnace were a great threat to his Pung feather swords. The sacred body of the ancients can indeed look down on those of the same level. It can even suppress the little Pung King. Tu Fei said happily. Cyane shook his head and said, "It's still too early to say. The little Pung King has the potential to become a great emperor. No matter how you look at it, he is not much weaker than the sacred body of the ancients. It's just that the weapons are restraining each other. There is still a gap." His physical body was tempered in the 4-level secret realm, Tu Fei said. Is the sacred body of the ancients really that terrifying? Even the one who gave our demon race hope of becoming a great emperor is at a disadvantage when they are at the same level. Several demon cultivators whispered. Boom. All of a sudden, an extremely horrifying murderous aura appeared in the sky. It made one's body and soul tremble involuntarily. It was as if a primordial beast had broken free from its seal and came to this world. Endless murderous aura swept the sky. That is, everyone was shocked. A pitch-black weapon appeared in the little Pung King's hand. It was eerie and terrifying. The horrifying aura was coming from it. The great desolate halberd. Many people's expressions changed. Some of the lesser demons turned pale and almost knelt on the ground. The weapon made of black metal seemed to have a life of its own. The murderous aura soared into the sky, making one's hair stand on end. It also had a daunting power. It really is the Great Desolate Halberd. It is the demonic weapon that the old Pung King used to kill for his entire life. That's right. It is indeed the Great Desolate Halberd. It has killed countless people. Blood flows like a river, and corpses pile up like a mountain. I wonder how many lives have been taken by it. The pitch-black weapon's murderous aura soared into the sky. It flashed with a cold metallic luster. It was like a ferocious wild beast, emitting an extremely horrifying aura. This is not fair. Little Pung King, you have the weapon of a demon giant. How are you going to fight? Tu-Fei shouted. Don't worry. It has been sealed, but it still has the power of the Great Desolate. The little Pung King answered indifferently. The Great Desolate Halberd was a demonic weapon that a demon master had spent his entire life refining. Although it could not be compared to an extreme weapon, it was still very horrifying. It has indeed been sealed. The old Pung King will not let him rely on a demonic weapon so early. Yenryu nodded. No one knew how horrifying the Great Desolate Halberd was. Rumor had it that it was as heavy as a mountain. Even cultivators in the 4 levels would find it difficult to hold it. Perhaps only the golden-winged little Pung King and Yi Fan, who had a sacred body of the ancients, could use it at a lower level. The golden-winged little Pung King stood there with the Great Desolate Halberd in his hand. His entire body shone like gold. As for the Great Desolate Halberd, it was as black as ink. It formed a sharp contrast. The killing intents of the two fused together, rippling like a vast ocean. Behind him, 108,000 great swords stood erect towards the sky. The sword energy shot into the sky, making him look incomparably terrifying. His robust body had a wild killing intent. Boom. Yi Fan summoned his own cauldron. The 2-inch-tall cauldron quickly enlarged to a meter high, replacing the position of the divine fire furnace and suspending above his head. This cauldron was simple and natural. There was no killing intent. It gave off a natural feeling, as if it was describing the Tao and truth of the world. Wisps of mysterious yellow light fell from the cauldron, tightly protecting him. It made him look as if he had fused with the great Tao. Chapter 261. The golden-winged little Rock King had a vigorous figure. His hair was disheveled, and he was filled with a wild wildness. The pitch-black Great Desolate Halberd in his hands emitted a horrifying infernal energy that blotted out the skies. He stepped forwards in the void, pressing forwards. Bang! The Great Desolate Halberd shook, nearly causing the void to collapse. It was as heavy as a mountain, making one's hair stand on end. It was like an ancient desolate vicious beast that had a life of its own, making one feel dread. Boom! The golden-winged little Pung attacked. His golden hair danced in the wind and his eyebrows shot up. His eyes shined with a cold light as he grasped the Great Desolate Halberd and rushed forwards. It was like he was lifting up a black mountain and chopping down. Yi Fan was as still as a boulder, unmoving like a pine tree. The cauldron above his head was simple and natural, the source energy of all things falling down like silk ribbons, like a curtain of rain, merging his body with the Tao. Boom! The Great Desolate Halberd was far too heavy. As it chopped down, the black halberd twisted the void and a terrifying wave of energy surged forwards. At this time, Yi Fan finally moved. With the myriad energy furnace floating above his head, his body was like a flood dragon. He leaned to the side and half-turned, avoiding the black halberd blade. He stretched out his right arm and waved his golden fist, smashing it into the Great Desolate Halberd. Clang! He used his bare hands to forcefully resist the Great Desolate Halberd. His golden fist smashed into the black weapon. The sound of metal breaking stone rang out, causing one's scalp to tingle and their ears to ring. Boom! The Great Desolate Halberd emitted a brutal infernal energy, as if it were a sealed desolate beast. It was indestructible and possessed a demonic nature that made one's heart race. Woo! The golden-winged rock took advantage of this opportunity to slash out. The Great Desolate Halberd was as deep as the sea, shining with a dark light as it cut towards Yi Fan, emitting a strange demonic sound like the wailing of ghosts. Yi Fan moved to the side, avoiding the sharp blade. He formed seals with his hands and struck the Great Desolate Halberd. Clang! The millstone-sized golden palm struck the Great Desolate Halberd. With a loud explosion, the entire void darkened. Even space distorted. But the great desolate halberd wasn't damaged at all. The weapon refined by the monster race's overlords was indestructible. Although it was sealed, it was still a rare weapon. It was impossible to break it. The golden-winged little Pung cried out. His golden hair fell down like a waterfall, shining with a strange and enchanting brilliance. He grasped the great desolate halberd and thrust forwards, the pitch-black halberd edge piercing through the world. Woo! The ear-piercing demonic sound sent chills down everyone's spines. Killing intent filled the air, and the hearts of the people in the distant sky trembled. Ping! Ding! Bang! Dang! Yi Fan struck out with his giant golden hand, constantly colliding with the great desolate halberd. Terrifying sounds rang out, as if the two of them were engaged in a life-or-death struggle. The great battle was extremely intense. Yi Fan didn't use his own cauldron at first and fought barehanded. Mysterious light overflowed in all directions and killing intent surged into the heavens. The great desolate halberd was simply too terrifying. Even though Yi Fan had the sacred body of the ancients, he still felt a sharp pain in his fists. At this point he was still unable to break through the weapon of a monster magnate. They hit the clouds from the sky and dispersed them. Then they landed on the mountain. Bang! The great desolate halberd was as heavy as a mountain. As it slammed into the mountain peak, a corner of the mountain peak collapsed. With a rumbling sound, rocks tumbled down. Dang! Chong! Zheng! The two of them fought until they reached the middle of a group of lakes. Suddenly, huge waves surged into the sky, and the lake water flowed into the sky, turning into a watery swamp. Bang! Yi Fan punched out, scattering the water vapor in the sky. The great desolate halberd trembled again and again. From the sky to the clouds, to the ground, and finally to the sky. The demonic might of the great desolate halberd became increasingly magnificent, as if it could collapse the vault of heaven. Zheng zheng zheng! Suddenly, 10,000 swords cried out in unison. Sword energy pierced through the skies. 108,000 swords cried out in unison. Behind the golden-winged little Pung King, 108,000 prung feather swords shot out. They shined like divine rainbows, emitting a chilling aura that made everyone in the distant sky feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Countless sword energies shot out, sweeping forward to slash at Yi Fan. It was very sudden. The endless killing intent was like a tsunami crashing into the shore. It was difficult to avoid. This was the Sky Rock Race's great killing technique. If it were a normal cultivator, they would have been cut to pieces. The endless sword light tore through everything. It was impossible to block. However, Yi Fan had always been on guard. He didn't use the cauldron because he was afraid of being killed. The cauldron hanging above his head trembled. The source energy of all things fell down, forming a dark yellow curtain in front of Yi Fan. Clang clang clang. Tens of thousands of sword energies stabbed out. As they struck the silk ribbon of the dark yellow energy, nearly all of them disintegrated. There were some that managed to pass through the cracks, but they were dissolved by Yi Fan's treasure body. Bang! The golden-winged little Peng's eyebrows shot up. He lifted the great desolate halberd high and forcefully chopped down. At this moment, it was like the heavens were falling apart, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. Dang! This was the first time that the great desolate halberd had collided with Yi Fan's cauldron. A deafening sound rang out, causing the void to tremble. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Puff! In the distance, many little monsters vomited blood. Their faces paled and many of them fell to the ground. This heaven-shaking strike had even affected them. Roar! The golden-winged little Pung gave a long cry. His hair flew in the air and his aura rose. He grasped the black great desolate halberd in his hands, and tore apart the void as he strode forwards. Dang dang! He grasped the great desolate halberd with both hands and constantly chopped down at the cauldron. His monstrous energy soared to the heavens, shocking the mind and shaking the earth. The golden-winged little Pung was unstoppable. He brandished the great desolate halberd, and sent Yi Fan flying several miles away, causing the cauldron formed from all myriad source energy to constantly shake. After he gained momentum, he struck out again, wanting to break through Yi Fan's defense in a single stroke and kill his way in. Now, although the all-myriad source energy had been tempered into a cauldron, it still hadn't formed the mark of the Great Tao. It was still far from being an extreme weapon. It was just that it was tough enough. The golden-winged little Pung grasped the great desolate halberd and constantly chopped down. His momentum was monstrous. At the same time, the 108,000 swords behind him shook the heavens and earth, shooting out endless sword lights. In the distant skies, everyone was aghast. Such an offensive was unstoppable. If it were any other Dao Palace Mystic Realm cultivator, it would be impossible for them to block it. They would immediately turn to ash. The great desolate halberd's ominous might shocked the world. A brutal infernal energy flooded every inch of space. In addition to the 108,000 swords moving together, this was a horrifying killing technique. Dang dang. Yi Fan was sent flying 6 to 7 miles away by the great desolate halberd. The prung feather sword lights submerged the mysterious yellow energy, forcing him to retreat again and again. The golden-winged little Pung took the initiative, and his offensive became even fiercer. He wished he could use the great desolate halberd to chop Yi Fan to death. These two ruthless people can both be kings of the same level. Such a fierce battle has surpassed their realms. The golden-winged little Pung is truly amazing. He is worthy of being called a great emperor. In a sense, this could be considered a qualifying battle for the great emperor's road. The golden-winged little Pung is truly terrifying. If he can really kill a sacred body of the ancients at the same realm, he will definitely become a Fey emperor in the future. The great desolate halberd was the tip, and the 108,000 swords were the support. It shook the heavens and earth. If it were anyone else, they would have already been killed. In the sky, Yi Fan retreated again and again. He was indeed at a disadvantage, but he was still calm. The source root of all energy is mine. I will dye the skies red with the blood of a sacred body of the ancients. The golden-winged little Pang's eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. The great desolate halberd crushed the void. It was swung down, chopping down at Yi Fan. The 108,000 swords resonated. The main reason Yi Fan couldn't free his hands was because of the prung feather swords. With the 108,000 swords vibrating together, there would always be tens of thousands of sword lights piercing through. This was an inconceivable divine ability. The Tian Pung race was blessed by the heavens. As long as such a killing technique was used, even an army of thousands would have to die. It was an indiscriminate attack, much less killing a single person. He didn't summon the fleeting fire divine furnace. The black flames were limited and he didn't want to waste them. This was because his opponent had reached the prung feather rebirth, and the great swords were indestructible. Bleed the sacred blood dry. The golden-winged little Pung shouted. The great desolate halberd came smashing down, causing the void to tremble. The power behind it was even more horrifying. Do you really think you can kill me? Yi Fan was truly enraged. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes flashed with cold electricity. He punched out at the great desolate halberd. Of course I can kill you. Sacred blood is the taste that I long for. The golden-winged little Pung revealed his wild nature. His killing intent was thick. The great desolate halberd cut down, causing the heavens to tremble. Will you kill me, or will I slaughter the heavenly Pung? We will soon find out. Yi Fan shouted out. He picked up the furnace, no longer using it to protect himself. Bang! Yi Fan brought out the furnace. Mysterious yellow light filled the air. The furnace formed from all the source energy suddenly grew to 9 meters high. It was simple and imposing, suppressing the golden-winged little Pung. Without this furnace to protect you, I want to see just how you will block my 108,000 swords. The golden-winged little Pung shouted out. He grasped the all-conquering great desolate halberd and smashed it down at the furnace. Dang! The furnace formed from all the source energy collided with the monster race's great desolate halberd, causing an earth-shaking collision. Bang! A terrifying shockwave swept through the world like a tsunami, rushing out in all directions. In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. Many small monsters vomited blood and staggered back. Clang, clang, clang. The 108,000 swords hummed in unison. Tens of thousands of sword auras rushed out, piercing towards Yi Fan. The world trembled. Yi Fan wanted to hold back, but the golden-winged little Pung was so powerful that he could compete with the sacred body of the ancients. He had no choice but to show his trump card. He had to show what he had and suppress the opponent. He quickly made up his mind. There was still one secret among the 9 secrets that he had yet to reveal, but he decided to keep it. It was a great secret that he could not reveal at the moment. Everyone knew that he had the sacred body of the ancients, so they must have some understanding of the records and legends of this physique. It would be difficult to hold back in this aspect. Yi Fan let out a soft shout. His body trembled and his body flickered. The shadow of a green lotus appeared beside him. The 108,000 swords were blocked by the 3-leaf green lotus, and all the sword auras were shattered. This is... The golden-winged little Peng's expression froze, but he immediately let out a long roar. Tens of thousands of sword auras crisscrossed and pierced forward. The sky was filled with divine light. The green lotus swayed and propped up a curtain of light. The sword auras attacked and hit the surface. It seemed like it could shatter at any time, but it could not penetrate. As expected, how can the sacred body of the ancients only have a tyrannical body? It is said that it can restrain strange phenomena. This is most likely one of the talents of the sacred body of the ancients. At that moment, Yi Fan moved. He did not want to be beaten passively. This green lotus was very mysterious, and he had yet to figure it out. In the companion sea of reincarnation, clang, 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 tens of thousands of swords slashed, and the green lotus swayed. The curtain of light was hazy, and it seemed like it could shatter at any time. However, it did not extinguish. Yi Fan rushed forward and attacked. The cauldron forged from the source energy of all things fell, and began to suppress the great desolate halberd. Clang! The 2 weapons collided, and the sound was deafening, spreading for dozens of miles. Mysterious yellow gas fell from the 9-meter-tall cauldron. It was as heavy as a mountain, constantly pressing down. The golden-winged little Peng held the great desolate halberd and chopped down at the cauldron. The ferocious might of the 2 weapons violently collided. The cauldron was like a divine mountain, and the great desolate halberd was like a demonic mountain. Brilliant sparks flew out, as if a comet had struck the earth. Endless turbulence surged out in all directions. Clang, 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 a needle against an on. A divine mountain against a demonic mountain. Yi Fan blocked the 108,000 great swords and concentrated on fighting the golden-winged little Peng that wielded the great desolate halberd. The 2 of them had similar mortal body strengths, and each had heaven-shaking methods. After fighting for so long, victory and defeat would soon be decided. After several hundred exchanges and over 1,000 collisions, the golden-winged little Peng's complexion became ugly. He felt his arms go numb, and he couldn't hold on to the great desolate halberd any longer. The 9-meter-tall cauldron weighed more than 100,000 genes, and possessed the might of thunder. Every time it pressed down, his body would violently shake. The great desolate halberd could withstand it, but the golden-winged little Peng couldn't. His opponent's supernatural power grew endlessly, as if it would never dry up. This left him startled. Peng. At this moment, Yi Fan reached out his hand and grabbed the cauldron. He no longer used his divine sense to stimulate it, but directly smashed it down. Peng. Yi Fan grabbed the cauldron and smashed it down, sending the golden-winged little Peng flying away on the spot. After fighting for so long, both of them were exhausted. However, Yi Fan was stronger by a head. His supernatural power continued to flow. Peng. He grabbed the cauldron and pressed it down again, striking the great desolate halberd. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The golden-winged little Peng was sent flying away. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Even with his strong physique, he couldn't withstand this kind of crazy power. Peng. Yi Fan followed up. He grabbed the cauldron and struck again with the force of Mount Tai. The golden-winged little Peng spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flipped over and blood stained the sky. He could barely hold on to the great desolate halberd. The golden-winged little Peng, who had hopes of walking on the road of the great emperor, was actually defeated. The insufferably arrogant golden-winged little Peng will be suppressed. The sacred body of the ancients lives up to its legend. It is an invincible legend. Unfortunately, it can only advance to the Dao Palace mystic realm. In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. They all had different feelings as they discussed in low voices. Beat that bird man to the ground. Isn't he arrogant? Break his bones. Tu Fei yelled. He felt like he had vented his anger. Set a fire. Roast a bird. That's my favorite. The big black dog yelled as well. Beside them, many demons revealed killing intent. This was their territory. No matter what the golden-winged little Pung did, he was still one of them. Moreover, he was a king with limitless potential who could suppress his peers. It was understandable that he couldn't defeat the sacred body of the ancients. No matter how strong Yi Fan was, he could only advance to the Dao Palace mystic realm. It would be impossible for him to compete with the golden-winged little Pung in the future. As for this little king of the demons, no one would be able to stop him in the future. He would walk on the road of the great emperor. Pung. In the sky, the battle had reached its final stage. The two of them had fought fiercely for such a long time that they couldn't take it anymore. However, Yi Fan's divine power suddenly boiled. His body shone brightly. He held the cauldron and carried out the final suppression. Pung pung. After 9 consecutive strikes, he held the cauldron in his hand and smashed it down 9 times. With a final loud shout, the great desolate halberd was sent flying. The golden-winged little Peng's arms went numb. They drooped powerlessly and fell to the ground. Golden Pung blood dyed his body red. The Peng's body trembled from the impact. Golden-winged little Pung, are you convinced? Yi Fan rushed over and pressed down with the cauldron. His hair was a mess, and divine light bloomed in his eyes. His aura was unstoppable. Pung. The golden-winged little Pung was sent flying. He let out a shrill cry and turned into a golden Pung dozens of meters long, revealing his true form. Whoosh. Yi Fan used the footwork of Crazy Ol and rushed up in an instant. He stood on the true form of the Pung that seemed to be cast from gold. He held the cauldron in his left hand and punched with his right fist. Chapter 262. The great desolate halberd was pitch black, cold, and as heavy as a mountain. Even a cultivator of the 4 extreme mystic realms would find it difficult to hold it in their hands. At this moment he fell from the sky and sank into a cliff, causing dust to rise up into the sky. Gotcha. Everyone was dumbfounded. The pitch-black great desolate halberd had smashed into the stone cliff, causing smoke and dust to soar into the sky. Boulders tumbled down with loud rumbling sounds. The legends are true. Even cultivators from the 4 extreme mystery realms might not be able to hold it in their hands. I didn't expect it to be so heavy. Just how heavy is the great desolate halberd to be able to knock down a cliff several dozen meters high? Everyone was shocked. It wasn't that a cultivator had chopped down the cliff, but that the great desolate halberd had freely fallen down and crushed down the cliff. It was not a massive object, but a weapon held in one's hand. Everyone could not help but sigh in admiration at the Tian Pung race's strength. They were able to hold such a heavy object in their hands. The golden-winged little Pung King's true body was dozens of meters long. It was golden and dazzling. As it flapped its wings, a strong wind blew. At this moment, Yi Fan arrived on its back and attacked fiercely. The huge golden bird's body shook violently. Boom. The 9-meter-tall cauldron pressed down. Golden feathers fluttered in the air. Even the powerful little Pung King's true body could not withstand it. Its entire body flickered with golden light, shooting out tens of thousands of sword chi, wanting to cut down Yi Fan. But now it was already exhausted, and Yi Fan was protected by the cauldron and the green lotus at the same time, so it couldn't cut him down at all. I don't believe that I can't destroy your body. Yi Fan did not activate his spiritual sense. He only used the cauldron to attack, causing the heavenly rock true body to let out a long cry. Its feathers were like streaks of golden light, dancing chaotically in the air. Bang! Yi Fan held the cauldron and continuously struck the heavenly rock true body's back, attacking the same spot. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Golden-winged little Pung King spurted out a large mouthful of blood. 2 of the bones on his back were broken. I'm going to kill you. The killing intent in his eyes was boundless. Golden light shone brilliantly. He transformed into a human form and struggled with all his might to break free from the entanglement. Boom. Yi Fan sat on his back and stuck to him. He raised his hand and smashed the cauldron on his head. Even someone as powerful as the little Pung King was struck dumb. He felt as if the world was spinning, and his ears were ringing. Boom. Yi Fan did not want the little Pung King to wake up. Another cauldron smashed down, causing the little Pung King to feel dizzy. Like a drunkard, the little Pung King tumbled in the air. However, he was a young expert in the end. Ever since he started cultivating, he had been unrivaled among those of the same cultivation level, and had never tasted defeat. His combat strength was shocking. Ah! He let out a loud cry. His golden hair danced as he tried to break free from Yi Fan. Sword chi surged into the sky as he resisted fiercely. Bang! Bang! Yi Fan continued to punch the little Peng's head, neck and back. Golden Wing little Peng spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground. In the distant sky, everyone was tongue-tied. The insufferably arrogant little Peng King was being ridden on by someone. This kind of scene was hard to imagine, but it happened right before their eyes. Bang! Bang! Yi Fan sat on the little Peng King's body and continuously threw punches. The little Peng King's hair was disheveled, his nose was bruised, and his face was swollen. Blood splashed everywhere. Everyone was a bit dumbfounded. The dignified little Peng King was actually beaten up by someone and fell into such a state. Enough, it's time to end the battle. In the distant sky, a demonic cultivator said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, tell him to stop." Another person also spoke. They were both demonic cultivators that followed the little Peng King. Yes, let the battle end like this. Even the demonic cultivator beside Qingyi said the same. Yan Ryu nodded. At this point, there was no need to continue. Victory and defeat were almost decided. The little Peng King was the descendant of the Sky Peng race's king. If he really died here, it would be an extremely serious problem. Who said I lost? It's not over yet. The little Peng King shouted angrily. Golden light rushed into the sky from his entire body. He shook his body fiercely and sent Yi Fan flying. This is the Peng seizing dragon technique. Someone cried out in surprise. Isn't this kind of sacred killing technique only available in the 4 extreme secret realms and above? *T. Did this crazy birdman remove his seal? Does he want to kill Yi Fan shamelessly? Tu Fei was startled. Dragon seizing dragon technique, I see it again. *T. I'm so angry. The big black dog mumbled as if he had recalled something from the past. When the Peng seizing dragon technique turned into a picture, it was also called the dragon fighting picture. Boom. The golden divine flame burned around the little Peng King's body, and the dragon fighting picture appeared behind him. A golden divine bird, the rock, was entangled with a true dragon. They were clearly visible, releasing a supreme pressure that could shake people's souls. Everyone in the distant sky was frightened. Your Highness, please stop it. That crazy birdman removed his seal. He didn't keep his promise. Tu Fei shouted. Yan Ryu shook her head and said, his seal won't be removed within 2 hours. Cyane nodded and said, the little Peng King didn't remove his seal. Instead, he used a secret technique to activate the Peng seizing dragon technique. This kind of supreme secret technique is the most terrifying. It's the top secret of the rock race. It can be called a killing technique or a vision. The big black dog muttered to himself. The little Peng King was like a god, shining brightly. The dragon fighting picture appeared behind him, and a terrifying pressure rushed toward Yi Fan like a vast ocean. To think that I, the Golden Peng King, have never tasted defeat since I started my cultivation. Yet you beat me into such a sorry state. Even if you have the sacred body of the ancients, I will still kill you today. His expression was cold, and his hair was stained with blood. His eyes were terrifying. The little Peng King's body was golden, and the flames burned even brighter. Even his eyes turned golden as he threw a punch. The rock's roar shook the sky. Behind him, the golden rock was vivid and lifelike. It flew out and turned into a bolt of lightning, pouncing toward Yi Fan. Behind the rock was a true dragon. The terrifying aura and supreme pressure made people tremble uncontrollably, making them want to kneel. Damn, it really is the heavenly Peng fighting dragon picture. The big black dog gritted his teeth. Boom. Beside Yi Fan, the green lotus appeared and swayed, creating a screen of light that protected him inside. The golden rock spread its claws and swung its golden wings. The true dragon coiled its body, trying to crush Yi Fan. However, something shocking happened. The rock and the true dragon suddenly disappeared when they were a few meters away from Yi Fan. They disappeared without a trace. The little Pung King's body shook violently, and the dragon fighting picture reappeared behind him. The rock's body and the true dragon faced each other. They were vivid and lifelike, and their pressure was terrifying. What happened? What happened just now? Why did the dragon fighting picture fly out, disappear all of a sudden, and return behind the little Pung King? The sacred body of the ancients can resist visions, and the dragon fighting picture can also be called a vision. It was suppressed. How is this possible? The dragon fighting picture was invincible in the ancient times, and it was very difficult to suppress it. Everyone was shocked. This was a confrontation between the extreme constitutions of two great races. Yi Fan was very calm and said, "Your vision is ineffective against me. The dragon fighting picture is both a vision and a killing technique." The little Pung King gritted his teeth and activated his divine power. The dragon fighting picture became even more terrifying, and the rock and the true dragon seemed to have really descended into the world. Then, the rock disappeared into his right hand, and the true dragon disappeared into his left. One could vaguely see a rock and a dragon coiled around his hands. The vision has disappeared. This is the supreme rock-seizing dragon technique. The little Pung King shouted and charged forward with his bare hands. Boom! The rock and the true dragon were faintly discernible in the hands of the little Pung King. It was as if they could shatter a mountain, and they slammed toward Yi Fan. The aura of the rock and the true dragon was terrifying. Crack! Below, a mountain was hit, and the plants on it were all turned into ashes. Rocks flew into the sky, and the peak of the mountain was almost crushed. Bang! Yi Fan used the battle saint technique to resist. His golden fists hit the rock and the dragon. The energy waves between the two were so strong that they were blown away. In the sky far away, everyone was frightened. If they were hit by such a supreme secret technique, they would be turned into ashes for sure. Swoosh! Yi Fan flew back. His expression was calm. A large golden hand slapped out, striking forward. Pa! The little Pung King was slapped away, and he couldn't use the supreme rock-seizing dragon technique. What's going on? That birdman's terrifying aura made people shudder. Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Tu Fei was bewildered. Yes, I understand. The supreme rock-seizing dragon technique can only be used in the 4 extreme secret realms. It's good enough that he could use it once, Cyane said. His first attack couldn't do anything to the sacred body of the ancients, so he can't use it a second time. His divine power is exhausted. Yanryu nodded. If he used the supreme rock-seizing dragon technique in the 4 extreme secret realms, how terrifying would it be? Tu Fei was frightened. Yi Fan dashed past and hit the little Pung King's face with his golden fists, sending the latter flying backward while coughing out blood. In an instant, Yi Fan caught up with him and hit the little Pung King's body with a series of heavy punches. I want to see how many punches it takes to break your bones. Yi Fan swung his golden fists and hit the same spot. After 9 consecutive punches, the little Pung King's sternum made a cracking sound. It was finally broken. He didn't stop there and continued to hit other parts of the body. Soon he found that the bones of the little Pung King would break after 7 to 9 punches. So that's how it is. Yi Fan was very surprised. He found out that the little Pung King not only had an extremely strong physique, but he also had the rock resurrection technique. It was this kind of innate divine technique that made the little Pung King's resistance so strong that it was a complete mess. The little Pung King roared. The murderous intent in his eyes didn't diminish. Even under such circumstances, he still fought back. Bang! Yi Fan's cauldron hit the little Pung King's head and knocked him out completely. At this point, even though the little Pung King was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. His divine power was exhausted and he passed out. Pow! Yi Fan kept hitting hard to explore the mysteries of the rock race's body. In just a moment, he had thrown more than 100 punches and found out which parts were the toughest and which were the weakest. Kacha kacha. All of this happened in an instant. The sound of bones breaking was so loud that it was too late for the crowd to stop it. Stop! A monster shouted. The little Pung King had the hope of becoming a great emperor. If he was crippled by the sacred body of the ancients, it would be an immeasurable loss. The battle is over. Stop now. Even Cyane said. He didn't want to cause chaos. Bang! Bang! Yi Fan threw more than 300 punches. More than 40 bones in the little Pung King's body were broken. Even his jaw was broken. He knew that he couldn't kill the little Pung King. Otherwise, it would be a disaster and the monsters would not let it go. Therefore, he didn't kill. He was very careful with his attacks and only wanted to find out more about the rock's bones. When the crowd rushed over, the little Pung King's 50th bone was broken. The powerful body was almost smashed to pieces. "Why didn't you stop just now?" a monster cultivator asked. "Little Pung King, are you okay?" Someone shook his body. "It's okay. His life is not in danger." Yen Ryu was as beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace. Her white clothes fluttered as she looked at the crowd, calming them down. The little Pung King was defeated. The sacred body of the ancients is daunting. It's a pity that he can only go in the Holy Palace secret realm, and can never regain his former glory. Many people present shook their heads. Everyone looked at Yi Fan strangely. After all, there were rumors that the little Pung King had a chance to walk on the path of a monster emperor. But such a young monarch of the monster race had been defeated by someone of the same cultivation realm as him. His physical body was almost in tatters. If Yi Fan could enter the 4-level secret realm, it would be equivalent to defeating the little Pung King in the Great Emperor qualification battle. "It's a pity that he can never enter the 4-level secret realm," someone sighed. Although the little Pung King lost to the sacred body of the ancients at the same level, his path to the emperor is unimpeded. This battle might be a good thing for him. Although the sacred body of the ancients lives up to the legend, and continues to write the legend of invincibility, it's a pity that he has reached the end and there is no way forward. Chapter 263. Yi Fan didn't mind their words. His joints cracked, and his body glowed with precious light. He had recovered his energy after fighting with the little Eagle King. He was exhausted. Not long after, his eyes sparkled. His body was spotless, and his divine power surged. He had completely recovered. The little Eagle King was exhausted, but many people were frightened. They were astounded. Yi Fan walked to the side. Tu Fei and the big black dog were talking about something. The Great Desolate Halberd is a demon weapon forged by a giant of the monster clan. It's a rare treasure. Even though it's sealed, it still has such power. Go and pick it up. The big black dog was urging Tu Fei. Why don't you go and pick it up? Tu Fei squinted at him. The Great Desolate Halberd was the weapon of the king of the Skyrock race. It was passed down to the little Eagle King. It was buried under the cliff, so no one dared to steal it. Only the big black dog had bad thoughts. He urged Tu Fei to steal it. I have the scripture of void. Go and get it without anyone knowing. Then, I'll teach you the supreme secret technique. The big black dog said seriously. Damn it. You damn dog, you're too evil. Even if you want to harm me, you can't be so obvious. Tu Fei was enraged. Why would I lie to you? I'll give you some benefits first. I'll recite a part of the scripture of void for you. Listen carefully. The big black dog recited the part of Yi Fan's scripture of void with a solemn face. Don't listen to him. This damn dog is the most dishonest one. He always wants to get something for nothing. Yi Fan walked over. Kid, I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you say to close the door and release the dog? The big black dog bared his teeth. Behave yourself. Don't make trouble. Yi Fan sent him a message secretly. Don't forget why you came here. Boom. Suddenly, a demonic energy shot up into the sky. Golden light dazzled the eyes. The little Eagle King woke up. With a long cry, he turned into the true form of a golden bird that was dozens of meters long. He spread his wings and soared into the sky. Brother Pung, don't be agitated. Your body has been injured and you need to rest. Qingyi transmitted sound, fearing that he would explode with rage and do something extreme. This crazy birdman. How could his body be so strong? He can still fly even though he has so many broken bones. Tu Fei was startled, looking at the sky. At this moment, the seal on the little Pung King had been removed. As a cultivator of the 4 ultimate secret realms, the aura he emitted was terrifying. His injuries were indeed severe. His body swayed and he almost fell down. The Pung figure flickered, and he turned into human form. His face was gloomy as he swept his eyes over the land below. Little Pung King, how do you feel? Hurry up and find a place to recuperate and heal your wounds, one of the Yao cultivators advised. Golden-winged Little Pung King had a robust body. His golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were extremely sharp as he stared coldly at Yi Fan. Then, with a wave of his hand, the great desolate halberd that had fallen to the bottom of the cliff turned into a beam of dark light that shot into the skies, returning to his hand. Many people felt their hearts tighten. Cyandi asked, Golden-winged Little Pung King, what are you doing? The golden-winged Little Pung King didn't say anything. He glanced at Yi Fan, and then turned into a beam of golden light that shot into the horizon, disappearing without a trace. Not long after, a small monster came to report that the golden-winged Little Pung King had left this space. The great battle had finally come to an end. The monster cultivators gradually dispersed. Yi Fan and Tu Fei returned to Cyan Yi's mansion. Although you defeated the golden-winged Little Pung King, you shouldn't stay here for too long. There must be many people coveting your furnace, Tu Fei said in a low voice. Yi Fan was well aware that after the matter with the golden-winged Little Pung King, others might not come here openly, but staying here for too long would be dangerous. I know. He nodded. He had to solve Pang Bo's matter in the shortest time possible. Not long after, Yen Ryu appeared in Cyan Yi's mansion. She also hinted to Yi Fan that he shouldn't stay here for too long. Princess Yen, I believe you must be able to guess the reason why I've come here. Yi Fan was so serious. I only have one request. I want to see Pang Bo. It's been so many years since we parted. I haven't seen him yet. I'm afraid it's not possible. He can't get out of his seclusion for 3 months. We can't disturb him now. Yen Ryu shook her head. Yi Fan was startled. Time was tight. After 3 months, the real Pang Bo would not be in this world anymore. You mean, the one in the Immortal Hall? Cyan Yi was surprised. Yen Ryu nodded and didn't say more. The Immortal Hall? Is it the ancient hall that the Blue Flood Dragon King got? Tu Fei was surprised. It seemed the people here didn't want to talk about this topic. They just nodded, but no one explained in detail. Little brother Yi, if you want to stay here, you can come to my mansion, said Yen Ryu. She used her white hand to comb her long hair. Her delicate face was flawless. Yi Fan understood that she meant well. She was afraid that he would be schemed against, and that the source root of all beings would be stolen. Thus she invited him there. I can't ask for more. Thank you, Fairy Yen, for your kindness. Tu Fei agreed on her behalf. Then, I will have to trouble Princess Yen. Yi Fan nodded. The big black dog was quiet, but a light flashed in his eyes. He came here for the ancient scriptures. Entering the mansion of the Monster King's descendant was exactly what he wanted. The small worlds created by the ancient sages were all different. Some were lifeless, while others were full of vitality. The small ones were dozens of feet wide, while the big ones were hundreds of miles wide. The small world that the Blue Flood Dragon King found was more than 200 miles wide. It was vast. After he entered, many members of the monster clan gathered here. In fact, after the monster clan transformed into humans, they weren't much different from humans. Even their living habits were similar. There was a monster city in this small world. It wasn't big, but it was bustling. People sold spiritual medicines, precious chi source, and traded materials for weapons. Yen Ryu's cave residence had a beautiful scenery. It was situated in a beautiful mountain range around a dozen miles away from the monster city. The silver waterfalls were like a chain, and the grass and trees were luxuriant. Each mountain peak had a palace and many empty buildings. It wasn't a problem to arrange a place for them to stay. They had special small monsters to take care of them. Yi Fan chose a quiet place. The pine forest on this mountain peak was like a painting. The palace was hidden in the middle of the forest. Spring water was murmuring. They walked around and landed at the foot of the mountain. What kind of place is the Immortal Palace? When no one was around, Yi Fan asked Tu Fei. It's an ancient palace left by the ancient sages. The Blue Flood Dragon King got it. Cultivating there can slow down the aging of one's lifespan. It has the magical effect of immortality. Really? Yi Fan was surprised. At the same time his heart shuddered. Didn't this property provide the other existence in Pangbo's body with the hope of surviving? The immortal palace is mysterious indeed. The Blue Flood Dragon King has been trying to understand the complicated patterns on it to obtain the secret of immortality. This is a priceless treasure. The big black dog's eyes brightened. Carve the patterns on it. It will be useful in the future. Go away. Tudazue was still worried about being bitten by a dog. Damn kid, you better respect me. In the future you'll have to beg me. The big black dog said with a dark face. Yifan quickly interrupted them. Otherwise, a fight between a man and a dog would ensue. Where is the immortal palace? Can you take me to see it? Tu Fei was startled. Little Yi, what do you want to do? Don't try anything funny. That's the Blue Flood Dragon King's treasure. You'll cause a big disaster. Don't worry. I won't mess around. Yifan smiled. Tu Fei was worthy of his big mouth. He couldn't control his mouth and told Shi Yan about the immortal palace. He pointed at the sky and said, "Do you see those clouds? The immortal palace is floating above them." The immortal palace. Yifan was surprised. It won't sink. It's very mysterious. It's the palace left by the ancient sages. Tudazue couldn't hide anything. Yifan understood the details. He rubbed his chin and didn't say anything else. Little Yi, don't mess around. Tu Fei warned him. Although this world was a space opened up by the ancient sages, there was still day and night. After a pearl of fire that had been artificially refined into a flame sunk, it became night. Late at night, Yifan and the big black dog quietly gathered together. They then flew to the sky and watched the ancient palace floating above the clouds. This was a very ancient palace. It was a little dilapidated. Around it, many meteorites quietly floated. It was very strange. Did you see anything? Yifan asked in a low voice. It's not good. I don't know what's inside the ancient palace, but there are 18 layers of restrictions outside, and they are covered with dense Dao patterns. Yifan frowned. This was not good news. The big black dog continued. Look at those clouds. The floating meteorites are very strange. They are carved with very powerful Dao patterns. Only powerful warriors can break them. So we can't get in? Who am I? There are no Dao patterns that I can't break. The big black dog said proudly. You are bragging. I wonder who was trapped in the broken cloud mountain for 18 years, and almost became black soil. When the large black dog heard this, a resentful expression instantly appeared on his face, and he said, Don't mention those old and useless things. Can you really break these 18 layers of restrictions? Yifan didn't believe him. After the experience at the Jade Lake, he felt the big black dog was not reliable. I've seen these restrictions before. I know how to break them. The only problem is that I need some materials. What materials do you need? What plan do you have? Yifan asked. I need some precious materials to carve some Dao patterns and break the restrictions here. The big black dog listed a long list of materials. That's difficult. Where can we find them? If you don't have materials, it's fine if you have enough source. How many source? At least a few cubic meters, the big black dog said indifferently. 1 cubic meter is 3,300 kilograms. A few cubic meters. You make it sound easy. Don't you have 2 cubic meters? It should be enough if you use them sparingly. Stupid dog, after all this you want the source on me. In such an important place, they didn't dare to act rashly. Without full confidence, they wouldn't enter the old palace. In the dead of night, when Yifan returned to his room, he sensed someone in the room. Who is it? A bell-like laughter traveled over, and a sweet fragrance wafted over. It was a woman. The candlelight flickered, and a familiar figure walked over gracefully. Her long dress trailed on the ground, and a pair of slender legs could be faintly seen. Her waist was round and slender, and her arms were half-naked, pink and translucent. Her hair fell over her shoulders, and she had a charming face. She was very enchanting, with curves that could be described as devilish. She had the face of an angel, and there was a red mole between her eyebrows that shone with a divine glow. It's you. Yifan recognized her at first glance. She was the seductive Qin Yao. Qin Yao smiled lightly, and her eyes moved alluringly. She said, Why aren't you in your room so late at night? Where did you go? I went for a walk in the pine forest. Lies. Little guy, you came here with evil intentions. Yi Fan laughed loudly and said, I came to fulfill my promise. I came for a massacre. What do you know, little brat? Qin Yao was a real seductress. She rolled her eyes at him, and she was very charming. Chapter 264. Can I take it as you encouraging me to put it into action? Yi Fan said with a smile, his eyes slightly aggressive. Outside the window, ancient pines stood tall, and clear springs flowed. It was very tranquil. Candlelight flickered in the room, and Qin Yao sat on a rattan chair. Her silk dress outlined her alluring curves. Her eyes were like water, and she said, Don't change the subject. Where did you go just now? You don't even trust your old lover, and you doubt me like this. It really hurts me. Yi Fan pulled a rattan chair over and sat beside her. You're just a little brat, old lover. Qin Yao laughed softly. Her white arms were half naked, and her skin was sparkling. She combed her hair and said, How did you come to the North region? The people from the Yaoguang Holy Land kindly sent me here. I searched for your whereabouts nonstop, and finally found the Blue Flood Dragon King's secluded residence. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him and said, You haven't grown up, but your mouth has become slippery. You have to have confidence in your own charm. Yi Fan stretched lazily on the rattan chair, and said, It's late. Let's go rest. Qin Yao smiled, and her sexy red lips shone with a seductive luster. She reached out a jade-like hand to pinch Yi Fan's cheek, and said, Little brat, don't change the subject with such a glib tongue. Yi Fan grabbed that smooth jade-like hand, and pulled her in front of him. He said, You don't believe me even when I'm telling the truth? My eyes are blinded. At this moment, the large black dog opened the bead curtain, and just happened to walk in. Seeing this scene, he mumbled, I didn't see anything. You guys continue. After saying this, he raised his bald tail, and swaggered out. Pa. Qin Yao slapped away Yi Fan's hand, turned around lightly and sat back on the rattan chair, laughing nonstop. Such a good atmosphere was ruined by this damn dog. This guy is taking revenge on me. Yi Fan shook his head and said angrily, Good your head. Qin Yao yawned delicately and said, You really made a name for yourself today. You even broke dozens of bones of the arrogant little Peng King. You really dared to do it. Why not? If I didn't go all out, I would have been the one dead, Yi Fan said indifferently and took a sip of the tea on the table. The little Peng King is such a character that he has never been defeated since he started. Yet, he was suppressed by the sacred body of the sacred body of the sacred body. Your name must be spread, and be known by many. At this point, Qin Yao shook her head slightly and said, It's a shame that you have the sacred body of the ancients. You can only go further in the holy palace. Otherwise, your future would be limitless. Nothing is absolute. Who knows, I might be able to break the curse and enter the 4 extreme mystic realms, Yi Fan casually said. You should be more realistic. Even the families of the clan of the ancients can't afford to raise a sacred body. You don't have any background and you're cultivating alone. You know a lot about the sacred body of the ancients. Can you tell me more? Yi Fan asked. Qin Yao's black hair was loose, covering half of her snow-white neck. Her pretty face was pink and she said, I don't know much about this type of body, but I've seen another sacred body of the ancients. I'm not sure if it would be of help to you. What? When Yi Fan heard this, he jumped up. He was extremely shocked. It's just a corpse. Qin Yao's hair was like a waterfall, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her waist twisted like a water snake, and she yawned and said, We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to bed now. Goddess Qin Yao, you can't just say half of it. Where is the corpse of the sacred body of the ancients? Qin Yao stood up and stretched lazily. She yawned and said, Right here in this little world. Chapter 265. The fact that there was the remains of a sacred body of the ancients in this small world deeply surprised Yi Fan, which made him think of many things. He said, Take me there. Come on, it's the middle of the night. Why are we going to see a corpse? Even if you don't find it weird, I find it depressing. Qin Yao twisted her slender waist as she walked out of the room. She was like a snake bell. She looked extremely alluring. When can you take me there? Yi Fan gradually calmed down. That corpse is not something you can see just because you want to. Unless Princess Yen goes with you, you won't be able to see it. Qin Yao stopped. Why? Yi Fan asked. Qin Yao's hair was loose, her skin was pink, and her expression was delicate. She glanced at him and said, "The corpse of the sacred body of the ancients is rare in this world in terms of toughness. It can be refined into a great weapon and is very precious. Now that it's in the treasury, ordinary people will naturally not be able to see it. Moreover, the sacred body of the ancients has many secrets." This, refining the sacred body of the ancients into a weapon. Yi Fan rubbed his chin, feeling a little uncomfortable. Are you afraid now? You'd better be careful. Although you're only in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm, judging from your performance during the day, your body is already strong enough. It's even tougher than a divine weapon, making it an excellent material for crafting. Damn it! Yi Fan could not help but curse. He thought of the problems he might face in the future, where even his body might be coveted by others. Qin Yao teased, "That's why I said you're still worth a lot of money now. If you really can't do it, you can sell your body. I'm sure someone will be willing to pay a high price for it." "Why would I sell my body? If you want it, I'll take a little loss and marry you," Yi Fan teased. "Can you let me craft something?" Qin Yao retorted, "You're too ruthless. Otherwise, what use would I have for it?" Yi Fan put on a straight face and asked, "Where was this sacred body found?" "I found it in this small world. When you have time, I can ask the princess to take you there." Qin Yao yawned and covered her mouth with her hand. "All right, I'm going to sleep. I have space here. The bed is big enough." Yi Fan crossed his arms and smiled. "Go to hell, little brat." Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him. Twisting her beautiful body, she gracefully left. Early in the morning, a ball of fire slowly rose from the east, sprinkling down the morning glow. Yi Fan couldn't find Qin Yao. He called Tu Fei and asked him to go to Monster City. "I say, little Yi, why are you running around for no reason? You are a piece of fat meat now. Aren't you afraid that some old demon will be thinking about you?" "I want to collect some refining materials and forge my own weapon," Yi Fan replied. Tu Fei rolled his eyes. "Don't you have a cauldron? Why do you need to forge weapons? Many people are jealous now. Do you think I can take it out and use it so casually? You don't need to be in such a hurry, right?" Tu Fei was suspicious. "Take me there quickly. I also want to see what Monster City looks like." Yi Fan called the big black dog. This time he was going to collect materials to break the immortal hall. Monster City wasn't big, but it was bustling. When the sun rose high in the sky, Yi Fan and the others entered the city. There were many shops on both sides of the street. Most of them sold spiritual medicines and weapons. There were many monster cultivators around. In the city, there were many strange people. For example, some had horns on their heads, some had wings on their ribs, and some had tails. Many monster cultivators kept some of their race's characteristics and didn't transform into human shapes. Three-legged golden toad. The big black dog stared at a monster cultivator not far from them and mumbled, "Its blood is good for refining medicine." "Damn it, don't think about it. This is Monster City. Your words will cause public anger." Tu Fei scolded. "Who do you think I am? Why would I want it? I just said it casually. Speaking of which, if it's used to refine medicine, Skyrock's blood is better." "Don't be cocky. Behave yourself," Yi Fan warned. "What materials do you want?" Tu Fei asked. "Starstone, dark ice jade, divine blood soil." Yi Fan listed a long list of names. They were all provided by the big black dog. "I say, little Yi, what materials are these? They are all rare and strange. It's not easy to find them." Tu Fei shook his head. "They aren't top-grade materials. I should be able to find them in Monster City," Yi Fan said. They walked along the street and asked one shop after another. In the end, they only found a dozen materials. However, the big black dog listed 36 materials. The difference was huge. This is the Blue Flood Dragon King's place of seclusion. Monster City can't even find these materials. Yi Fan didn't understand. "The key is that the materials you listed are too rare. They are not used normally. Of course, it's hard to find them. Speaking of this, Tu-Fei seemed to remember something. He said, "Oh right, there is a place in the city that we haven't visited yet. It's a free trading area. There are many rare and strange things there." Okay, let's go there. This free trading area was in the northern part of Monster City. There were many people here. It was similar to a human market. Many people came here to look for treasures. There were many stalls selling all kinds of rare and strange materials. This is a scam. They just dug up an old tree root, and they dare to sell it as dragon blood wood. Yi Fan was speechless. In the stall in front of them, there was a red sandalwood table with an old tree root. The stall owner boasted shamelessly, saying that it was the rare dragon blood wood root. Those who are willing to take the beating are willing to take the beating. That's the rule here. Sometimes there are really some good things. That's why many people come here to look for treasures, Tu-Fei explained. They came to another stall. There was a rag on the ground with 3 fist-sized stones on it. They were as red as blood and were polished until they were translucent. They looked really good. Aren't those red pebbles picked up from the river? He dares to sell them as chalcedony. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. No, buy them. The big black dog said hurriedly. Yi Fan was moved. He asked the seller, "How much are these 3 stones?" "1 for 5 kilograms of source stone." This monster clan cultivator first looked at their clothes and then quoted a price. Obviously, he was judging by the person. "Why don't you rob someone? These 3 broken stones are obviously a scam." Tu-Fei stopped Yi Fan and said, "These are stones from the river. Don't buy them." The big black dog was anxious. He bit Tu-Fei's calf, almost making Tu-Fei stagger. "Damn it. Damn dog, you bit me again." Tu-Fei was enraged. A fight between a man and a dog was about to start. Yi Fan hurried to stop him. "I want these 3 stones." Right at this moment, Qin Yao appeared with a fragrant wind. She squatted down and grabbed a red stone. The big black dog let go of Tu-Fei and jumped over. Qin Yao was startled, quickly retreating. The big black dog put the remaining red stone under his paw. "I like that one." The big black dog bared his teeth at Qin Yao. "You like it, but you didn't buy it." Qin Yao chuckled. She threw 2 source stones to the stall owner and said, "I'll buy it." Yi Fan knew that this stone wasn't an ordinary item. He also threw 5 kilograms of source stones to the stall owner. "Aren't these just pebbles from the river?" Tu-Fei didn't understand. "What do you know? These are monster bloodstones." The big black dog was angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of light, putting the red stone away. "What? Monster bloodstones? I'm not selling them." The stall owner wanted to back out, but Qin Yao and the big black dog quickly put them away. Legend had it that the monster bloodstones were formed from the blood essence of ancient monsters after they died. This kind of thing wasn't really rare. After all, many years had passed, and the blood essence was almost gone. However, it had some special effects. It could be used to refine one's own demon blood and refine one's bones. The big black dog's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He was very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. Now that they were in the territory of the demon clan, he knew the severity of the situation. So he didn't do anything to Qin Yao. "Little girl, your cultivation level isn't high enough. You're still far from being able to undergo blood transfusion and rebirth. Why don't you trade with me?" the big black dog said. Qin Yao let out a bell-like laugh and said, "This kind of thing can only be found by chance. I can't use it now, but I can save it for later." The big black dog became even more depressed. The stall owner beside him was also full of regret. "Why are you here?" Yi Fan asked. "I often come here to look for treasures." "Why are you running around?" Qin Yao asked. "I want to buy some crafting materials. I've already asked the princess. She said that she can let you see the remains of the sacred body of the ancients." Qin Yao said with a smile. "What? The sacred body of the ancients that has been mastered?" The big black dog's eyes lit up. "If that's the case, it can definitely be used to craft an ultimate weapon." Yi Fan wanted to punch him. "Brat, don't glare at me. I don't want a sacred body of a holy palace secret realm like you. I won't do anything to you." The big black dog muttered softly. "I'll go with you to visit Princess Yin later." Yi Fan expressed his gratitude to Qin Yao. After wandering around the free market for more than an hour, Yi Fan had collected more than a dozen materials. He was only missing 8. You can come back in a few days. Maybe you'll find something else, Tu Fei said. Yi Fan nodded. He was already very satisfied. He had found 28 materials in such a short time in the Demon City, which was beyond his expectations. If he really could not gather all of them, he could use the source to make up for it. At most, he would just squander it. He had to save Pang Bo no matter what. We'll move tonight. Let's go see the remains of the sacred body of the ancients now. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to the big black dog, asking him to think about how to inscribe Dao patterns on the materials. Don't worry. I'll be done in an hour. Yi Fan was relieved to hear the big black dog's reply. He then went to visit Yen Ruyu in a relaxed mood. Yen Ruyu's residence was filled with spiritual qi like a dragon, surrounded by auspicious lights. She was flawless, like the most exquisite masterpiece of heaven. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The remains of the sacred body of the ancients are in the Green Drake King's treasure vault. Although I can take you in to see it, you can't stay too long. Thank you very much. Yi Fan thanked her. It was obvious that Yen Ruyu had a high status here. She was even allowed to enter the Green Drake King's treasure vault. The ancient sages opened up this small world and left behind some ruins. The Green Drake King's cave was built in these ruins. It was a huge mountain that towered into the clouds. There were jade palaces on the peak, as if they had arrived at the celestial court. Apart from Yen Ruyu and Yi Fan, Qin Yao, Tu Fei, and the big black dog also followed them. Yen Ruyu stopped in front of a huge palace. This was a forbidden area, and trespassers would be killed without mercy. There were some old demons personally guarding this place, and even Yen Ruyu was very polite to them. A few of the old demons were obviously nearing the end of their lifespans. They were so old that they were unrecognizable. Their wrinkles were so thick that even their eyes were sealed. Their snow-white eyebrows were half a foot long, and their heads were completely bald. Some of them were sweeping the floor, some were planting flowers, and some were playing chess. They worked slowly in the courtyard like ordinary old people. However, no one dared to look down on them. These old demons were all the old subordinates of the Green Drake King. Even though their lifespans were nearing the end of their lifespans, their strength was shocking. If they were angered, they could sweep through an entire region. The old demons looked deeply at Yi Fan, and then did not say anything. They opened the thick white jade door. In an instant, spiritual qi rushed out like a tide. The inside was shining brilliantly, so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. When they walked in, the white jade door that was more than a meter thick instantly closed with a rumble. However, the inside of the treasure vault was not dark, and it was as bright as day. Motherf asterisk cur, it's all treasures. The big black dog wanted to jump into the pile of treasures, but he still resisted the urge. The treasure vault was very large, and there were a total of 9 palaces. Brilliant light shone, and there were precious treasures everywhere, making one feel as if they were in a dream. The golden holy sword had thousands of streaks of sword qi. It was golden and dazzling, and it hung in the air by itself. Its killing intent was boundless, and it was dazzling. The crimson blood demonic spear was like a curtain of blood, beautiful and sharp. It was fixed in midair, and divine power flowed around it, making one unable to look at it directly. The purple copper divine bell shone with divine light, and purple qi curled around it. It hung there, and the sound of the bell was long and melodious, shaking on its own. It was like the heavenly sound of a desolate era that tore through time and space from ancient times. The coiling dragon-treasured cauldron was simple and unadorned, suppressing the void. True dragons coiled around its surface, and the patterns on it were profound and unfathomable. It was filled with a mysterious power. The precious treasures of the sects and the weapons were all rare treasures. It was a feast for one's eyes, and they were deeply shocked. These are all precious treasures. The Green Drake King is too rich, and he really deserves to be robbed. The big black dog muttered softly, speaking his innermost thoughts. Yi Fan glared at him fiercely. This damn dog was too greedy, and it wanted to snatch treasures wherever it went. Tu Fei was also tongue-tied, and he said, "So many treasures, and the 9 palaces are all piled up. How much is this worth?" Apart from the weapons, there were also many precious materials that shone brilliantly and dazzlingly. Isn't that blood dragon wood? This is definitely real. It's not the tree root that you see in the street stalls. The big black dog licked his lips. In front of them, a blood-red light shone, and a withered tree that looked like a true dragon appeared. It was crimson and sparkled, and it had the shape of a dragon. There's a divine phoenix herb sealed in that jade disc. It's priceless. Tu Fei exclaimed in surprise. In the white jade disc, the divine phoenix herb was incomparably beautiful. Multicolored light shot out, and it vaguely formed the shape of a phoenix. What orb is this? Yi Fan saw a massive orb that was as big as a human head. There were tens of thousands of auspicious lights curling around it, and it hovered in the air, bobbing up and down. This is a flood dragon orb, a rare treasure. The big black dog's heart itched uncomfortably, and he really wanted to pounce over and swallow it. Refined copper essence, 5-colored ancient vines, star meteoric iron. All kinds of materials shone brightly. The treasure trove had everything, and it made people want to grab them all. There were countless rare treasures, and it was a treasure trove that lived up to its name. The collection of a powerful figure of the demon clan was truly dazzling and shocking. Soon, Yi Fan was attracted by a mysterious aura, and he couldn't help but walk toward the deepest part of the treasure trove. The treasures around him suddenly dimmed, and only that aura deeply tugged at his heart. He stepped into the 9th level of the treasure palace, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw the remains of the sacred body of the ancients. There were even more treasures here, and they were piled up into a small mountain, dazzling and dazzling. At the very center, there was a cold corpse that sat cross-legged and motionless. Although its flesh and blood had dried up, it hadn't decayed, and it was tightly attached to its bones. The body is actually indestructible. The big black dog and Tu Fei were both astonished. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was like a clay sculpture, unmoving and fixed on the spot. Chapter 266. The long and melodious bronze bell, the floating ancient cauldron, the dazzling gold pagoda, and the magnificent 9th palace were all splendid. Many kinds of rare treasures were sparkling. At first glance, one could tell they weren't ordinary items. Many of them were weapons that the big shots had refined personally. They were radiating with terrifying energy fluctuations. However, none of these could attract Yi Fan's attention. In his eyes, there was only the dry corpse. There was an unknown attraction between the two of them. He seemed to see another version of himself. His blood had dried up, and he was sitting in meditation. Eventually, he had become an icy corpse, sitting cross-legged. It was a strange illusion created by touching the same kind. It gave him a strange feeling. His soul seemed to travel back to the ancient time, entering the corpse and feeling some kind of emotion. After a long time, Yi Fan woke up from his dream. He walked forward step by step. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the corpse was still intact. It sat cross-legged in the middle of the treasures. Although there was no divine halo around it, it was more attractive than all the other treasures. The dried flesh and strong bones had an immortal power that seemed to travel through time and space to reach him. When this man sat cross-legged, he didn't look old. He looked like a middle-aged man. Even his hair was black and thick, draping over his dry body. The corpse's back was straight like a real dragon flying in the sky. It gave people an immortal feeling. The head didn't lower but looked straight ahead. Boom. When Yi Fan got closer, when he was less than 10 feet away from the corpse, the desolate ancient corpse trembled, and the light from the surrounding treasures dimmed. The people behind him were frightened. They retreated with disbelief. Only Yi Fan stood there without moving. He didn't feel any danger. What's going on? Little Yezi, don't go there, said Tu Fei. It's okay. Yi Fan walked to the sacred body of the ancients and studied it quietly. Boom. The withered remains of the divine body shook once again, and some of the treasures in the surroundings actually shattered. This ice-cold corpse was like an immortal divine statue. Why is it like that? Is he still alive? Tu Fei felt his hair rising. Yen Ruyu shook her head and said, "It's impossible for it to be alive. No one in this world can live for so long." The Green Flood Dragon King speculated that this skeleton has existed for at least several tens of thousands of years. The large black dog's eyes flickered. and he said, "This isn't the sacred body of the ancients that has been mastered. Otherwise, all those treasures just now would have been reduced to dust with a single tremor." Bang! The sacred bodies remains shuttered again. With a flash of green light, a green lotus appeared by Yi Fan's side. It only had 3 leaves, and it seemed to be in harmony with the saying, "Tao begets one, and 3 begets all things." Whoosh! The green lotus moved and disappeared in an instant, disappearing into the remains of the sacred body of the ancients. Holy sh*T. Is he going to come back to life? Little Yi, are you okay? Two-Face screamed. Yen Ruyu and Qin Yao's expressions changed as well. Could this ice-cold corpse really be alive? How was this possible? No one in this world could live for tens of thousands of years. The large black dog's eyes widened in shock and bewilderment, and his bald tail stood up on end. "I'm fine. Don't come any closer." Yi Fan was also shocked. The green lotus that accompanied his sea of reincarnation actually rushed into the corpse. At that moment, he sensed a solidified sea of reincarnation. It was a desolate place, and his green lotus bloomed with a green light inside. It was also a golden sea of bitterness, but it was almost dried up. The remaining bit of gold had also become cold and hard. It was not a sea, but more like yellow earth. This remains really is an indestructible body. He was shocked. Not only did it look indestructible on the outside, but it also looked like the inside of the body. It was just that it had shriveled and lost its life, turning into a withered body. Whoosh! Part of Yi Fan's mind seemed to have left his body and entered the green lotus, sinking into the corpse. It was as if his soul had left his body. How did this happen? I'm inside his body. Yi Fan did not know why this was happening, and it shocked him quite a bit. Since ancient times, people did not know what would happen when 2 saint physiques met. This was because this kind of physique was too rare. After a long period of time, the understanding of it was even more limited. It was very difficult to imagine that this kind of strange situation would happen when Yi Fan met with a saint physique's corpse. In the dried-up sea of reincarnation, the green lotus swayed, sprinkling out specks of green splendor, spreading out a wisp of vitality. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt as if he could activate this physical body. The aura of vitality spread out in the desolate sea of reincarnation, and the dried-up golden sea seemed to have a wisp of vitality. Of course, this was all caused by the green lotus. There was actually a ripple in the golden sea, and a bit of divine power spread out. This human body's secret realm was no longer dark, and it became bright. What's going on? Yi Fan's mind was immersed in the green lotus, and he did not stop all this from happening. He quietly watched the changes. At the same time, the sea of bitterness in Yi Fan's main body shone brightly. The golden sea surged, lightning interweaved, and vitality surged. Shi Yan could feel the changes in his body clearly. He didn't lose the connection with his body. His mind seemed to be divided into 2 parts, and he was in 2 different bodies. The green lotus sent his divine power into the corpse. The dried sea of reincarnation's vitality became more abundant, as if it was about to be revived. Eventually, the sea of reincarnation of the Saint Physique's corpse rippled with gold waves. Yi Fan was truly shocked. A corpse that was already cold, the divine body that had been extinct for who knew how many years actually had this type of transformation. It left him feeling that this was inconceivable. How could it be? He's dead. How could I activate the sea of gold? At this moment, some people not far from them were also astounded. At this moment, they saw the dried body sitting cross-legged in the treasury radiate with dazzling light. The Saint Physique's corpse was like a god, radiating dreamy light. The undying gold body emitted brilliant lights as if it was about to be revived. Little brother Yi, are you okay? Yen Ruyu's body was crystal clear, and her palms were dazzling. She was about to use her ultimate weapon. Little Yi, what happened? How do you feel? Come back quickly. Two-Face said. Yi Fan, what's wrong? Qin Yao asked. Part of Yi Fan's mind was immersed in the green lotus, and the other part was in his body. He could sense everything clearly. I'm fine. Don't do anything. Let me study it carefully. As long as the sacred body of the ancients is successful, it will be indestructible and can be refined into a great weapon. There are also many secrets, the big black dog mumbled. Even without it saying it, everyone present knew that the sacred body of the ancients could be refined into an ultimate weapon. The Green Flood Dragon King didn't do anything because it wanted to figure out other secrets. Maybe it could find some visions of the sacred body. Bang! The sacred body of the ancient's corpse shook slightly. The sea of reincarnation shone brightly. Under the swaying of the green lotus, the dried sea of gold became brighter and brighter, and the waves surged. Yi Fan couldn't believe it. It was a corpse. He felt that it was very similar to his own body. Why was it like this? All of a sudden, he saw something in the sea of gold. There was a broken bell and a broken spear. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Those were the weapons of the deceased, which had decayed and perished in the sea of bitterness. With a divine bell on his head and a spear in his hand, he looked down on the world. One could imagine how graceful the sacred body of the ancients would be when wielding these two weapons. Even the weapons are destroyed, but the corpse is still intact. This body is indeed powerful. Yi Fan was quite surprised. It was obvious that the spear and the bell were not weapons of the ultimate path. Otherwise, they would have existed forever. He searched carefully, hoping to find something valuable in the sea of reincarnation. Boom! The sacred body of the ancient's corpse shook, and the waves in the sea of reincarnation became even more violent. Not far away, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't help but take a few steps back. At that moment, the corpse was flowing with vitality as if it was alive. Even the shriveled flesh had a sparkling luster. He was shrouded in halos and looked extremely sacred. He sat there with his legs crossed, looking solemn and dignified, like an immortal god. Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of lightning intertwined in the sea of reincarnation of the sacred body's corpse, and the sea of gold became even more dazzling. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the green lotus sank into the sea, swaying and glowing as if it was going to take root here. Yi Fan's heart tightened. This was the mysterious divine lotus that he had cultivated. If it took root here, what would that mean? Boom! All of a sudden, the divine power contained in the sea of reincarnation rushed into the limbs and bones of this body, surging like a raging tide. Yi Fan suddenly had a strange illusion. This body was like his own body, and he felt as if he could control it. The green lotus swayed, and green light flashed. With a thought, he moved one of his fingers. This was not his finger, but the corpse's. However, it moved under his will. The green lotus swayed, and took root in the sea of reincarnation. Green light spilled out, shaking out even more divine power. With a thought, Yi Fan suddenly raised an arm. Not far away, everyone, including the large black dog, was shocked. The sacred body that had been dead for many years was actually moving. Boom! More divine power surged out of his sea of reincarnation. With a flash of thought, Yi Fan suddenly stood up. His movements did not slow down at all. This is... Heavens, what happened? Tu Fei was tongue-tied. Yen Ruyu's palm flashed with light, and the power of the extreme path surged out, pressing forward. Don't attack. I don't know what happened, but it won't be dangerous. Yi Fan's real body said hurriedly, blocking them. At the same time, his mind, which was in the corpse, felt very natural, as if it was in his own body. He didn't feel very comfortable. Under the power of the extreme path, with a thought, the sea of reincarnation clanged, and the broken golden divine bell flew out, hovering above his head, bobbing up and down. At the same time, a broken green battle spear appeared in his hand. It was extremely heavy, and terrifying waves shook out. Yi Fan, what did you do? How did this corpse come back to life? Tu Fei backed away in shock. The large black dog's eyes were also filled with shock and doubt. He said, "Damn, the sacred body of the ancients is the most mysterious. Even a corpse is so strange." Although Yen Ryu had retracted the power of the extreme path, the light in her palm was not withdrawn. She was always on guard. Yi Fan's real body and the corpse stood opposite each other. They looked at each other. It was a strange feeling, because they were both him at the moment. Suddenly he was shocked. After the divine power in the sea of reincarnation of the sacred body of the ancients overflowed, it began to circulate according to some mysterious path. The broken golden divine bell above Yi Fan's head, and the broken green battle spear in his hand. He sensed the aura of the great path, and his combat strength surged. This withered body was immortal and indestructible. It had been preserved until now, and there was no obstruction in the circulation of divine power. It was very smooth. This is a mental cultivation method of the Great Path. I might obtain some kind of inheritance. Yi Fan was shocked. If the sea of reincarnation was like this, would other secret realms of the human body be like this? This corpse could very well be a priceless treasure. Chapter 267. This body was dry and indestructible. Essence Qi flowed without any hindrance and had the aura of the Great Path. Yi Fan was as still as a rock. His mind was immersed in the golden body without moving an inch, capturing the Tao rhythm and grasping the circulation route. He felt that this might be an immortal inheritance. If he could obtain it, it might be of great benefit to his cultivation. After all, it was a sacred body of the ancients, which was the same kind as him. Essence Qi coiled like a dragon. It was a mysterious method with a mysterious circulation route, like a dragon crossing the ocean and breaking the waves. Yi Fan carefully captured it, memorized its trajectory, and estimated its power. He compared it with his own cultivation method and verified it. No. He observed it for a moment. The Essence Qi circulation path of this Great Path method was unusual, and it was a little different. This is not an orthodox cultivation method. He compared it with the Sea of Reincarnation scripture, and realized that it did not look like a cultivation method, but more like a secret technique. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. His consciousness became ethereal. He grasped it carefully and tried to figure it out. He found it more and more mysterious. This is a secret cultivation method for a single secret realm. He was shocked and came to such a conclusion after comparing it with the legends. Some ancient cultivators only cultivated one secret realm, and would never step into other secret realms for the rest of their lives. Legend had it that ancient powerhouses who cultivated only one secret realm would experience a transformation of 9 lifetimes and 9 deaths. In the end, they would break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, returning to the great perfection. As soon as they came out, the clouds in all directions moved and strange phenomena shot into the sky. Of course, this was the result of many years. Sometimes it would take a lifetime and not a single step. Cultivating in a single secret realm not only required a powerful cultivation method, but also some ancient secret techniques to complement it. Yi Fan was very curious and wanted to understand what this cultivation path was all about. Today he actually got a glimpse of such an ancient secret technique. There were only a few ancient scriptures in the entire Eastern Barren Territory. The Sea of Reincarnation scripture scroll he obtained was the strongest cultivation method in this secret realm, and could be used to cultivate a single secret realm. However, he had always lacked a secret technique to complement it. Now that he had a glimpse of the mystery of the Great Path, he felt a little excited. He felt the aura of the Great Path, which was enough to prove that the mystery of this secret technique was comparable to and matched with the Tao scripture. The sacred body of the ancients had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Although it was immortal, it was not a living body after all. At this moment, it was inexplicably revived, but its original mantra was not activated. However, this secret technique was activated along with the essence, which was enough to explain everything. This was the most precious treasury, an unmatched great Tao secret method, comparable to the Tao scripture. Yi Fan collected his thoughts, silently comprehending and seriously observing, slowly imprinting the circulation route of this secret technique into his sea of consciousness. As someone with the sacred body of the ancients, it was difficult for him to go far in the current world. The Holy Ji Palace had cut off his path of advancement, and even sacred grounds were unable to withstand the massive amount of source. Even though he grasped the origin heavenly book, it was still extremely difficult, almost impossible to achieve. After all, the astronomical figure was just too great. Now that he obtained this great Tao secret technique, he had another choice. This sacred body's remains had an undying flesh. Its withered body overflowed with sparkling radiance, making the people not far away extremely shocked. "Little Yi, are you sure it's okay?" asked Tu Fei. "Brat, do you like that corpse?" the large black dog asked suspiciously. Even though Yi Fan was at a critical moment and was seriously exploring this great Tao secret method, he still responded patiently. Otherwise, he was worried that these people would make a move on him. After all, this sacred body's remains were too shocking. He controlled it to stand up, with the divine bell above his head and the lapis halberd in his hand. It was as if he had come back to life. I'm fine. You guys don't have to worry. I have the same type of physique as him, and the same source chi is connected. I'll try and see if I can find anything. He had no idea why the two of them were like this. It would be too far-fetched to say that their auras were connected. Perhaps it could be attributed to the mystery of the sacred body of the ancients. The scene at the moment was indeed a little strange. A person who had been dead for tens of thousands of years had come back to life, which made people think of many things. They were on high alert and observed. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Fan carefully grasped, finally imprinting the complete secret method into his mind. He then studied it again to make sure that there were no mistakes before letting out a long sigh. He had finally obtained this great Tao secret method. This was the inheritance left behind by a sacred body of the ancients. Its value and significance were immeasurable, and it was too important to him. What's the origin of this sacred body? How did you discover it? Yi Fan asked. He wanted to know what was going on. It was discovered by the Green Flood Dragon King in this small world, Qin Yao said. When the Green Flood Dragon King first entered this small world, his biggest gain was the Ageless Temple, which could prolong a cultivator's lifespan. This sacred body was also discovered in there. According to the Green Flood Dragon King's speculation, this corpse is most likely the ancient sage who created this small world, Yan Ruyu said. This shocked Tu Fei, who revealed a look of disbelief. This sacred body could exist for tens of thousands of years, so it was impossible for it to be someone from before the Antiquity Age who had not cultivated it to the level of great accomplishment. After the Antiquity Age, the sacred body couldn't be cultivated, and could only be stopped in the mystery realm of the Doctrine Palace. How could someone cultivate this kind of physique to this level? Tu Fei was puzzled. This corpse is comparable to an ancient sage who created a small world. The large black dog was also shocked. Yi Fan's heart moved, and he looked at this corpse. His consciousness rose from the sea of reincarnation into the Doctrine Palace. He was shocked to discover that this mystery realm had also been cultivated. Among the 5 divine treasures of the Doctrine Palace, 4 of them had already reached the consummate level. Only the divine treasure of the heart had been cultivated, but it was still far from the consummate level. 4 divine treasures at the consummate level. Doesn't this mean that he refined 500,000 kilograms of origin source and was stuck at the last astronomical number? Yi Fan was shocked. Ancient almighty beings focused on cultivating a single mystic realm, spending all their energy on it. However, this corpse had almost cultivated 2 mystic realms. This kind of physique cultivated a single mystery realm, and then entered another mystery realm. No wonder he became an ancient sage. Yi Fan's mind returned to the sea of reincarnation, and entered the green lotus. With a single thought, this withered body of his instantly became sparkling and translucent. His body was as tough as meteorite metal, and every inch of his body was filled with explosive power. He held the blue-gold battle spear in his hand, and with a light slash, the silver dragon scissors beside him broke into 2 with a crack. It was as effortless as cutting through rotten wood. Dang! The sound of the bell lingered, and the divine bell above his head rang softly. A purple copper gourd floating in front of him cracked soundlessly, and turned into powder. This corporeal body was extremely strong. As soon as it was revived, it displayed shocking power. Behind him, a few people retreated, ready to attack at any time. Yi Fan observed in the sea of reincarnation, and after some careful exploration, he didn't find anything else in this corporeal body except for his own green lotus. The huge golden sea of bitterness was silent. The waves had calmed, and there was nothing inside. It was empty. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the divine bell above his head sank into the sea of reincarnation, and the blue-gold battle spear also flashed and disappeared, returning to his body. He meditated on the ground, according to his original posture. He looked solemn as he sat among the many treasures. The green lotus swayed. An endless divine power was sucked back. The golden sea of bitterness slowly dimmed, and finally dried up. Green light sparkled. The green lotus flew out, accompanying Yi Fan. His thought flickered, and the green lotus returned to his body. Yi Fan wanted this body a lot. However, it belonged to the Green Flood Dragon King, whose competence could be compared to the great sage. He could only sigh inwardly. If he wanted to do something, he would turn into ashes. Boom boom boom. The 1-meter-thick white jade door closed. They left the 9-layered treasure house, standing on a towering mountain peak. Some old monsters were planting vegetables not far from them, so they didn't look at them. Let's go. Do you still want to get in there? Tu-Fei patted Yi Fan's shoulder. I don't know what to exchange for the Green Flood Dragon King's body, muttered Yi Fan. Don't even think about it. It's the remains of a saint body, an ancient sage who had created a small world. His remains can be used to refine peerless weapons. What can you use to exchange for it? Tu-Fei shook his head. If you use the source chi of all creatures to exchange for it, the entire treasure house will be yours, said an old monster behind them with squinted eyes. Let's go. The big black dog straightened his bald tail. He was the first one to run away. He could feel the danger. Yi Fan didn't want to tangle with these old monsters. If they attacked him, Yanruyu would be put in a difficult situation. He bowed to them and then used the crazy old man's footwork, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. This was his decision. The longer he stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. Your Highness, can you take me to the Immortal Hall? On the way, Yi Fan asked Yanruyu. The ancient sage had died there, so he would have left something there. As he had the same body, perhaps he could find something. I don't think so. We have to wait for several months. Yanruyu rejected him tactfully. You've triggered that corpse. What did you get? Asked Qin Yao. Yanruyu and Tu-Fei also looked over. They also wanted to ask this question. What could I find? He was just a skeleton. What could he leave behind after losing his life? Everything was controlled by the green lotus in my body. Speaking of this, Yi Fan was moved. He said, however, I found out that he had only cultivated the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. He hadn't crossed the Doctrine Palace. An ancient sage who only cultivated a single secret realm. Tu-Fei was surprised. Qin Yao was a little surprised. She said, it seems that since the Antiquity Age, no one could break the curse. The Saint Physique could only stop at the Doctrine Palace secret realm. At this time, the big black dog suddenly jumped up. He stared at Yi Fan with his big eyes and asked in surprise, he really cultivated a single secret realm? What's so surprising about that? Asked Yi Fan. Yanruyu looked pensive. She shook her head and said, after the Antiquity Age, I've never heard of a Saint Physique who cultivated a single secret realm. To cultivate a single secret realm, other than a powerful mental cultivation technique, a supreme secret technique is needed as well. The big black dog was shocked. He said to himself, but after the Antiquity Age, it was hard for a Saint Physique to cultivate a single secret realm. What kind of ancient secret technique is that? Yi Fan's heart jumped. This kind of secret technique was not simple at all. It's comparable to an ancient sage who opened up a small world. What kind of secret technique is that? Yanruyu also said to herself. This was also the reason why the Green Flood Dragon King didn't want to refine the skeleton into a weapon. He wanted to find out the secret. Yi Fan's heart was not calm. He decided that after entering the Immortal Palace tonight, while saving Pang Bo, he had to find out everything about that place. The Black Empress is going to act tonight. Are you confident? Let's act quickly. Those old demons are very dangerous. I don't want to stay here any longer. Returning to the palace in the pine forest, Yi Fan directly closed the door and took out all kinds of materials. He asked the big black dog to carve Dao patterns and prepared to break the restriction of the Immortal Palace at night. Night fell. In this small world, there was no bright moon or stars. It was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Yi Fan and the big black dog silently came to the layer of clouds, quietly observing the Immortal Palace. Chapter 268. In the dead of night, not a single sound could be heard. Above the clouds, the Immortal Palace towered majestically. Time had left many marks on its surface, and some places were about to collapse. However, it still floated in the air and did not sink down. There were many meteorites, ranging from the size of a dozen meters to the size of a palm. They lay quietly in the surroundings, like a natural stone forest, arranged in picturesque disorder. Yi Fan stood on a cloud and sized up the immortal palace from afar. The Black Emperor stood on a spirit tool that could be used as a means of transportation. Otherwise, he could not fly. This was the 5-colored jade boat that Yi Fan had obtained from killing a disciple of the Ji family. It had been refined by the large black dog again, and now it was like a tortoise shell, completely black. On the jade boat, there was a large pile of materials. There were starstones, mysterious ice jade, divine blood soil, and so on. They were all rare and uncommon materials. They could not be considered very precious, but they all had some special uses. There are 2 great elites in this small world, comparable to the various great sage lords, and there are also some powerful old demons. If we make too much noise and are detected by them, we will definitely die, Yi Fan said calmly. The large black dog gritted his teeth and said, "If I cannot obtain the ancient scripture of the demon race emperor, I will not let you off. The risk I am taking is too great." Now his expression was solemn, not daring to lower his guard. If he made the slightest mistake, there would be a great disaster that would befall him. The large black dog circled around the immortal palace, but was not willing to make a move. He pondered back and forth, thinking carefully. Yi Fan did not rush him. Right now, it was all up to him. There was no safe method, so he would rather wait than take the risk. After all, if this opportunity was lost, it would not come again. It must be soundless, without the slightest ripple. The large black dog muttered to himself. He was very serious, because this concerned life and death. After a whole hour, the large black dog finally finished his calculations. He gritted his teeth and said, "I am going to risk it all. I must obtain that ancient scripture." On the jade boat, every material was engraved with Tao patterns. They were extremely complicated, like scribbled talismans, profound and difficult to understand. The large black dog shot out a piece of divine blood soil, and it soundlessly disappeared into the meteorite forest. It was fixed there, and it didn't move in the slightest. It controlled the jade boat and circled around the immortal palace, flying quickly. It sent all of the 81 pieces of divine blood earth inside, sandwiching them within the meteor forest. At this point, the first material, the divine blood earth, was completely used up. It densely covered the surroundings of the immortal palace. Nothing unexpected happened, so there shouldn't be any slip-ups from now on. My guess was correct. The large black dog heaved a sigh of relief. What is the use of this divine blood soil? This place is known as the meteor forest, the large black dog replied. Extremely powerful Tao patterns have been carved into it, forming a galaxy field. The divine blood soil can interfere with the field's energy. So powerful. Yi Fan was shocked. This meteor forest is formed according to the arrangement of the myriad heaven's master stars. Once it's activated, it'll be filled with killing intent. Even great elites will die if they fall into it, the large black dog said with a solemn expression. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood why there was no one guarding this place. It was because there was no need at all. Then the large black dog sent out the profound tortoise shell. The Tao patterns carved on it were even more complicated, and there were a total of 50 pieces. However, he only sealed in 49 pieces, and their positions were all very particular. The last piece was tossed onto the jade boat. There was only a single Tao pattern carved on it, and it looked slightly special. What is the use of this profound tortoise shell? Yi Fan asked humbly. The profound tortoise shell is used to subvert the small heaven and earth formed by this meteor forest. Why is there another piece left behind? The Tao patterns carved on this piece are also a little different. Yi Fan was puzzled. If I were to explain it in detail, there would be too many details. The number of heaven and earth depends on 50. If one of them isn't used, the chi of heaven will turn illusions into reality, so I used 49, the large black dog answered casually. Then he began to deduce the next step. Yi Fan sighed emotionally. The study of Tao patterns was indeed broad and profound. There were too many things involved, and it contained heaven's secrets. It was very difficult to grasp, and he couldn't study it in detail at the moment. The third material that the large black dog sent out was profound ice jade. There were a total of 108 pieces, and the Tao patterns carved on them were dense and detailed. In fact, this material is called profound yellow stone. It can be used to create a small heaven and earth and cover up the meteor forest. However, that kind of material is too rare, and it's very difficult to find. What should we do? Can profound ice jade replace it? Yi Fan didn't want to make any mistakes. Fortunately, you have a cauldron forged from the source chi of all things on you. In a while after we enter, you can take it out and place it on your head. It'll be enough to suppress everything, the large black dog said. You've already made up your mind, haven't you? Yi Fan asked. If you didn't have the source chi of all things, I definitely wouldn't have come to break the Tao patterns here. Profound yellow stone is the first main material to break through the meteor forest. Although the large black dog was dark and mischievous, at this crucial moment, he was very solemn and serious, without the slightest bit of carelessness. After all, this concerned their lives. An hour later, out of the 28 materials, 27 had already been thrown in, and only the star stones were left untouched. At this time, the Black Emperor started to throw the source chi that had been inscribed with Tao patterns into the meteor forest. Half a square of source chi was placed in the jade boat, and it weighed more than 1,600 kilograms, sparkling and translucent. Time was short, and Yi Fan had only collected 28 materials in Demon City. The rest would have to be replenished with source chi. In order to save Pang Bo, he was willing to take out all of his source chi. However, the large black dog at least had some conscience, and said that half a square of source chi was enough. Even so, this was still a shocking consumption. More than 1,600 kilograms of source chi were thrown into the meteor forest in the blink of an eye. Finally, the Black Emperor threw out 365 star stones, which were evenly distributed in the meteor forest. Alright, it's finally done. I used the sky-stealing sun switching technique to temporarily replace the meteors with star stones. The large black dog let out a long breath. Are you sure that the meteor forest that represents the heavenly main star has been broken through by you? Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, because he was about to see Pang Bo. I can't say that I've broken through it. I've only temporarily paralyzed the galaxy force field. Can we go in now? Yi Fan found it difficult to calm down. Yes, take out your cauldron, the Black Emperor reminded solemnly. The small cauldron that was an inch tall flew out, and quickly enlarged to a meter tall, hovering above Yi Fan's head. Source chi of all things descended, and wisps of mysterious yellow chi circulated. The exclusive holy treasure of an ancient emperor, it's a rare sight, and it actually fell into your hands. The large black dog was extremely angry, and wanted nothing more than to pounce on it. What does this mean? I'll definitely become an emperor in the future. The number of ancient emperors represents the highest cultivation level of the human race. The large black dog curled his lips. The immortal palace towered above the clouds, and the surrounding meteor forest was quiet. Wisps of mysterious yellow chi emanated from the ancient cauldron above Yi Fan's head. He walked forward on the clouds, and the large black dog steered the jade boat, following behind him, gradually approaching the immortal palace. The surroundings were very quiet, and there was no killing intent in the meteor forest. As they walked forward, everything was very quiet. You really deciphered it. Of course. The large black dog had a proud look on his face. After walking for half a kilometer, they arrived in front of the immortal palace. They no longer spoke, and instead communicated via divine sense. Are you sure that the being that has taken over my body won't be able to live for long? I'm sure. Yi Fan replied with certainty. That's good. Then I'll use the meteor forest to temporarily seal this place, so that the outside world won't find out if there's a huge commotion in the immortal palace. The Black Emperor moved the divine blood soil, mysterious ice jade, star stone and other materials and rearranged them. At the same time, Yi Fan also began to make preparations. He took out the stone clothes that he had worn when exploring the Purple Mountain, and put them on. This was the stone skin of the divine origin, and could isolate all auras, including divine sense. According to the large black dog's deduction, if he wanted to defeat that being, he would have to engage in a battle of divine sense. and this was the best protective clothes. The large black dog was also making preparations, and stuck over 100 small flags onto the jade boat. These were all defensive tools that he had meticulously carved, and were specially made for battles of divine sense. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head bobbed up and down, and emitted a heaven-swallowing power, sucking the large black dog and the jade boat into it. Then he himself also entered into the cauldron. Our two divine senses are strong enough, and it should be enough to suppress a lone wild ghost that has tried to possess us. The only thing I'm worried about is that you might have made a mistake. The large black dog transmitted his voice from within the cauldron. A few years ago he was already on the verge of death. Otherwise, why would he borrow the Blue Flood Dragon King's immortal palace? Wasn't it to prolong his lifespan? Yi Fan replied. Then let's go in. The large black dog gritted his teeth. The large cauldron advanced soundlessly, and the immortal palace was completely silent. The doors were tightly shut. There's something strange. Yi Fan sensed that something was off. This grand ancient palace didn't seem like it had been built, but rather like it had been carved out. That's right, it seemed like it had been carved out of a stone mountain. And it wasn't built using ordinary methods. There were stone tiles on the ancient palace, and they were all connected together. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to tell that this was a complete whole, and not built from bricks and tiles. Is this really carved out of a stone mountain? Yi Fan was filled with astonishment, and he felt that there was no need to expend so much effort. Swoosh! After pausing for a moment, he urged the cauldron forward. A streak of mysterious yellow chi trembled lightly, and the stone doors of the palace were soundlessly pushed open. This building that would never sink had existed for far too long, and it made one feel the vicissitudes of history. Pangbo, I've come to save you, Yi Fan said to himself in his heart. The immortal palace was an extremely grand ancient building. It was very spacious inside and it was completely pitch black. There's no one in the palace. The large black dog transmitted his voice. There are several levels to the ancient palace, and he should be in the palace at the back. Yi Fan's heart was very unsettled. Wait a moment, don't be in a hurry to leave. There are Tao patterns carved into the palace, and they are very mysterious. The large black dog transmitted his voice. This ancient palace could slow down the loss of a cultivator's lifespan, and it was called the Immortal Palace. Its name was greatly related to the Tao patterns carved into this place. The Black Emperor studied it for a very long time, but he still couldn't find where the Tao patterns were carved, and he couldn't find anything. But right at this moment, Yi Fan made a new discovery, and his heart trembled. This is the Source Mountain. The entire ancient palace was carved out of a stone mountain. From the outside, it looked like ordinary limestone, but after entering inside, he was given a huge shock. This was Source Oregon. This should be an ancient palace carved out of a mountain of Source Oregon. If he shattered the palace, he might be able to dig out the Source Oregon. No. Right at this moment, Yi Fan was even more shocked after careful observation. This ancient palace was definitely not simple. Or rather, this source vein was not simple, and it contained something unusual. Brat, what did you discover? The large black dog asked. Don't disturb me, let me take a closer look. Yi Fan swept his gaze over the palace, and carefully observed. Now it was impossible to judge based on the terrain, because the source stone mountain had already been carved into a palace. He could only make a guess based on this source material. An extremely bad feeling this place. Yi Fan was shocked. What's wrong? This should be a dangerous place, why is it called the Immortal Palace? Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. What did you see? The Black Emperor asked. I can't be sure yet, let's enter the second palace to take a look. Yi Fan steered the cauldron, and entered the spacious second palace. After careful observation, his heart instantly trembled, and he confirmed his guess. This is an extremely dangerous place. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. This was a place to take one's life, so how could it be a place to slow down one's lifespan? Brat, what's so special about this place? Have you heard of places like the Fire Dragon Tomb and the Dragon's Bloodbath that have divine sources buried? The Black Emperor shivered and said, Of course I've heard of them. Yi Fan said in a deep voice, This place is called the Yellow Springs Tomb, and is on par with such dangerous places. This is an ancient palace carved out of an source mountain, and the Yellow Springs tomb is within this ancient palace. Chapter 269. The Immortal Palace was a name with immortality, but it was the famous Yellow Springs tomb, recorded in the Book of Origin Heavenly Scripture. The Black Emperor was startled and said, "Brat, did you see wrongly? I've seen the Fire Dragon tomb, and I've personally been to the land of dragon blood. I wouldn't be mistaken about the Yellow Springs tomb of the same level." Now Yi Fan's understanding of origin techniques had reached a very high level. There was no sound in the spacious hall. It was very quiet, and no signs of life could be felt. There's no danger. If it was the Yellow Springs tomb, I'm afraid there would be big trouble now. The large black dog was suspicious. The Yellow Springs tomb was definitely an extremely dangerous place. The ancient sages spent a lot of effort to excavate such an origin mountain and carve it into a palace. This was really a big deal. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor returned to the first level of the hall. They didn't want to act rashly and needed to observe carefully. Tao pattern, I finally sensed it. There's an extremely powerful Tao pattern here. It drew out a mysterious power for its own use, giving this place the effect of immortality. The large black dog suddenly said. Where does that power come from? Yi Fan asked. The Black Emperor closed his eyes, and after a long time, he suddenly opened them and said, "It's in the center of this hall." Yi Fan drove the cauldron forward, and came to the center of the ancient hall. The ground was covered with origin stones, and there were all kinds of pictures of birds, fish, insects, and beasts carved on them. Yi Fan walked out of the cauldron, and lifted a stone slab on the ground. A dark, deep well appeared in front of him. As expected, the ancient sages are really generous, turning a dangerous place into their own. Where does this broken well connect to? Of course it connects to the Yellow Springs, and absorbs divine power for the Immortal Palace to use. Indistinctly, the sound of flowing water came from below, and at the same time, waves of netherworld aura spread up. What's so special about the Yellow Springs tomb? The large black dog asked. According to the records, it's the water of the Yellow Springs of the 9 underworlds, and it's sealed in the origin vein. There's something incredible inside, Yi Fan answered. Suddenly, the Een aura below rushed up like blades, and specks of light rippled out. It was no longer pitch black. Yi Fan hurriedly returned to the cauldron, and looked into the well. The large black dog also stretched out his neck and stared at them with his eyes wide open. Walala! The sound of the water was like the sound of metal and stone. It seemed to be extremely heavy, and when it flowed, it produced chong-chong sounds. A hazy halo of light scattered outwards. It really is the Yellow Spring, the large black dog exclaimed in shock. Below them was a waterway sealed within a crystal-clear Genesis vein. A huge yellow river surged past like a roaring yellow dragon. According to the legends, when the Yellow Springs of the 9 hells retreated from the mortal world, some of them were left underground. Could this be true? The large black dog was astonished. Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he stared at the Yellow Springs on the ground without saying a word. He did not care about these things. After all, they were inanimate objects. What he cared about was the things contained in the Yellow Springs. Whoosh! The spiritual energy was like a dragon, rushing up along the ancient well, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. F***CK, this is the aura of a divine source, the large black dog exclaimed. Brat, quickly think of a way. There is a divine source below, hurry up and bring it up. You think I don't want to, but do we have that kind of strength? If we break open the Genesis vein, both of us will die here, Yi Fan said in a low voice. At this moment, from the surging Yellow Springs, a flash of light appeared. A long origin stone could be faintly seen floating along with the waves. Why does it look like a stone coffin to me? The large black dog was shocked. That is a divine source, and there is something sealed inside. Yi Fan's expression was grave. That long origin stone sank to the bottom of the Yellow Springs, and it was difficult to see clearly. Then, it was swept away, rushing into the depths of the Genesis vein. The area below became dark. Divine source, there is a divine source below the Immortal Palace, the large black dog cried out anxiously. Of course, their communication was not really through words, but through divine sense. Yi Fan covered the stone slab and sealed the well again. He said to himself, "The ancient sages are indeed extraordinary people. They turned a dangerous place into their own, and the tomb of the Yellow Springs has been sealed." At the same time he frowned. From this, it could be deduced that a single divine source was not equivalent to millions of kilograms of origin stone. Otherwise, the remains of the sacred body of the ancients would have been refined and would not have been left behind. The mystery realm of the Doctrine Palace is indeed an insurmountable chasm. Yi Fan and the large black dog entered 4 halls in a row. There was a well in the center of each hall, which led directly to the Genesis vein that sealed the Yellow Springs underground. Complicated patterns were carved under each well, transforming the divine power in the dangerous place into the power of longevity. This made the large black dog very interested, but he could not understand it even after carefully studying it for a long time. "This really makes me speechless. Underground is the Yellow Springs, and above is the Immortal Palace." Yi Fan sighed. It was originally a dangerous place, but the ancient sages used unfathomable and mysterious patterns to transform it into a treasured place that could prolong one's lifespan. Life and death were so close that they were only separated by a well. After entering the 6 palace halls and discovering the 6 ancient wells, Yi Fan finally relaxed. The Yellow Springs tomb had been completely sealed. Even after such a long time, the Tao pattern had not lost its effectiveness. Otherwise, if the seal in such a dangerous place was broken even a little, he and the large black dog would definitely die. There was no way they could survive. In the 7th Great Hall, Yi Fan and the large black dog vaguely saw what was in the Yellow Springs. It was really a stone coffin that was connected to a divine source. Why is there such a thing? A stone coffin in the Yellow Springs. Yi Fan was also shocked. What kind of ancient creature was this? He only knew that some ancient creatures were sealed in some divine sources. This was the first time he had seen a sealed stone coffin. "I think it's a little unreliable. It's probably not some ancient creature." The large black dog's eyes flickered as if he had thought of something. After entering the 8th ancient hall, Yi Fan was slightly disappointed because he did not see any stone inscriptions related to cultivation. Did the ancient sages not leave anything behind? He was slightly confused. This immortal palace was clearly an important place that would never fall. It was the place where that sage had passed away, but there was actually nothing left behind. "There is a secret technique here, but you can't obtain it. Even I can only stare at it." "What did you discover?" Yi Fan asked. "Of course it's the patterns of Tao. The ancient great elites comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth, and they would inscribe them in the form of patterns of Tao. Very few recorded them in words," the large black dog said. Yi Fan frowned. He could not study Tao patterns now, and even the large black dog could not do anything about it. However, he was not depressed, because he had already obtained the secret technique of great Tao from that corpse. There was only 1 hall left, and he was about to meet Pang Bo. Yi Fan was deeply afraid that something might happen to him. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were in the cauldron, and they slowly flew towards the 9th ancient hall. During this process, they discovered that the spiritual qi had become denser, and there was a faint light. They were on high alert because it was possible that a great battle was about to erupt. Battles of divine sense were the most dangerous, and they would be doomed if they were even the slightest bit careless. When they pushed open the thick and heavy stone doors and entered this hall, they saw a field of light, and the darkness was swept away. It did not seem like a hall at all. This place was extremely spacious, and it was even more spacious than the previous 8 halls combined. Here, plants were lush, and colorful flowers were blooming everywhere. All kinds of ancient trees extended their branches, and vines hung from them. The stream was murmuring, and the ground was paved with cobblestones. There were ancient pavilions and tall pine trees. Rather than calling it a hall, it would be better to call it a natural garden. "This place has formed its own space," the large black dog exclaimed. The ancient sages could open up a small world, so it was naturally not a problem for them to open up an even smaller space within a hall. This was a world filled with light and vitality. To suddenly go from a pitch-black hall where one could not even see their own fingers in front of them into such a lush space was extremely shocking. The contrast between before and after was too great. Yi Fan swept his gaze over the surroundings, searching for Pang Bo's figure. His powerful divine sense transformed into a golden sword, ready to strike at any moment. The cobblestone path led into an ancient forest. There were vines everywhere, hanging from the trees to the ground, and there were small white flowers blooming everywhere. Pang Bo. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly as he looked into the forest. In front of him, there was a sacrificial altar in the forest. It was hidden by the trees, and a tall figure was silently sitting on it. There were many fallen leaves on his body, and it seemed as if he had not moved for a long time. His figure was exceptionally muscular, and he was much more muscular than ordinary people. His upper body was bare, and his bronze-colored skin was filled with a healthy luster. His thick black hair draped down to his waist. This person was Pang Bo. They had been separated less than a year after arriving in this world, and several years had passed before they finally reunited today. Swoosh! Pang Bo, who was sitting on the sacrificial altar, suddenly opened his eyes. They were like two bolts of lightning, extremely sharp. Upon seeing such a sharp gaze, Yi Fan's heart instantly sank. This was definitely not Pang Bo, and he gave off a feeling of extreme danger. Even though the person in front of him had the body of his best friend, he was like a wild beast, filled with a terrifying aura. Attack! Yi Fan shouted. The Black Emperor let out a loud roar, like the roar of a barbaric dragon, causing the entire space to tremble. Chi! 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 Hundreds of flags were thrown out, surrounding the forest in the middle. The large flags fluttered, covering the sky and earth, sealing off the forest and the sacrificial altar, preventing the other party from escaping. Humph! A heavy cold snort sounded out. The strong figure on the sacrificial altar had eyes as sharp as knives. He stared at Yi Fan and said, "Are you here to return the Tao scripture? What did you do to Pang Bo?" Yi Fan roared. "I am Pang Bo, aren't I fine now?" The strong body on the sacrificial altar still did not move, quietly sitting there, but the terrifying aura was even more terrifying. "Brat, are you sure this is really a lonely wild ghost that is at the end of its lifespan? Why do I feel like I'm facing a true dragon?" The Black Emperor anxiously transmitted his voice. At this moment, Pang Bo, who was naked from the waist up, was indeed like an ancient ferocious beast, filled with a powerful sense of oppression. "He's bluffing, he won't be able to live for long. Let's attack together and kill him." Yi Fan took the initiative to attack. The small golden lake between his eyebrows produced a golden sword, which instantly slashed out. Clang! A ray of divine light also shot out from between Pang Bo's eyebrows, clashing with Yi Fan's golden sword, releasing a dazzling and terrifying brilliance, like two iron hammers colliding. What a powerful divine sense. I haven't seen you for several years, and you actually have such achievements. This Pang Bo's eyes shone brightly and he said, "I haven't forgotten about your body. Since you delivered yourself to me today, I'll just take it." Roar! The large black dog roared like a barbaric dragon, shaking the mountains and rivers. It was hard to imagine what kind of power was contained within its body, causing this space to tremble violently. A crack appeared on its forehead, and a third vertical eye appeared. A terrifying black light shot out, slashing towards the person on the sacrificial altar. Chapter 270. Although the large black dog was usually very unkind, he was very diligent at this crucial moment. This was because this concerned his life and death, and it also involved the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture. A vertical eye opened on his forehead, which shone with a black light. It shot out like a black waterfall, clanging loudly as if it were a black blade slicing through the air. Clang! Pang Bo sat cross-legged on the altar, not moving at all. A divine light flashed between his brows, and it shot out, striking the black light as if two sharp blades had collided. It was clearly a divine sense attack, but it was like a divine weapon clashing with a treasured blade. Brilliant light shone, sparks flew, and clanging sounds rang out. "Didn't you say his lifespan was about to run out? Why is he as strong as a true dragon?" The large black dog was exasperated. In this exchange of attacks he didn't gain any advantage, and was even at a slight disadvantage. He won't be able to last long. Use your most powerful attack, and you can definitely take him down. Yi Fan shouted. Now there was already no way out. There was only one chance to save Pangbo, and it wouldn't come again if they missed it. You've delivered yourself to me, how reckless. Pangbo sat cross-legged on the altar, his black hair dancing in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and his bronze-colored body shone with a treasured light. Leave Pangbo's body. Yi Fan roared. Chi. A small golden lake appeared between his brows. It was as deep as an abyss, and a spiraling golden power shot out towards Pangbo Pop. Pangbo didn't move, and he sat upright on the altar. A dazzling crescent flew out from between his brows, and it entered the spiraling golden wave, slashing through the void. Yi Fan's face paled, and his body shook violently. The golden power was sent flying back. Although he wasn't injured, he was shaken. Ever since his divine sense could materialize and reach an unimaginable level, this was the first time he was at a disadvantage in a clash of divine senses. As expected, this was a supreme elite of the demon tribe. Although his body had been destroyed, and only his divine sense was left, it was still extremely terrifying. At such a young age, your divine sense can already materialize. How rare. Just like your body, I'm looking forward to it. Pangbo was calm. What are you pretending to be a supreme elite for? I'll kill you. A black saber shot out from the large black dog's vertical eye, and black light shot into the sky as it slashed down. Clang. The crescent moon that shot out from Pangbo's forehead was silver and indestructible. It struck the black saber and broke it with a crack. The large black dog's divine sense shuddered, and he roared. It was clear that he was at a disadvantage again, and he had suffered a small loss. Kill. Yi Fan threw caution to the wind. The golden lake flew out and turned into a golden sun, rushing towards the altar. Without holding anything back, he sent out his divine sense. If this small sun was extinguished, then he would definitely die. Even if you put your life on the line, it's useless. Pangbo said in a low voice. The silver crescent moon was fixed between his eyebrows, shining brightly. I'll give it my all as well, the large black dog said as he unleashed his divine sense once again. A black light flashed like a saber as it slashed toward the silver moon, coordinating with Yi Fan's attack. Clang, clang, clang. Their divine senses were all extremely terrifying, and they had all reached the realm of transformation. If an ordinary person were to see this, they would definitely be shocked. This kind of battle was the most dangerous. The slightest carelessness would lead to the destruction of both body and soul, consigned to eternal damnation. The divine sense slashed out, releasing an ear-piercing sound. Brilliant light shot out in all directions, and clanging sounds rang out. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor joined forces, but they were still at a disadvantage. Pangbo's divine sense was like an abyss, surging and indestructible. Boom! The small golden sun was almost shattered, and Yi Fan's divine sense retreated like the tide, returning to his body. He swayed, and was actually really no match for his opponent. The Black Emperor also shouted loudly. A black light flashed, and he charged back shouting, F***CK brat, I've been tricked by you. This is clearly an old bastard. It's not that we aren't strong enough, it's that he is too strong. It's useless to say all this now. Hurry up and think of a way to kill him. Yi Fan transmitted his voice. His divine sense is full, and there's no sign of it weakening. He's not a dying person. Even if the two of us fight with our lives on the line, we might not be able to kill him. The large black dog bared his teeth. A thought occurred to Yi Fan and he said, It seems like he can't move. He has been sitting on the altar this whole time, and hasn't moved in the slightest. Use your cauldron to kill him. The large black dog also saw the abnormality. At this moment, they were inside the cauldron. Yi Fan didn't plan to remove the protection, and directly drew out the Lee-Fire Divine Furnace. The furnace was transparent like a crystal, and it appeared in his palm. Then it turned into a dazzling light and rushed out. It quickly enlarged, and emitted a 5-colored divine light. In the blink of an eye, it became 30 meters tall, and like a small mountain, it pressed down towards the figure on the altar. Humph! Pangbo gave a cold humph, and sat cross-legged without moving. He stretched out a large hand, and with a clang, slapped it on the furnace. It was unknown how powerful the power of this strike was, but a piece of the Lee-Fire Divine Furnace instantly deflated, and was sent flying. What a powerful force. Yi Fan was shocked. He controlled the Li-fired divine furnace and made it enlarge to a height of 30 meters. It pressed down, emitting a rumbling sound. Pangbo didn't move and sat there cross-legged. His black hair danced lightly, and divine power circulated around his bronze-colored body. He still slapped out a large hand. Dong. This time the sound was deafening, causing this space to tremble. A large piece of the Li-fired divine furnace deflated, and a clear palm print was deeply imprinted inside. This didn't seem to be a precious furnace, but rather a piece of mud that had been struck until it caved in. His physical body has already entered the 4 extreme mystery realm. Yi Fan's heart trembled. It had only been a few years, and the other party had already refined Pangbo's physical body to such a level. This was really shocking. I estimate that he can compete with the Little Rock King. The large black dog's expression was ugly. Now do you believe me? He has grasped the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture. Otherwise, how could he be so terrifying? Yi Fan provoked the large black dog. If he can't move, then it'll be much easier. The large black dog bared his teeth. However, before he finished speaking, Pangbo flew up with his legs crossed, and as fast as lightning, he rushed towards the two of them, and a large hand suddenly slapped down. "Retreat!" the Black Emperor shouted. Yi Fan steered the cauldron, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the midst of the fluttering flags, avoiding the large hand slash. The several hundred flags covered the sky, not only to seal off this place, but also to protect them. Every flag was inscribed with profound Tao patterns, and these were carefully prepared by the large black dog. He was afraid that the other party's physical body was too powerful, and he would chase after them. Sure enough, it came in handy now. The several hundred flags waved, and the sky and earth here changed. It was a hazy scene, and Pangbo didn't dare to rush in. "How powerful are these Tao patterns you inscribed?" Yi Fan asked. "As long as he isn't a great elite, he'll definitely be trapped if he comes in." The Black Emperor was full of confidence. Pangbo didn't chase after them. With a flash of light, he returned to the sacrificial altar, and sat down cross-legged again. "I didn't think that I wouldn't be able to use my divine sense attack technique. Now, I can only attack him with my physical body," the large black dog said. Yi Fan activated the Li-fired divine furnace. This time, he directly opened the lid, and black flames rushed out like a tide, surging toward the sacrificial altar like dark clouds pressing down. This kind of blazing flame was something that even the cultivators of the 4 extreme mystery realm couldn't endure. If they came into contact with it, they would definitely be burned to ashes. When Yi Fan released the flames, he was more or less hesitant. After all, it was Pangbo's physical body. However, the result shocked him. Pangbo's eyes shot out an intimidating divine light, and like 2 silver dragons he rushed into the sky. He shouted. 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. 2 silver beams of light shot out, and wherever they passed, the void collapsed. A large area of black flames was forcibly destroyed. "This is..." Yi Fan was shocked. This kind of technique was too terrifying. Using the light of his eyes to destroy the black flames, this was shocking, and practically unimaginable. This is the supreme secret technique in the imagination of the demon race. "I didn't think that it would really be created by someone," the large black dog shouted excitedly. "I already said that he has the demon god ancient scripture on him." "That's right, only the demon god emperor can create such a supreme saint technique," the large black dog shouted. "Now I believe your words, he has the demon god ancient scripture on him." Yi Fan sacrificed the furnace, and the Li-fired divine furnace enlarged. It shook violently, and the boundless black flames surged down again. "It's useless." Pangbo sat there, not moving at all. He looked toward the sky, and the silver light in his eyes was like a true dragon soaring into the sky. Pooh! The void collapsed, and the boundless black flames were once again silently destroyed, disappearing in the sky. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, the silver light was like a blade, slashing on the Li-fired divine furnace, beating it into a sorry state on the spot. It was full of holes, and was shriveled into mud. "The demon god divine technique is too terrifying," the large black dog murmured. Yi Fan withdrew the furnace. Only now did the Black Emperor come back to his senses. As if he had thought of something, he said in surprise, "What furnace is this? It actually wasn't penetrated? Why are you still asking about this at a time like this? Hurry up and think of a way." Yi Fan withdrew the furnace. The large black dog gritted his teeth and said, "What else can we do? Use your furnace to kill him. This is a saint tool exclusive to the demon god emperor. Although it is not an extreme weapon, in terms of toughness, it is rare in this world. He won't be able to shatter it." Yi Fan and the Black Emperor walked out from the furnace, and then struck the furnace that was forged from source Qi. It grew to a height of 9 meters, and tens of thousands of wisps of heaven and earth Qi that were as heavy as mountains descended. "What, it's actually a saint tool of our sect." Pangbo was shocked. Then he laughed loudly and said, "This is really a great gift. I might not be able to see it again in hundreds of thousands of years. I'll accept it." Like the little rock king that day, he directly stretched out a large hand and grabbed toward the huge furnace, wanting to take it for himself. "Quick, lend me a hand," Yi Fan shouted loudly. Without needing him to say anything, the large black dog had already moved, and together with him, they controlled the ancient huge furnace to suppress the sacrificial altar. Boom! After an intense collision, the sacrificial altar beneath Pangbo was turned into dust, and he could only sit cross-legged in the air. The ancient huge furnace shook and smashed into the large hand, causing it to retreat a few steps. However, its body was not injured. As expected, it can compete with that bird man, the large black dog cursed. This huge furnace could be said to be indestructible. Up until now, only the Little Rock King and Pangbo dared to face it head-on, and they were not injured. "We can only trap him with Dao patterns," the Black Emperor said viciously. Hundreds of large flags rose from the ground, fluttering in the wind, and stabbed forward, shrinking the space. "I won't give him any space to move. I'll completely seal him off." The large flags fluttered, and Pangbo was sealed within them. The surrounding forest all disappeared, and there were no more flowers and plants. There was only a hazy mist. "You can seal my physical body, but you can't seal my divine sense, forcing me to kill you," Pangbo shouted loudly. "Not good," the Black Emperor shouted. At the same time, Yi Fan's expression also changed. His divine sense rushed out of his physical body and was stripped away. 9 slashes of the demon god, deprivation. Pangbo roared loudly. All of this happened so quickly, and whether it was Yi Fan or the Black Emperor, neither could resist. The source of their divine sense was extracted, and they were sent into a silver world. Divine sense void. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. This was a small silver world, and it was only 300 meters in circumference. It was a divine sense space. A supreme secret technique from the ancient scriptures of the demon race. The large black dog was astonished. 9 slashes of the demon god. Pangbo replied coldly. Chapter 271. This was a small silver world with a circumference of only 300 meters. It was a sealed divine sense space. Pangbo's upper body was bare, and his bronze-colored skin was full of power. He stood in the center of the field. This was formed from his divine sense, and was not much different from a real person. The Black Emperor was the same. The large dog formed from his divine sense was as strong as a bull, and even his bald tail was the same as his real body. Only Yi Fan was a ball of light that was like a golden sun. His use of divine sense was far inferior to these 2 old monsters. F***ck brat, I've been screwed over by you. The large black dog bared his teeth, and said, "This is clearly a vicious character. Before he lost his physical body, he was most likely a demon tribe overlord. Don't tell me that his current divine sense is comparable to that of the great sage." Yi Fan was also uncertain. He must have been a great elite in the past. Although his divine sense has fallen, it's almost impossible to deal with him. The large black dog regretted boarding the pirate ship. "There's no point in complaining. Hurry up and think of a way to kill him. Otherwise, both of us will die here," Yi Fan said solemnly. "The ones who will be killed will probably be the 2 of us. Although he is no longer as strong as before, he is still powerful enough to refine us." The Black Emperor was filled with regret. "You want to kill me with just the 2 of you? You really don't know what's good for you." Pangbo smirked coldly. All the demon tribes are one family. Don't be so murderous. The large black dog took a few steps forward and said, we are all demon tribes, so everything can be discussed. Then let's discuss. How do you want to die? Pangbo's eyes were intimidating, and he stood in the center of the field with his hands behind his back. Fighting to the death is something only barbarians would do. We don't have any irreconcilable enmity, so we can sit down and talk. The large black dog was very thick-skinned, and he had forgotten that he had wanted to kill Pangbo not long ago. Do you think you can still leave alive? A cold smile hung on Pangbo's lips. Actually, this is all a misunderstanding. I came to spar with you. I heard that you have an ancient sutra of the demon emperor, and I also happen to have a black emperor sutra. Why don't we spar? What black imperial sutra? I have never heard of it before. I will refine you, and everything will be mine. Pangbo's expression was cold. Damn it, do you really think this emperor is easy to bully? I'll beat you up today. The black emperor cursed. The silver small world is most suitable for burying your divine wills. I will properly refine the physical bodies you leave behind. Silver splendor shone everywhere. A divine moon appeared in Pangbo's hands, gentle and holy. The large black dog didn't back down, and he spat out a black trident from his mouth. Black light flashed, and killing intent radiated from the trident as it slashed forward. Clang! The divine moon in Pangbo's hand flew out, and then it stopped in midair, sucking the trident over. With a kacha sound, it snapped. Brat, don't just stand there, hurry up and attack. The black emperor roared. The black trident reformed and slashed down again. Why do all of you have weapons? Yi Fan clenched his teeth. He transformed into a golden sun, and charged forward with a golden sword within it. Boom! He struck out with all of the power of his divine sense. It was incomparably ferocious, shattering that divine moon on the spot. The golden sword even more so slashed out, hacking towards Pangbo's head. Clang! Pangbo lightly flicked his finger, shattering the golden sword and withdrawing the power of the divine moon. Swish! The golden divine sense turned back, once again forming a small sun. Brat, you are too fierce, attacking without holding anything back. The large black dog pointed out. In this divine sense space, you can transform into anything you want. With the large black dog's guidance, Yi Fan quickly adapted to this change. He instantly transformed into a human, holding a great desolate halberd in his hand, pointing it towards the southern sky. Release the real Pangbo, he shouted. This halberd was as black as ink, and it shone with a metallic luster. It was formed according to the little Peng King's great desolate halberd. You are all struggling in vain. Pangbo's figure was tall and sturdy, and his black hair danced in the wind. With a flash of light, a demonic blade appeared in his hand, bright and dazzling. Kill! Yi Fan gripped the great desolate halberd with both hands and charged forward. There was already no path of retreat. If he wasn't killed, then he would kill his enemies. Clang! The great desolate halberd slashed out with a dazzling light, clashing with the snow-white demonic blade. Yi Fan's divine sense instantly dimmed. This emperor is coming. The large black dog stood up, holding the trident and slashing down. At the same time, he opened his bloody mouth and bit forward. Pung! Pangbo's eyes shone with a cold light. The demonic blade in his hand shook, shattering the great desolate halberd on the spot. Then he slashed the trident in half. You guys are no good. Woo! The demonic blade slashed through the air, like the wails of ghosts and gods, killing intent heavy as it slashed towards Yi Fan and the Black Emperor. Dang! In that instant, Yi Fan's right arm and the shattered great desolate halberd transformed into a large seal. 9 dragons coiled around the seal, causing the divine sense space to tremble. Dang! The large seal fell, smashing into the demonic blade and shattering it. At the same time, the large black dog transformed into a true dragon. Like a great black iron wall, he charged forward, his powerful dragon body crushing down. Still no good. Pangbo transformed into a heavenly Peng, his entire body shining with golden light. A pair of sharp claws grabbed the true dragon, and with a fierce tug, the true dragon was shattered. The large black dog instantly screamed in pain. His divine sense collapsed, and he reformed into his dog body not far away. Clang! The heavenly Peng soared through the sky, its golden wings sweeping past, slicing Yi Fan in half and shattering his divine sense. Boom! The Black Emperor and Yi Fan fought with their lives on the line, transforming into monstrous flames that burned fiercely. Black flames and golden flames submerged the heavenly Peng. You finally can't hold on any longer. Are you going to struggle on your deathbed? You guys can't hurt me. Peng Bo transformed into a blazing golden lotus, bathing in the flames. He absorbed the divine sense of the two of them, wanting to strengthen himself. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor transformed into their true forms. They staggered backwards, their expressions extremely ugly. This old monster's divine sense was several times stronger than theirs. Even if they joined forces, it was impossible for them to kill him. Peng Bo transformed into his true form, standing there. His eyes suddenly shot out 2 streaks of silver light, like dancing true dragons, and he pounced forward. 9 slashes of the demon god. Form destruction. These 6 words were like the heavenly voice of death, shaking the small silver world. The expressions of Yi Fan and the large black dog changed, and they quickly dodged. 9 slashes of the demon god. Form destruction. It had once extinguished the black flames in the Li-Fire divine furnace, and its power was unimaginably great. Boom boom boom. The silver world with a radius of 300 meters was no longer stable, and it could be torn apart at any time. Yi Fan was in a dangerous situation, brushing past the silver light. This was because Peng Bo was mainly staring at the Black Emperor, wanting to eliminate it first. Ah! The large black dog screamed in pain. He was struck by the silver streak, and his divine sense was instantly destroyed. He lost 1/10 of his body, and he became much dimmer. Peng Bo shouted. The silver streak in his eyes became even brighter, like a true dragon soaring into the sky, shooting toward the large black dog. If such a supreme divine streak really hit, the large black dog would most likely die. Yi Fan hurriedly attacked from the side, but Peng Bo was unmoved. With a turn of his eyes, he forced Yi Fan back. I will fight you to the death. The large black dog roared angrily. 9 slashes of the demon god. Form destruction. Its power was unparalleled, and it was a supreme divine technique created by the demon god. If he was killed like this, he would definitely die. He resisted angrily, with the thought of dying together. Boom! The silver streak was like a dragon, piercing through the chest of the large black dog, enveloping him, causing his body to quickly dim, wanting to completely destroy him. Yi Fan's whole body went cold. The 9 slashes of the demon god was too terrifying, and even the powerful Black Emperor couldn't block it at all. His body and spirit were about to be destroyed. He roared loudly, and transformed into a golden sun, charging over. At the same time, he activated 2 mystic techniques from the 9 secrets. Now, with his divine sense as his body, he didn't know whether he could use the 9 secrets. Seeing that the other party had unleashed that kind of divine technique, he also gave it a try without any hesitation. The Battle Saint technique was successfully unleashed. This caused his heart to tremble, and he was greatly encouraged. The Saint technique was like a mountain, and Peng Bo staggered, almost collapsing. However, Peng Bo wasn't distracted because of this. The light in his eyes became even brighter, and he was determined to refine the Black Emperor. Ah! The Black Emperor screamed loudly, and his divine sense started to disintegrate. His body and spirit were about to be destroyed, and he would disappear from this world forever. Yi Fan was shocked and enraged. He unleashed his Battle Saint technique madly, and his divine sense surged like a volcano. Peng Bo's body was like a mountain, and the instant he was shattered, he immediately reformed. His eyes never disappeared, an endless silver light shot out, locking onto the Black Emperor. Boom! The large black dog howled loudly, and instantly collapsed. Black Emperor! Yi Fan shouted loudly. Dang! The sound of a bell rang out, and a large golden bell appeared, hanging in the middle of the silver small world. A material weapon! Peng Bo was shocked, and he quickly retreated. F***ck, you had a good time beating me up, didn't you? The Black Emperor materialized. Its body was half its original size, and its glow was also very dim. It had suffered very heavy injuries, and its body and spirit had almost been destroyed. It would be difficult for its divine sense to recover without a few months' time. Could it be that you were also a great elite in the past? You sealed your weapon in your mind, so you must have also encountered an accident. Pang Bo stood nearby, his expression ice-cold. You almost turned me into dust. Yet you also unsealed my treasure. I don't know whether I should thank you or kill you. The large black dog gritted its teeth. It had almost been turned into dust, and its heart was filled with fury. The large bell reverberated, releasing a series of golden ripples that hung above its head, trembling unceasingly. Do you think that only your mind has a weapon sealed in it? Pang Bo smirked coldly. Clang. An azure lotus appeared in Pang Bo's hand. It was as green as jade, and it was sparkling and translucent, exuding a terrifying fluctuation. Your original form is a lotus, the large black dog said coldly. That's right. I am the 19th generation grandson of the Demon Emperor. Pang Bo was extremely cold. The large black dog transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, and said, In a while, I will use the golden bell to tear open the divine sense space, and we will charge out together. He has the azure lotus, which cancels out the advantage of my golden divine bell. We are no match for him. The large golden bell hanging above its head was a bell, which surprised Yi Fan. He disagreed and said, As long as you block his weapon, the azure lotus, I have a way to kill him. F***ck, you're crazy. He has the demon tribe's ancient scriptures, and he has grasped the 9 slashes of the demon god. I don't know how many slashes he has cultivated, but just the form destruction slash alone is enough for us to block. Is it enough if my divine sense is 10 times stronger? Yi Fan shouted. Of course it's enough, but how is that possible? Nothing is impossible. I have the inheritance of 9 secrets. F***ck, you deserve to be struck by lightning, brat. You actually obtained this kind of secret technique. Why didn't you use it earlier? The large black dog was extremely shocked, and then he began to curse. How would I know that the body of divine sense could also be used? Yi Fan activated the 9 secrets. The supreme secret technique that he obtained from the Taishan Clumsy Peak needed to be triggered, and he could only succeed once after several hundred tries. Now that he had learned the Battle Saint technique, his success rate was much higher. But even so, he could only succeed once after more than 100 tries. Once he succeeded, whether it was his speed or battle prowess, they would all increase by 10 times. It could be said that this was a peerless secret technique that even the land of the great sage would be envious of. Dang! After the golden bell was enlarged, it was no different from a divine bell. Even if it was called a type, the two were similar in shape. The long and deafening sound of the bell almost broke open the divine sense space. Even if you have this weapon, you will still die. Pang Bo held the azure lotus in his hand, and with a light sweep, the shaking large bell instantly quieted down. His weapon is so terrifying. Yi Fan was astonished. What did you think? He is the descendant of the Demon Emperor, and the blood of the Demon Emperor flows in his body. A weapon refined from an azure lotus is naturally incomparably powerful, the Black Emperor urged, telling him to act quickly in case something unexpected happened. Dang! The sound of the bell was long and drawn out, and the large black dog protected himself with the golden divine bell. The large bell shook, and bursts of golden ripples rushed out in all directions, trying to pierce through the silver world. What you are doing is futile. Pang Bo's expression was cold, and the azure lotus in his hand was glistening and glistening. With a powerful sweep, the space around him became calm, and all the golden ripples were extinguished. Rip! At the same time, his eyes shone with a brilliant silver light, and he used the Demon Emperor 9 slashes of annihilation again. A bone-chilling aura engulfed them. I don't believe that you can destroy my divine bell, the large black dog roared. The large golden bell hovered in the air, protecting both him and Yi Fan within it, ringing and turning continuously. Dang, dang, dang. The silver light struck the golden divine bell, causing it to ring and tremble continuously, but it was not destroyed in the end. As expected, a weapon refined by a great elite is indestructible. If my divine sense did not fall, the Demon Emperor 9 slashes could actually destroy this bell. Pang Bo shouted coldly. What are you boasting about? There is no one in this world that can destroy my weapon, the large black dog said proudly. Pang Bo smirked coldly and said, Do you think that you can stop me with a weapon that looks like a bell? He shouted softly, and walked forward with the azure lotus in his hand. With a powerful sweep, azure light flashed, and the divine lotus landed on the large bell. Dang! There was a violent tremor, and the large golden bell was almost sent flying. The divine lotus swayed. It looked weak, but it was indestructible, and there was nothing it could not destroy. Dang, dang, dang. After the divine lotus landed on the large bell, the force of the tremor became stronger and stronger, and the golden divine bell was about to be sent flying. Brat, can you do it? The Black Emperor was anxious. I'm done. Yi Fan activated it over 100 times, and finally activated the 9 secrets. The large black dog actively cooperated, and the large golden bell shook violently, wanting to pierce through this space and stick to the divine lotus. Boom! The power of Yi Fan's divine sense rushed out like a tsunami, and it was 10 times stronger than before. This was an unimaginable divine might. Pang Bo shouted loudly, and the divine lotus shook, but it could not break free from the large bell. Silver light shot out from his eyes, and he used the Demon Emperor 9 slashes, form destruction. However, even though this supreme divine technique was created by the Arch, and had a might that could shock heaven and earth, it could not block Yi Fan's attack at this moment. In front of absolute power, no matter how profound the divine technique was, it was useless. Wild power could break through the Tao and defeat the miraculous techniques of the great Tao. Yi Fan's divine sense had already reached the level of materialization in the first place, and after being strengthened 10 times, it was almost comparable to the divine sense of a great elite. The golden divine sense swept out like a vast ocean. Boom, boom, boom. The silver light was dispersed, and Pang Bo was sent flying, his body shattering. Ah! This is the all-character of the 9 secrets. He shouted loudly in shock and quickly materialized, resisting with all his might. Boom! Yi Fan used his Battle Saint technique, and in conjunction with this secret technique, he launched a double attack. At this moment he held a greenish-gold battle spear in his hand, and a golden pagoda above his head pressed down like a god of war. Boom! He was like a god, with 10 times his battle prowess and 10 times his divine sense. This kind of attack was shocking. Pang Bo was shattered again, but he was still not destroyed. He materialized again, and the silver light in his eyes rushed out like a true dragon. This time, Yi Fan activated the 9 secrets to the extreme. He transformed into an ancient cauldron, and crushed down from the sky. Boom! Wild power soared into the sky, and the cauldron that he had transformed into pressed down on Pang Bo. Chapter 272. In the small silver world, Yi Fan transformed into a cauldron and descended from the sky, shattering Pang Bo. The cauldron was misty, and the aura of the great Tao circulated within it. Dang! The Black Empress pounced over, and the divine bell hanging above her head emitted a melodious chime. Golden light descended like streaks of silk, crushing down on Pang Bo's divine sense fragments. Clang! No matter how powerful Pang Bo was, he couldn't withstand it. His divine sense clanged, and a portion of it turned into dust on the spot. Boom! The ancient cauldron was like an immortal mountain, sinking inch by inch, and the silver space was about to crack. Pang Bo's divine sense couldn't withstand it, and he couldn't escape either. He was suppressed beneath this cauldron, and his powerful divine sense was fixed in place. The 9 secrets was the most mysterious ancient technique in the Eastern Wasteland. No one knew who had created it, and each of them was incredibly powerful, representing the pinnacle of their respective domains. The all-secret of the 9 secrets was even more immeasurable. As long as it was successfully used, regardless of whether it was speed, battle prowess, or divine sense, they could all be enhanced by 3 to 10 times. This was an incredible divine technique, and its terrifying effects were daunting. Even elites who had cultivated ancient scriptures were extremely wary of it. Yi Fan used this secret technique to its pinnacle, amplifying it by 10 times. At this moment, his divine sense was almost comparable to that of a great elite. With his body as the cauldron, he suppressed Pang Bo until he couldn't retaliate at all. You had a good time beating me just now, didn't you? You destroyed a lot of my divine sense. Now it's time for revenge. The large black dog gritted his teeth and activated the golden divine bell in a frenzy. The long chime of the bell didn't stop, transforming into streaks of golden ripples. They seemed gentle, but they were even sharper and more terrifying than the heavenly saber. The golden streaks were like a tidal wave, like a tsunami, drowning Pang Bo. The large bell rang continuously, and even the silver space was trembling. Pang Bo's divine sense quickly dimmed. It was fixed in place by the cauldron, and then shaken by the large bell. Under the suppression of such power, it was continuously refined and turned into dust. In the blink of an eye, 10% of the silver divine sense had disappeared. If this continued, it would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, Yifan shouted, "Retreat!" The all-secret technique of the 9 secrets could not be used endlessly after being activated. Instead, it had a time limit, and it could only be used a few times before disappearing. Clang! The Black Emperor retreated like a bolt of black lightning. Yifan transformed into his human form and entered the bell, being protected inside. Ah! Pang Bo reassembled his true body and couldn't help but let out a long howl. His powerful divine sense was like the crashing waves of the sea, deafening and deafening. The area within a radius of 1,000 feet turned into a land of tides. The 9 esoteric secrets. You actually have the 9 esoteric secrets. Pang Bo gnashed his teeth. His face was filled with killing intent and shock. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the jade-like green lotus flew back to him. It looked soft and tender, but it was even tougher than dragon tendons. The most mysterious ancient skills in the eastern wilderness have been broken up and scattered all over the world. Some of them have been completely lost, and it's almost impossible for them to appear again. Pang Bo's eyes flashed with silver light. He held the divine lotus in his hand and gently brushed it. A green light rushed out and struck the large bell. He shouted, "Break for me!" Boom! The golden bell rumbled as if it had been struck by a mountain. Golden light surged out in all directions, continuously vibrating. A tender green lotus, yet its attack power is so powerful. The Black Emperor's expression changed. Pang Bo held the green lotus in his hand and continuously swept it over. Strands of green light were like raging waves beating against the shore, like rocks piercing through the sky. Even though they were protected by the golden bell, Yifan and the Black Emperor were still affected and couldn't hold on for long. "Brat, hurry up." The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Yifan didn't reply. He calmed his mind and focused. He could only activate the 10 times stacking divine art after more than 100 times, so it was useless to be anxious. Clang! Pang Bo held the divine lotus and swept it repeatedly at the golden divine bell. The force was getting stronger and stronger, as if it could send the divine bell flying at any time. Demon God 9 slashes, deprivation. Suddenly, Pang Bo shouted and used another slash of the Demon God 9 slashes. It was this secret technique that imprisoned Yifan and the Black Emperor's divine senses into this small silver world. At this moment he used it again. A dazzling silver light appeared and surrounded the golden bell, wanting to take it away. Clang! The golden divine bell shook, and golden streams of light shot out one after another. However, they were still unable to block it. The bell was leaving inch by inch, and was about to be taken away. Whoosh! Pang Bo held the green lotus in his hand, and the two of them became one. Green splendor soared into the sky, sparkling and translucent. He was borrowing the divine power of his weapon. It was obvious that this slash of the Demon God 9 slashes was very strenuous for him. "Hurry, I can't hold on any longer." The Black Emperor anxiously sent a sound transmission. If the divine bell was taken away, he and Yifan would definitely be in danger. Without defense, they would not be able to block Pang Bo's attack at all. The Demon God 9 slashes could destroy both their body and soul. "All right," Yifan shouted. Boom. Finally, he once again displayed the all-character of the 9 secrets. Divine might rushed out, and his powerful divine will was incomparable. He stretched out a large hand. Bam! He grabbed the golden bell back and activated the Battle Saint technique, swinging the bell towards Pang Bo. Clang! Like the morning bell of ancient heaven. The loud sound was like a tide, sweeping in all directions. Strand after strand of golden radiance continuously shot out, drowning out the small silver world. Pangbo was immediately sent flying. He could not block such a violent force, and his entire body was shattered. Yi Fan followed up with 10 times more power. The time was short, and it was fleeting. He had to seize the opportunity. Clang, he swung the large bell and slammed it down with all his might. The sound of the bell shook the sky, and golden light shone in tens of thousands of rays. Clang. Pangbo reformed his true body, holding the divine lotus to resist. He swept towards the large bell, but he could not move it at all. Against a divine will that was several times his, even with the demon god's supreme technique, he could not withstand it. Boom. It was as if he had been hit by a great mountain. He flew backwards and his body cracked. In an instant, it broke apart, and only a divine lotus remained in the air. Yi Fan returned the large bell to the Black Emperor, and used the battle saint technique. Together with the all-character of the 9 secrets, he was like a god of war descending into the world. His entire body was blazing as he suppressed down. Clang. The divine lotus swayed, wrapping around the shattered divine will. It struck towards the silver space, wanting to escape from this place. Hurry and stop it, or else it will escape, the Black Emperor shouted loudly. He first used the large bell to block the azure lotus. Clang. A 9-story ancient pagoda appeared above Yi Fan's head. It was majestic, and it immediately pressed down, pressing down on the azure lotus. Clang. The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. The Black Emperor rushed over, using the large golden bell to stick to the divine lotus, locking it in place and making it difficult for it to move. Collect. Yi Fan shouted loudly. The 9-story ancient pagoda enlarged, sucking in all of Pangbo's divine will. Brilliant light shone, and it began to be refined. He sat cross-legged in the air, facing the ancient pagoda without moving. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill the old demon in one go. Boom. The ancient pagoda trembled. Pangbo fiercely attacked, wanting to escape. At this moment of life and death, he did not even hesitate to ignite his divine sense. Retreat. Yi Fan refined a portion of Pangbo's divine will, and then flew back. The large black dog was very tacit, and used the large bell to protect him. Pangbo transformed into his true body, his expression incredibly cold. By now, he had lost a total of 30% of the power of his divine will. If this continued, he would definitely die. Swoosh. With a sweep of the divine lotus in his hand, the silver small world was torn apart, and the divine will space quickly disintegrated. He did not want to be trapped here, so he decisively chose to retreat. In the forest, Pangbo's physical body sat cross-legged, unmoving. The azure lotus wrapped around his divine will and quickly rushed downwards. Chase! Yi Fan shouted loudly, and his divine will rushed over like a golden river. The Black Emperor gritted his teeth, and also chased after him with the divine bell. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 of them rushed into Pangbo's forehead one after another, and then entered his body, their divine senses shining brightly. You guys have gone too far. Killing intent appeared on Pangbo's face, and he turned to look at Yi Fan and the Black Emperor who had chased in. Old monster, it's you who has gone too far, seizing another's physical body. Yi Fan shouted loudly. Every physical body was like a small universe, and they were extremely mysterious. Perhaps a small space could contain the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. For example, the divine sense was boundless, and when the 3 of them stood here, it was as if they were facing a vast starry sky. Where did you seal the real Pangbo? Yi Fan asked loudly. Kill him directly, and the seal will naturally be undone. The large black dog was seething with killing intent. He had suffered a great loss today, so he naturally would not be merciful. Pangbo's expression was sinister, and he held the azure lotus in his hand without moving. However, a ripple that caused one's heart to palpitate vibrated out. The large black dog hurriedly activated his divine will, and used the large golden bell to protect his body. Yi Fan also hid inside. 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound. Pangbo shouted loudly, and his divine will surged out like the tide. His divine sense body instantly dimmed, and it could be imagined just how astonishing the consumption of this slash was. Like true dragons, silver streaks shot out one after another, drowning out the small world within a circumference of 300 meters. At this moment, both Yi Fan and the Black Emperor felt their blood run cold. Time seemed to have stopped, and they sank into eternity. This was a supreme secret technique that specialized in attacking divine sense, and its name was Divine Wound. You can all die. Pang Bo held the azure lotus, but his voice suddenly stopped, and his body trembled. He had no strength left, and could not hold on any longer. Pung. He suddenly cracked, and the 9 slashes of the demon god, Divine Wound, was suddenly interrupted. He slowly regained his physical form, and his expression was filled with unwillingness as he said, I cannot truly unleash this slash now. Otherwise, all of you will definitely be annihilated. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The ancient scripture created by the demon god emperor was indeed terrifying. Destruction, deprivation, divine wound. These secret techniques were unfathomable. No wonder the demon god could sweep through the world 10,000 years ago, and even snatch away the precious treasure of the middle state. The ancient scripture created by the demon god would definitely shock the heaven and earth. Putting aside everything else, just the 3 slashes alone was enough to frighten people. He injured himself. Let's see how he doesn't die now. The large black dog shook the large bell, and took the initiative to attack. Boom. At the same time, Yi Fan activated the 9 secrets for the 3rd time, and unleashed the all-secret technique. His divine sense surged like a golden ocean. He used the Battle Saint technique, and with a pung shattered Pang Bo. On the other side, the Black Emperor also suppressed that divine lotus. This time there was no more suspense. Just now Pang Bo was forced to unleash the 9 slashes of the demon god, Divine Wound, but it ended in failure, and he was severely injured. At this moment he could not block Yi Fan's divine might at all, and was instantly crushed. Boom. Yi Fan transformed into a large cauldron, and sucked him in completely, beginning the final refinement. Don't turn him into ashes, or the demon god ancient scripture will also be annihilated, the Black Emperor shouted. Yi Fan, is that you? A divine sense transmitted from the depths of this body's consciousness. Pang Bo. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He knew that this was the real Pang Bo. Chapter 273. Don't be distracted, the old demon hasn't been killed yet. The Black Emperor reminded. The power of the word, all of the 9 secrets caused Yi Fan's divine sense to be as vast as the ocean. He transformed into a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron, as if he had become one with heaven and earth, bearing the mark of the great Tao. You can't maintain this state forever. Seal him into my golden divine bell, and I guarantee that he will be sealed forever. The large black dog suggested. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor worked together, sealing the heavily injured old demon into the divine bell, and suppressing it. Just a divine bell isn't enough. Perhaps only with the help of a weapon refined by a great being can we firmly seal him. Yi Fan returned to his true form, and grabbed the divine lotus in his hand. His divine sense rushed out like a golden river, repeatedly cleansing this seemingly weak weapon, completely erasing the mark of its original owner. This is a divine lotus refined by a great being, the true form of the descendant of the demon race emperor. This is a rare weapon. The Black Emperor's eyes flickered. Do you dare to use it? At that time, you will probably be hunted down by the demon race. Yi Fan warned it, in case the large black dog became greedy. Swoosh. Yi Fan held the azure lotus in his hand, and with a light sweep, he placed it on the golden bell. The divine bell shook, releasing a long trill. Only now did Yi Fan let out a long breath, and said, All right, 2 weapons are enough to suppress him. After saving Pang Bo, we will decide how to deal with him. Pang Bo, where are you? Over here. In the depths of his mind, Pang Bo's voice sounded. After searching for a while, a glowing cage appeared in front of him, completely forged from the power of divine sense. Pang Bo's origin divine sense was trapped by silver chains. Yi Fan. Pang Bo laughed loudly, tears streaming down his face. Yi Fan also felt a sour feeling in his heart. In these past few years, Pang Bo had been imprisoned, living a life of darkness. All of this is over, I'll save you. Yi Fan attacked, breaking the cage, and shattering the silver chains of divine sense. A few minutes later, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor rushed out of this body, and Pang Bo gained control of the body. There were ancient trees here, but they weren't very densely packed. There were a few pavilions, flowing water, and old vines hanging down. It was very natural and lively. These few years have been really dark and gloomy. Most of the time, I cultivated passively, and the only fun is to curse that old demon. Pang Bo was an optimistic person, and rarely felt sad, so he quickly adjusted. Yi Fan found out from his conversation that the old monster was originally born together with Pang Bo, so it was difficult for him to do anything to him. However, after coming here and discovering Immortal Palace, everything changed. In particular, with the help of the Green Flood Dragon King and the Peacock King, the old demon's lifespan, which was about to be exhausted, was given a chance to be reborn. Half a year ago, the old monster had taken control of this body, and his spiritual sense and mind power had grown stronger and stronger. We came from the other side of the starry sky. This secret was known by the old demon. Yi Fan was shocked and said, "What? God, I survived." Pang Emperor panted. The old monster attached great importance to the other side of the starry sky, and was especially interested in everything related to ancient China. For Pang Bo, the past few years had been a kind of torture, but also a kind of training. At first, he was born with the old demon, and was suppressed by a supreme being. His cultivation speed was astonishing. Later on, the old demon took control of the body, and his cultivation speed could only be described as terrifying. After all, he was a supreme being of the demon race. After obtaining a powerful body, he once again stepped on the path of cultivation, and advanced by leaps and bounds. Damn it, I don't even know if I'm a human or a demon now. That old thing tormented my body until it's unrecognizable. Ding-ling-ling. The big black dog ran over with its bald tail raised. It was as strong as a bull, and there was a small golden bell hanging from its neck. Yi Fan stared at the bell, and wanted to laugh. He rubbed his chin and pondered. This big dog seemed to have a great background. "This dog is really big," Pang Bo exclaimed. Seeing the two of them staring at it, the big black dog bared its teeth and said, "What are you looking at? Are you jealous that this emperor is so valiant and strong? This big dog is many times bigger than the Tibetan Mastiff you raised before. *CK, I'm not raised by him. I was planning to take him as a human pet." The big black dog's face darkened. Black lines appeared on Yi Fan's forehead and he said, "Go away. Brat, you're burning the bridge after crossing it." The big black dog was very displeased. The battle with the old demon had caused him to suffer a great loss. It would be difficult for him to recover without a few months of rest. "This isn't a good place to talk. Let's hurry and leave." Yi Fan stood up. "I can't go with you." Pang Bo shook his head. "Are you worried?" Yi Fan asked. "If I leave, the demon race will hunt you down all over the world. At that time you'll be in a very bad situation," Pang Bo explained. Now, his life was not in danger, and he could leave on his own in the future. However, it was not suitable for him to leave now. "I know everything about the old demon. They won't find any flaws. In the future, I will be a member of the demon race." Pang Bo insisted on staying. Yi Fan sent the big black dog away, and began a secret conversation with him. After a long time, the loud laughter of the two of them rang out from the forest. "This is good too. One of us is in the human race, and the other is in the demon race. In the future, we can support each other. In a few months, I'll be able to walk around openly and help you get rid of 1 or 2 holy sons. Sooner or later, we'll find our way back." Nearby, the big black dog pursed his lips and said, *CK, these two brats are not good people. In the future, they'll definitely be a pair of scourges. It was indeed not suitable for Pang Bo to leave. Otherwise, this place would definitely be in chaos. However, from now on, he was already a free man. With the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture in his hands, he could do whatever he wanted in the future. "Are you two done with your calculations? If you still don't leave, you might alert others," the big black dog urged impatiently. "Leave that green lotus behind." Yi Fan asked for this sect weapon, and handed it to Pang Bo. With a flash of green light, it entered his body. The big black dog was reluctant to leave, and said, "A rare treasure. My heart aches." Yi Fan said, "Let's work together to dissolve the old demon, or we'll be in big trouble in the future." There's no need to turn into ashes as long as we can suppress it. The big black dog stopped him. In the end, the three of them worked together to suppress the old demon in the golden divine bell. Actually, the old demon couldn't cause any trouble even without being sealed. The divine wound of the demon emperor 9 slashes had hit him, and he was severely injured. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor left the immortal palace, and successfully passed through the meteorite forest, erasing all traces and auras. The big black dog's origin was mysterious, and he could even break the Tao patterns set up by great experts, so he naturally wouldn't leave any flaws when he left. The star stones, divine blood soil, and the rest were almost all wasted, and that half of Feng Yuan's energy was also almost used up. This was a kind of extravagant squandering. In the dead of night, not a sound could be heard. At the peak of the mountain, the ancient pine trees were tall and beautiful, and spring water flowed in the forest. Yi Fan silently returned to his room. This night he slept deeply. After resolving a big worry in his heart, his whole body was relaxed. In the morning, the fire bead rose, and the morning glow shone in through the window. After washing up, Yi Fan was full of energy, and he started to think about leaving. The big black dog walked in listlessly, his face tired, and he kept cursing. After struggling for a whole night, he didn't get the Demon Emperor ancient scripture. After eating breakfast, Yi Fan went to find Tu Fei, and discuss with him about leaving this place in a few days to go to the Jade Pool meeting. Little Yi, why are you in such a hurry? Tu Fei was too happy to leave, and he walked very close to a female demon. He didn't want to leave. Do you want to miss the Jade Pool meeting? The saints and saintesses of the great sage's land will all go, and the little golden wing Pung King and other demons will also show up. You can't miss it. Why are you in such a hurry? I will go with Princess Yan. We still have time. Because of some reasons, the Jade Pool postponed the meeting. Tu Fei didn't want to leave. Yi Fan was a little uncomfortable. The old monster that he had subdued last night was definitely from Yen Ryu's tribe. However, he didn't have a choice. To save Pengbo, he had to do that. Black King, don't burn that old monster into ashes. When I'm strong enough, I will decide how to deal with him. Yi Fan sent him a message discreetly. Damn it, this emperor wants this damned old demoness to become one with this emperor's divine bell. The Black Emperor cursed. Little Yi, let's go to the monster city together? Asked Tu Fei. You're going to have a date with a monster. I'm just an eyesore. Yi Fan smiled, shaking his head. Seems like you've made up your mind. How about this? After 2 days we will leave together. I want to find Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and Jiang Huiran. Alright, I'll wait for you for 2 more days. Yi Fan didn't want to leave abruptly to avoid the monster clan's suspicion. Before he left, he listened to Black King's suggestion. He decided to go to the monster city to collect some materials to carve his drawings. Perhaps they would be useful in the future. Monster City had many historical relics. It had been built for 800 years. Although it wasn't a big city, it had many old shops. Yi Fan had collected many precious materials. However, they weren't cheap. Tu Fei and a female monster walked in front of him. They acted intimately and didn't avoid Shi Yan. Hey, you two, take it easy. Don't treat us like air, said Black King. That female monster chuckled. You're such a hot-tempered dog. You can talk now. Why haven't you transformed yet? Yi Fan sensed that some demons were looking at him strangely. He felt that he really had to leave. Not long afterward, Qin Yao appeared. Her body was soft like a willow swaying in the wind. Why did you come to the monster city again? So many eyes are watching you. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at Yi Fan. Her eyes twinkled, which made her look charming. Qin Yao Jiejia. A young female monster smiled sweetly. She had a charming appearance, and was wearing a golden feathered dress. She walked towards them nimbly. Don't walk with big sister Qin Yao. When Yi Fan heard this warning, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This girl was secretly sending him a message. However, when she faced Qin Yao, she smiled sweetly. She didn't show any hostility. Yi Fan smiled and sent her a message discreetly. Why? Have you ever heard of a toad lusting after a swan's meat? The young girl replied disdainfully, her head held high. Yi Fan was bewildered. He didn't know how he had provoked this young girl. Little girl, you're meddling too much. The young girl said coldly. If you really want Qin Yao Jiejia, then stay away from her. Don't get too close to her. You are born with a useless body. You can only go in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. You will never become a true expert. You are not worthy of Qin Yao. Yi Fan was speechless. He rubbed his chin and said, Why are you doing this? Brother Goldfeather, Brother Bitter Bamboo, and Brother White Phoenix are all geniuses at the fifth firmament of the Dao Palace. Only they are worthy of big sister Qin Yao. It might have been fine if you were in the southern region, but now that you're in the northern region, do you still think you're a toad trying to eat swan meat? Stop dreaming. So you are standing up for those 3 toads. But little girl, you are meddling too much. Yi Fan said in a low voice. They didn't say anything. They were all secretly sending messages, so no one else knew. You will be stuck in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm for the rest of your life. Even if you are invincible among your level, to geniuses of the 4 extreme secret realm and above, your useless body is useless. So don't bother Qin Yao. For her sake, leave quickly. Don't drag her down. Chapter 274. This beautiful girl in golden feather garments was arrogant. She disdained Yi Fan a lot. It made Yi Fan speechless. It was just an undeserved calamity. He didn't provoke the other. Just because he walked with Qin Yao, he was treated with enmity. You're trash. You don't deserve Qin Yao Jiejia. You should leave now. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies. This girl was called Jin Yan. Her golden feather garments were dazzling, accentuating the curves of her soft body. She looked mesmerizing, but her words were ruthless. Yi Fan shook his head indifferently. Little girl, I don't want to lower myself to your level. You're not comparable to the geniuses like Jin Yu Ji, Ku Zhu Ji, and Bai Feng Ji. Don't ask for trouble here, said the girl in golden clothes coldly. Little girl, you're so strange. You don't know right from wrong. I don't want to talk to you. Yi Fan started to ignore her. The few of them walked along the streets of the Demon City and stopped from time to time. Many of the old shops that sold precious materials were places where they stopped. Jin Yan, the girl in golden feather garments, sent messages to mock Yi Fan. If you really want Qin Yao Jiejia, you should disappear quickly. Don't ever come back. You will never understand the world of geniuses. You and I are from 2 different worlds. Yi Fan was treated with such hostility and was always ridiculed, so he was a little angry. He couldn't help but say, Little girl, what did you eat today? A dragon or 10 elephants? Are you a little too full? Do you have nothing better to do? You. Monster girl Jin Yan glared at him maliciously. Eventually, she quieted down. However, her enmity was thicker now. This old shop has a grand aura. It looks ancient. I think it's been here for a long time, said Tu Fei. By the roadside, there was an ancient shop called Soaring Phoenix Pavilion. It wasn't small, but it was imposing. Many people came and went. The female monster walking with Tu Fei smiled and said, This is the Soaring Phoenix Pavilion. Ancestor Soaring Phoenix built it 800 years ago. It's really famous in Monster City. Jin Yan nodded and raised her chin proudly. Ancestor Fengxiang is an old subordinate of Green Serpent King, one of the first seniors to enter this small world. Demon City was built by them. Tu Fei was speechless. A warrior from 800 years ago. If he's still alive, his competence should be tremendous, right? The vixen beside him nodded and said, Of course. Although he can't compare to the Almighty, he's still unfathomable. Qin Yao nodded and said, There are only a few seniors left who followed the Azure Flood Dragon King. They are all nearing the end of their lifespans. Yi Fan immediately thought of the few old demons he saw outside the Green Serpent King's treasury. All of them were at the end of their lives, and their flames of life were about to extinguish. Patriarch Fengxiang should be one of them. Let's go in and see. Perhaps Brother Baifeng is inside. The golden-clothed girl smiled, holding Qin Yao's hand and walking in the front. The Soaring Phoenix Pavilion had an ancient charm. All kinds of spiritual medicines were sealed in translucent jade boxes. The fragrance of medicine permeated the air. Some monster cultivators surrounded the pavilion. The monster race paid great attention to the cultivation of the physique. Thus, many spiritual medicines were related to bone forging and marrow cleansing. They were all made from rare treasures, and were very expensive. On the other side were all kinds of weapons. They were all special weapons of the monster race. For example, there were demon fans made from the wings of big monsters, and precious clothes made from the scales of the legendary warriors when they transformed. Inside the soaring phoenix pavilion, there was a white-clothed man with an ethereal aura. His black skin was like a waterfall, and his eyes were clear. He seemed to be the owner of the pavilion. The monster girl Jin Yan, wearing a golden feather dress, called out sweetly, "Brother Baifeng, you are really here." The white-clothed man stood up to welcome her. "I just came back from the outside world today. I came to Monster City to see. Big sister Qin Yao is here to see you." Jin Yan pulled Qin Yao's arm and walked over. Qin Yao's figure was graceful like a willow in the wind. Her long dress dragged on the ground, revealing her curves. Her eyes sparkled. She tapped Jin Yan's forehead with her jade-like hand and said, "Little girl, don't talk nonsense." Jin Yan smiled sweetly and didn't say anything else. However, she secretly transmitted her voice to Yi Fan, saying, "See? This is Brother Baifeng, a genius at the fifth heaven of the Dao Palace. He can enter the 4 levels mystery realm at any time. Don't you feel ashamed?" Yi Fan was a little speechless. This girl named Jin Yan was really against him. Even ignoring her was useless. Yi Fan ignored her. He turned to the large black dog and said, "Black Emperor, see if there are any good materials we can collect." He and the Black Emperor walked to the side and began to choose. After all, this was an 800-year-old shop, so there were indeed many precious materials. After walking around, Yi Fan came to the place where rare stones were displayed. The Phoenix Soaring Pavilion also sold origin stones, similar to a stone gambling den. On the old red sandalwood shelves, there were stones of various sizes. There were only about 30 of them, ranging from the size of walnuts to the size of water basins. There were no stones that were too heavy. Yi Fan's heart suddenly moved. He felt that these stones were not simple. They actually had the aura of absolute beginning. At this moment, Tu Fei, Qin Yao, and the others were looking at a 5-colored feather fan. The colors were very beautiful, and there was a 5-colored divine light flowing around it. This treasured fan is the demonic feather that the Phoenix Soaring Ancestor shed. He then personally refined it into a phoenix feather fan. It is an extremely precious weapon, Baifeng introduced. "I've heard of this treasure long ago. It is said that it can fan a mountain into dust," Jin Yan said in surprise. "I've also heard of the phoenix feather fan. It is a rare treasure. It is one of the weapons that the Phoenix Soaring Ancestor used in the past." The demon beside Tu Fei couldn't bear to part with it. She said, "How much is this treasured fan worth?" Baifeng smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's not for sale. We keep it for our shop. Brother Baifeng wants to give it to Qin Yao Jiejia. Don't count on it," teased Jin Yan. Also, the young female demon looked regretful. "Little girl, you need a beating. Why do you always talk nonsense?" Qin Yao rolled her eyes at her. "Brother Baifeng, you have to hurry. A toad from the southern region wants Qin Yao Jiejia." Jin Yan glanced at Yi Fan, who wasn't far from them. "Don't babble nonsense." Qin Yao glanced at her. "He is." Baifeng frowned. "His name is Yi Fan. He has become famous recently," said Jin Yan. Yi Fan had the source root of myriad energy. In this small world, many members of the monster clan knew about it. Hearing that, Baifeng's eyes flashed with cold light. Then she smiled and walked forward. "Little brother Yi, are you interested in these stones?" Baifeng came to him and asked. "Indeed, I want to choose a few." Yi Fan nodded. "These stones are all valuable. They were obtained by Patriarch Feng Xiang many years ago. After so many years, there aren't many left," Baifeng explained with a smile. Yi Fan understood that Patriarch Feng Xiang was a subordinate of the Blue Dragon King. He must have plundered the mines of the Holy Land before, so he must have obtained these stones. He chose a few, but he didn't plan to cut them open here. Looks like little brother Yi is quite knowledgeable about this. The source stones you choose should be able to produce source stones. Baifeng nodded. Suddenly, the large black dog became very excited. He transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, saying, There's something strange about that broken pot over there. Ask him where he got it from. Hearing this, Yifan turned and looked to the side. There were some damaged weapons there. Among them was a copper pot. It was missing a spout, and it was dim and lusterless. He walked over, holding it in his hand and carefully examining it. The copper pot was very heavy, but there was nothing special about it. There was only a mark carved on the lid of the pot. The mark was a little strange, and it looked like the face of a ghost. This copper pot is damaged, but it hasn't been abandoned. What's its origin? Yifan asked. Little brother Yi, did you discover something? Baifeng asked. I'm just asking casually. Could it really be that it has an origin? Baifeng took the pot and said, some friends and I brought this back from outside. If I'm not wrong, it should be an artifact from the primordial age. What? That's impossible, right? Beside them, Tu Fei, Qin Yao, and the others were all shocked. Baifeng shook her head and said, this isn't an important artifact. The only thing that's valuable about it is the mysterious Dao pattern carved on it. And that's why it hasn't deteriorated yet. Could it be that you guys discovered a great treasure? Jin Yan's eyes lit up. It's just a small historical site, but we did discover something special. The Black Emperor instantly couldn't sit still, and he seemed very excited. He anxiously transmitted his voice to Yifan, saying, hurry up and get some information from him. We have to find out where he discovered it. Could it be that this broken pot has an origin? Yifan was surprised, and he transmitted his voice to the large black dog. This broken pot isn't that valuable. The important thing is that the place where it was buried is extremely important. The large black dog was so excited that he was almost trembling. Tell me more details so that I can make a better judgment and get some information from him. Yifan transmitted his voice. Do you still remember the Broken Cloud Mountain Range? I once passed by there, and I said that it was the place of a fierce person. The large black dog gritted his teeth and said, from the looks of it now, that place might not be the only one. There might be an even more important place. The true holy artifact might be buried somewhere else. What kind of fierce person is he? Does he have a powerful background? Yifan asked. Of course. If news of this gets out, the entire North region will go crazy, the large black dog said solemnly. We have to find out where they obtained this broken pot. Yifan held the broken pot in his hand and pondered for a moment before saying, the devilish face insignia on it is slightly familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before, but I can't remember where. Oh really? Baifeng was shocked. The female demonic beast, Jin Yan, scoffed. You're pretending to be profound. How long have you been in the North region? What kind of history could you possibly know? Yifan was indeed bluffing. Everything he did was to obtain more information. Don't be rude. Baifeng reprimanded. Then, she turned to smile at Yifan and said, there will be a gathering of the elites of the demonic beast tribe at night. How about little brother Yi come and drink a few cups with us? That's not very appropriate. I don't know any of them. Yifan said in a tactful manner. That's nothing. You can come with brother Tu Fei. You're both honored guests, Baifeng said with a smile. Big brother Baifeng, why are you inviting him? The female demonic beast, Jin Yan, was extremely displeased. Then she smiled charmingly at Yifan and said, you can go and have a look. Perhaps these people will be the ones to control the demonic beast tribe of the North region in the future. Since that's the case, I'll thank you in advance. I'll definitely go and trouble them when the time comes. Yifan nodded with a smile. That night, many young elites of the demonic beast tribe gathered in a dazzling palace. Even Yan Ruyu and Qing Yi had arrived. A group of beautiful demonic beasts danced gracefully in the palace. Their veils were translucent, and their bodies were graceful and graceful. Many jade tables were set up in the palace, and some young elites of the demonic beast tribe with lofty statuses were enjoying delicacies. The fragrance of fine wine wafted through the air, and the sound of melodious music filled the air. Many young elites were gathered here, and it was very lively. Everyone toasted and toasted. Chapter 275. Inside the palace, the lights were bright. Fairies danced and their white robes fluttered in the wind. It was as if they were in the Moon Palace. Everyone drank and chatted merrily. Young experts of the monster clan sat behind the white jade tables. They were toasting each other. Yi Fan and Tu Fei also clinked their glasses. They enjoyed this atmosphere a lot. The Jade Lake Grand Meeting is about to begin. I wonder who's going? Someone asked. Her Highness and Qingyi are both going. There should be 6 or 7 people in total. There are many powerful demons in the northern region. It's not just limited to our small world. There will definitely be a lot of people. Even the Little Pung King and the others from the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory are coming. You can imagine how lively the Jade Lake Grand Meeting will be. Speaking of which, the Little Pung King is obviously going for the 2 divine bodies and the Yao Guang Saint. I wonder what kind of earth-shattering battle it will be. After everyone talked about this, they could not help but look at Yi Fan. The sacred body of the ancients was shocking to be able to defeat the Little Pung King, who was at the same level. The Little Pung King can probably suppress the divine bodies. He might not be on par with the great emperor when he was young, but he's close. Is the sacred body really that terrifying? Many people had strange expressions. According to ancient records, only geniuses who have the potential to become great emperor can suppress the sacred body of the ancients at the same level. The demon girl Jin Yan scoffed. Unfortunately, the sacred body of the ancients can only go beyond the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. No one talked about this in depth. Most people understood that no matter how strong one's physique was, one could only be regarded as useless if they were trapped in a secret realm and could never move forward. Jin Yan continued, actually, the Little Pung King's most powerful talent can only be used after entering the 4-level secret realm. His last defeat was too unjust. That's true. The rock race becomes more terrifying as they get to the later stages. Once the dragon slaying skill is used, the world will be invincible. Isn't there such a legend in the past? There is indeed such a legend. The supreme rock slaying skill is said to be able to kill a real dragon. Once this skill is used, all other spells will pale in comparison. If they were to fight in the 4-level secret realm, the Little Pung King should be able to fight against the sacred body of the ancients. Yi Fan and Tu Fei clinked glasses. He did not feel much about such comments. He would not be able to get rid of the title of a useless body if he did not enter the 4 secret realms. Damn it, these birdmen! Tu Fei cursed in a low voice. I really want to see what kind of competence you have in the 4 extreme secret domains. Can you provide me with 5 million kilograms of source energy? Yi Fan picked up some food and was not affected by it as he enjoyed the delicacy. With so many origin stones, we can only rob the Holy Lands or enter the absolute beginning Forbidden Land. Tu Fei shook his head. I really hope that you can enter the 4 extreme secret domains to subdue those saint sons and saintesses. The Holy Maiden will stay and build a huge harem, Yi Fan said with a smile. I can't believe you can still smile. Tu Fei shook his wine pot and said, anyway, it's lucky that you can't cultivate. Otherwise, you would have been killed by some holy lands. Is there any difference now? The Ji clan is chasing me all over the world. What are your plans for the future? Yi Fan smiled and said, I have some confidence in my original technique. After a while, I plan to go to the holy city to gamble on stones. I will visit the gambling houses of the great sage's land. The big black dog was drunk. He squinted at him and stuck out his tongue. I know you are a disaster. When the time comes, you will win a saintess for me to be my pet. Go away. Woof. The dog's bark scared people. Then the big black dog fell on the ground drunk. In the small world, the young experts of the monster clan talked about everything. At this moment, Bai Feng stood up and said, Jin Yu Kuzhu, and I went out and found a vestige. We dug out some ancient artifacts, but we don't know their origins. I want to ask for your advice. He clapped his hands, and some small monsters carried in a big iron box. It was so heavy that the jade slabs on the ground cracked. After the big iron box was opened, a rotten smell wafted out. There were dozens of bronze artifacts, all of which were damaged. There were broken copper bells, broken gourds, rusty cauldrons. There was a large pile of artifacts, all of which were damaged. None of them were intact. They could not be used at all. Everyone gathered around, holding them in their hands and looking at them. They discussed spiritedly. Could it be the treasure vault of some small ancient sect? Unfortunately, it's all damaged. Something is wrong. These artifacts are very heavy, and the remnant Tao patterns are complicated and hard to understand. They probably have some origins. Could it be an artifact left behind by some ancient sect? Yan Ruyu and Qing Yi also came forward. They were both looking at these artifacts, but they could not come to any conclusion. Yi Fan woke the Black Emperor up, and also came forward to look at them. The big black dog instantly became excited. At this moment, Yi Fan also discovered that there were 2 or 3 artifacts that had the mark of a ghost face. It was the same mark that had been on the copper pot during the day. Although the people present also noticed the ghost face mark, they had never seen or heard of it, so they could not guess anything. Where were these artifacts dug out from? Qing Yi asked. They were discovered in the Chu province, Bai Feng replied. As expected, the big black dog took a deep breath. His nose shone slightly, and then he silently retreated. Yi Fan was slightly speechless. A dog's nose was the most sensitive, and this guy had become a spirit. This damn dog knew that they were dug out in the Chu province, so he would definitely be able to find them in the future. Bai Feng asked Yi Fan, but he could not give her any results. In the end, no one knew the origins of these artifacts, so they could not obtain any valuable information. The big iron box was carried away. In the palace, there were richly ornamented beams and painted rafters, and it was a dazzling sight. Many young demonic race cultivators had gathered, and they were all toasting each other. It was a very lively scene. A group of beautiful young maidens danced in the middle of the palace. They were all bewitching and enchanting, and every frown and smile was enough to steal one's soul. Every young bewitching spirit had a devilish figure. Their slender jade-like bodies were faintly discernible under their silk dresses. Their necks were as white as a swan's, and their beautiful black hair formed a strong contrast between black and white. Their jade-like faces were so supple that they could be blown apart by the wind, and they were extremely charming. Tu Fei raised his head and drank a cup of fine wine, saying, "What's the use of cultivation? In the end, it's just a pile of dirt. I've never seen anyone become a celestial, so it's better to fall into the seductive mortal world. If you don't cultivate, do you have the right to sit here?" Yi Fan poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. His goal of cultivation was to survive, and then he would cross the void and return to the other side of the galaxy. Now it seemed like the road ahead was very long. The big black dog squinted his eyes, and with an aloof expression he said, "You all don't understand the true meaning of cultivation." "We don't understand, but do you?" Tu Fei glanced at him. Ever since he had been bitten by the Black Emperor, he did not have a good impression of the big black dog. From the ancient times until now, millions of people have cultivated, but only 3 to 5 have achieved the Tao. For me, this is a path full of hope, and I'm on it. Tu Fei sneered. So what if you've achieved the Tao? You can become an ancient sage and live thousands of years longer than others. In the end, you'll still become the dust of history. The owner of this small world is the best example. What kind of Tao did he achieve? The big black dog swallowed a roasted leg of lamb, speaking vaguely. You have a high vision. Are you talking about the ancient emperors? Yi Fan asked. Of course I'm talking about them, the big black dog said proudly. From the ancient times until now, how many people like them are there? Tu Fei poured himself a cup of wine, drank it up, and then said, the Void Emperor, the Eternal Universe Emperor, and the Queen Mother of the West have achieved the Tao, and their lifespans are much longer than ordinary people. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The big black dog wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't refute. He began to ponder. Behind a white jade table, a young man sat cross-legged. He had a fair complexion, and was clad in golden Taoist robes, exuding a dazzling radiance. He also sighed. The ancient emperors are truly hard to look up to. Even the various saint lords could only helplessly hang their heads, feeling that they are as insignificant as ants. Qin Yao sat not far away. Hearing this, she smiled and said, Brother Jinyu, have you forgotten? Our Princess Yen is a descendant of the demon monarch. She must have some understanding of the ancient emperors. Jinyu, who was wearing a golden Taoist robe, smiled warmly, and raised his cup to Qin Yao. At this moment, The surrounding people were also attracted by this topic, and they began to discuss it. Bai Feng, who was wearing a snow-white robe, asked Yan Ruyu, who was sitting in the center of the hall. Your Highness, can you tell us about the past of the ancient emperors? What realm did he reach? Yan Ruyu lived up to her name. She was like a warm jade with intelligence. Her charm was unparalleled, and she was perfect and flawless. Her pearly white teeth sparkled, and her red lips moved slightly as she said, after our ancestor became the ancient emperors, no one could look up to his cultivation level. We couldn't even speculate about it. Even those closest to him didn't know exactly how powerful he was. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the people around them couldn't estimate his cultivation level, let alone others. The ancient emperors were like an unsurpassable monument. The demon monarch was the last ancient emperors of the Eastern Barren Territory. Even in the recent past, they couldn't understand him, let alone those few ancient emperors from the desolate antiquity era. The young man named Jin Yu, who was wearing a golden Taoist robe, asked, how powerful was the ancient emperors when they were young? It was too long ago. Our ancestor has already passed away for tens of thousands of years, and many things are already unclear. Yan Ruyu's hair was black and shiny, and her skin was white and soft. She thought for a while and said, he was a genius. After he was born, he was unrivaled among his peers. After a few years, he created some supreme divine arts. Off in the distance was a young man in a green robe, whose name was Embittered Bamboo. I heard that the Grand Emperor is a genius, he said. After reading the ancient texts, you were able to come up with some magical techniques that you theorized about. Is that true? Yan Ruyu smiled and nodded. Yes, the first half of the Demon Monarch ancient scripture was created by the ancient emperor this way. Unfortunately, time is merciless. Everything has become the water of the east, and the waves wash away all heroes. A demon sighed drunkenly. No matter what, the Green Lotus Emperor is one of the most powerful people in history. Only a handful of people can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, another demon said. There were too many topics about the ancient emperor. Everyone was looking forward to it, and they were all discussing it. Kuju continued to ask. Many ancient books have mentioned that the ancient emperor wanted to build the monster clan's ancient heaven 10,000 years ago. I wonder if it's true? Jinyu nodded. Yeah, there are many rumors. The records of the human clan and our monster clan all mention this. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it. Yanruyu shook her head. The Black Emperor mumbled. Holy sh*t, this monster emperor is really intimidating. The monster clan's ancient heaven. Although Yi Fan had heard about it, he was still astounded when he heard the others talk about it. The party lasted until late at night before dispersing. Many people were already drunk. Even the demon girl named Jin Yen was a drunken mess, dancing drunkenly there. There were a few drunken demonic beasts who were swaying and discussing how to eat the black dog's meat. The drunken black dog cursed, and finally disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Bai Feng, Jinyu, and Kuju came to support Qin Yao. However, she smiled and pushed them away. Tu Fei and the female monster supported each other. They walked to Yan Ruyu and Qing Yi saying, You too. Goodbye. We will leave tomorrow. In fact, the original plan was to leave the day after tomorrow. However, Tu Fei thought that it would be dangerous for Yi Fan to stay here, so he said goodbye. Yi Fan also clasped his hands and said, I'm sorry for troubling you this time. In the end, the group of people only dispersed very late at night. In the dim light of the night, the clear spring water flowed in the pine forest, which added some liveliness to the tranquil mountain peak. Tu Fei didn't come back. He went with the female monster. No one knew where the black dog had gone. The palace on the mountain peak was very quiet. You came and left suddenly. Did you do something evil? At this moment, Qin Yao's graceful body swayed as she walked into the palace. She was a little drunk. Her body was hot like a snake beauty. She was tall and slender, with a round butt and a small waist. Her jade-like arms were half naked. Her hair was messy, and her eyes were like water. How could you think that way? It's not true. I left because some members of the monster clan wanted my mysterious yellow original root. Yi Fan was just like her. He was also a little drunk. Don't try to hide it. There's something wrong. Qin Yao was like a willow in the wind. Her soft body swayed gracefully. She was a little drunk as she giggled. Princess guessed that you came here for Pangbo. If you want to leave now, I'm afraid you've done something bad. She's heading to the Immortal Hall. She asked me to watch you. Kid, you can't run away. Yi Fan was startled. He sobered up a little. Yen Ruyu was really sharp. If Pangbo hadn't stayed in the Immortal Hall, he would have been in danger this time. Soon he relaxed again. He believed that Pangbo wouldn't give himself away. No matter how smart Yen Ruyu was, she wouldn't be able to detect anything. Beauty, did you come to watch me? It's very dangerous for a man and a woman to be together in the middle of the night. Yi Fan teased her drunkenly. Qin Yao smiled charmingly and said, You're a prisoner now. Don't try to escape. If you really went to the Immortal Hall, you might lose your life. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Fortunately, he didn't leave any loopholes. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to get away. Beauty Qin, is this how you watch over a prisoner? You're tempting me to commit a crime. Yi Fan said indifferently after he relaxed. What do you know, kid? You might be a sacred body of the ancients at the second heaven of the Dao Palace, but you can't escape from my palm. You can't run away. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him. You won't really kill me if I run away, will you? Of course I will. We're old lovers. I can't believe you're so cruel. Yi Fan shook his head with a smile and said, I don't believe you. Qin Yao's curves rose and fell. Her gauze skirt outlined her devilish figure in all the right places. She was exquisite and extremely seductive. Her smile was very seductive. She pinched Yi Fan's cheek and said, If you really dare to run away, I'll really dare to make a move. You can try if you don't believe me. Beauty Qin, you're teasing me. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yi Fan slapped her hand away and lifted her jade-like chin. Qin Yao's breath smelled like orchids. She licked her rosy lips and moved closer. You can't. Her warm breath brushed against Yi Fan's ear, making his cheeks warm up. He smiled drunkenly and said, If I can't, then who can? Qin Yao laughed tenderly. She placed one hand on his shoulder, and her delicate body leaned close to him. Her other hand lightly stroked his chest as she teased, Little wimp, you're too young. After saying this, she pinched Yi Fan's cheek and said with a smile, Your skin is very smooth and soft. You're worthy of being a little brat. Yi Fan did not hold back and pinched her tender cheek as well. He said, A beauty who plays with fire. I'm a normal man. Qin Yao exhaled a fragrant breath. She was drunk and said with a sweet smile, If I say you're young, then you're young. Don't interrupt me and don't try to run away. If something happens to the Immortal Palace, will you really kill me? Yi Fan felt a bit uncomfortable. It seems like you really entered the Immortal Palace. Qin Yao's eyes were very bright as she stared at him. Her hand that was placed on his chest surged with divine power. Please, I'm just a little cultivator from the Dao Palace's secret realm. How could I enter that kind of place? I'm sure you guys laid down powerful restrictions. That's good. Be a little more obedient. Qin Yao once again revealed a bewitching smile. Her eyelashes were very long, and her eyes were very misty. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her skin was snow-white and exquisite. Beauty, can you not get so close? I'm afraid I might accidentally eat you. If that happens, it will be troublesome if you come after me with your life on the line. Yi Fan lifted her chin and teased. You think you can eat me? Qin Yao laughed like a flower. Her curvaceous body swayed within her dress. It was extremely alluring. Yi Fan said with a smile, Since that's the case, I don't have any misgivings. I'll just go on a killing spree. Little brat, you still want to tease me? Qin Yao struggled free. Then she reached out to caress his cheek and said, It's more like I'm teasing you. At this point, she boldly planted a kiss on Yi Fan's face. Then, she retreated with a smile. She shook her slender fingers and said, Don't even think about escaping. Wait for the princess to return, or else I will really kill you. I won't escape. Yi Fan came from the other side of the universe, so it was impossible for him to be conservative. Naturally, he would not remain indifferent after being teased by Qin Yao. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Qin Yao's slender and round waist. Then he pulled her closer and planted his lips on her alluring face. Qin Yao giggled, her half-naked jade-like arm brushing past his ear, and then his neck. She said, "I'm the one teasing you, not the other way around." Yi Fan stopped being polite when he heard that. He lowered his head and sealed her bright red lips. Qin Yao's slender and soft body struggled like a water snake. However, Yi Fan's arms were as hard as steel. Given how strong the sacred body of the ancients was, it was impossible for her to break free. Qin Yao stopped struggling and responded passionately. Her hair was in a mess, and her skin was sparkling and translucent. She was pink like jade and her hair was in a mess. The two fell onto the red sandalwood bed. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as they breathed heavily. "Get up, little brat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Qin Yao began to struggle again and threatened him. "Come on, pretty lady. If you kick me off the bed now, isn't that equivalent to killing me? My blood will burn until it dries up. Get up." Qin Yao's slender body twisted like a snake as she tried to push Yi Fan away. "If I really leave like this, you'll definitely say I'm worse than a beast." Yi Fan wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling her smooth skin. "Get up. I'm not getting up. Get up. I'm not getting up." In the battle of words and bodies, the two's clothes were slowly reduced. Piece by piece, they fluttered in the air and fell to the ground. Panting sounds could be heard. Yi Fan helplessly realized that Qin Yao was on top of him and had pinned him down. "I say, pretty lady Qin, you seem to be flipping." He gently turned around and took the initiative, pressing Qin Yao under him.